Today's matchup. MVP. KT Rolster. ROX Tigers. Ever 8 winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I am once again Max Atlas Anderson, and this is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, as you absolutely well know. And we've got some interesting games on the table today, Papa Smithy. Maybe not necessarily the most competitive, but it's been a very surprising part of the split.
And that's kind of the interesting story, Atlas, is that it feels like almost every series, maybe our second one today, not so much, but every series that you have a top 5 team, a top 6 team, we're starting to answer the question that we've kind of had the answer for a few years. Who's the best team in Korea? With the free fall of SK Telecom, it feels like now we really need to understand each of the teams and their contendership a lot more cleanly, because you want to plug in SK Telecom for a great performance at Worlds, and maybe that part is still true. That part is not completely ruled out yet. But when it comes to recent weeks, they've struggled to the point where the champion of summer is for once looking pretty unreliable when it comes to your options, because is it KT? Is it Samsung? Is it a sleeping SK Telecom? It feels like we don't have a clear enough answer, and we need to reassess.
Yeah, and of course, this season, the top half of the table is extraordinarily close. I mean, you've got teams like Jin Air that were recently able to get that 2-0 over SKT, but Longzhu are looking very strong. Despite one game loss for a FLICKR against BBQ, they are also looking strong, coming off their 2-0 takedown of SK Telecom T1, and that has put them into the 4th place here, underneath KT Rolster, who is another team that we need to talk about, coming off a couple of victories after what was a difficult Telecom war and Rift Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, slim victories, you have to mention. 2-1 over Jin Air, that famous second game with the Yasuo. Ever8 winners, they dropped a game there as well. So KT, the optimism is still, as always, kind of in question as to how excited you should be about KT Rolster, but they do, with SKT's fall, do shape as one of the big favorites for the summer season. Once again, pretty straightforward opposition for them. Another team that went to Rift Rivals, but the perennial strugglers in the summer season have been MVP, who face a big uphill battle, even though previously, you remember, they have had some famous victories over KT Rolster.
They certainly have. We are going to have a look at them first, because they will be on our blue side. Coming off a loss against ROX Tigers as well, and if you remember game 1 in that series, it was a 5,000 gold lead that MVP had when their Nexus exploded, which is definitely not what you want. But no changes to the roster here, as it's going to be ADD Beyond, Ian, Maha, and Max heading to the Rift. And I'd like to see Max on the Taric again. I mean, I know there was a little bit of an issue with it looking like he did a ridiculous amount of damage in that first game. However, wasn't the case, still playing very, very well. And those dazzles being on point shows that him and Maha are working together nicely.
For today, we're not 100% sure, but with 7-14 ostensibly coming next week, I think Max and many other people will be visiting the Taric, so the dazzling one will certainly be hitting the Rift. No buffs yet on 7-13, so an off chance, like you say, maybe with Kalista, for example. That's been a duo that BBQ have piloted to success as well. MVP, they'll probably draft Jax, is really all we know about them recently. Will they know what to do with the Jax? That part is a different thing to be considered. But KT Rolster, if they stick to the early game plan, which you'd imagine against MVP, they'll want to favor over some of their recent games. They've looked to the Kog'Maw late game drafts. KT Rolster statistically just completely outmatched their opposition today. Going to be the same roster, no sign of Sun, has not made his debut. He is their substitute mid laner for Pong.
Yeah, and people are looking at the Jin Air series thinking that that incredible comeback victory shows that Jin Air was competitive in that series. We need to really caveat that with the fact that the other 2 games that were played on that day were not close. Not close in the slightest. In game number 3, Jin Air got 1 kill. They did not get a dragon, they did not get a turret, and they got 1 kill onto Smeb on the top side of the map, who was more than happy to die. Look, he's got a big grin on his face. He doesn't mind. He's a top laner.
But the ceiling of KT Rolster, I don't think has ever been in doubt. On paper, in practice, they have had many impressive games. But you look recently, since that series against SKT, they have exclusively played 3-game series. And it's not like ROX Tigers, Jin Air, and Ever8 represent the SKT Samsung and the teams that you'd really expect to be running KT Rolster close to the grain. So again, we're looking for the 2-0s. It feels like KT 2-0s are kind of the rarest currency that have happened in fits and spurts, but those are the sort of things I think that will separate them from the competition, because the competition this season, as SKT is finding out, is very hard.
Yeah. Well, you can see that KT also were able to get that 2-0 last time these two teams met. Remember that KT went on an absolute tear after their initial loss in Game 1. So able to really smash MVP in that particular series. 6.8 to 1.4.
About a month ago, Game 1 was about as standard KT Rolster drops possible. Rumble, Kha'Zix, Galio, Caitlyn, Braum. You won't be getting Caitlyn anymore, you'd imagine, on patch 7.13. And then the Pentagons, they tell you the story. Small Pentagon for MVP, massive Pentagon for KT Rolster. Score has the second highest overall KDA in summer season behind BDD. So KT, in general, outmatched MVP, but you would have said that in the famous series where Max showed up, played the support brand, and just seemed to blow away the bot lane and the rest of the team of KT Rolster. MVP always have a trap card. They've tried the Jax recently, it struggled, and if it's a top lane Joker pick, a top lane off-meta pick, this is not the man to play it against, as Smeb has been in great form this season. You'll notice, though, Shen, statistically his most impressive performing champion, a whopping 28 KDA over 4 games.
Yeah, and you can see those 3 games that we've got up on your screen right there. 15 KDA, 11 Undying KDA, and then 15 KDA again. This guy's Shen does a heck of a lot of work, and we remember the battle Shen. I mean, just build a Tiamat and just go to town on your opponent, pick up the kills. He was doing so much damage.
Like Marin, he's been jumping on the Jarvan's try to deal with the backline comps that running the Kog'Maw in recent weeks. The Kennen I expect to be more of a support pick than a top lane pick in this recent time, but the champion pool is pretty well established for Smeb. He hasn't been visiting Jace as much as some of our other top laners, like Khan, for example. That was a bigger pick for him in the spring season, but one of the few teams that haven't really picked it back up is KT Rolster, and they could play it today because certainly there is no question marks on whether Smeb can play an impressive Jace.
Yes, or Smeb can play an impressive almost anything there as well, but we'll see whether he's going to be jumping on something like the...
His Aurelia's not great. Seriously.
Right, yeah, well... When was the last time we saw Aurelia?
Hey, Chachi's jumping on it in EU. Anything's possible, man.
A lot of things happen in EU pub city.
Some of them come here, like Kalista Rakan. You can't hold that completely against them.
Hey, that's true. That's true. And also, some of the players theoretically come back here to Korea as well. But let's get towards this draft, because I'm interested to see what is going to happen. Whether MVP are going to continue down that Jax train like you were talking about, and whether KT are going to play some of these late game style compositions. I loved the KT comp that they ran Game 1 against Jinnet in their last series. The one with the scores Nidalee coming out. They managed to get their hands on the Galio there as well. They made this Kog'Maw composition that was impossible to get through.
And I don't think we're going to be seeing too much Nidalee. I feel like that was kind of forced by how many jungle bans there were. And there could certainly be jungle bans here, but does feel like it's a bit of an extended bench pick. 5 seconds away from Champs. We will go live on the hour as always. This could be a quick one, or we could see MVP joining the list of teams that are giving KT struggle, taking games away from KT. If KT want to finish first overall, they need to be getting the game score up with some 2-0 wins.
Yeah, they need to, and they need to do it because Samsung Galaxy are still definitely doing a whole lot of consistent work towards the top of the table, not slipping nearly as much as the likes of SKT. But let's have a look at this draft. As Galio already banned away from Pawn, which makes a lot of sense. KT can utilize the heroic entrance very, very effectively.
Caitlyn ban, no surprise at all.
No.
So, on the blue side, what will MVP reach for? Kalista is a possibility, even though Maha hasn't found a win on that champion yet. It could just be the Jax they've been contesting heavily in recent weeks. Rek'Sai and Elise are their 2 big jungle picks, so I think first picking for Beyond is definitely a likelihood on both blue and red side, but waiting to see if the 7-13 meta will take any more twists and turns.
Yeah, the Elise feels like a pretty understandable takeaway, as Beyond will get either that or the Rek'Sai if he would like on the first round of picks.
Feels like his Elise priority has been higher than Rek'Sai, even though I'm a pretty big fan of Rek'Sai even into the Elise matchup. But Elise is kind of old comfort for Beyond.
Well, the Thresh is going to be banned, so both of those junglers going to be available. In fact, only the Zac being banned away as far as the jungle pool. But I like this idea. MVP have looked much better when they're able to get their hands on the Elise.
And it's only really been the last week or so that it's been available as a pick for Beyond. He'd only played a single game of Elise when he went into Rift Rivals, with Elise kind of being decreased in priority in recent weeks, with Rek'Sai being seen as a pretty happy trade. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised to see him getting his hands on the Elise a bit more, but KT, we wondered, would it be the early game? Would it be continuing to practice the Kog'Maw comps? And pretty clear answer with pick 1.
Yep, there it is. So Kog'Maw going to be locked away.
Gragas would be the jungle of choice to disengage for a Kog'Maw.
Or Skarner. I think Skarner makes a lot of sense as well.
I mean, the Skarner pick is pretty standard.
The obvious
This is
pick.
like first Skarner in forever, but...
But I mean, we probably should have seen it coming. It makes a lot of sense based on the Elise that we're seeing on the other side.
Now, what we'll say about Skarner, as Skarner is certainly a left turn.
I love Skarner, by the way.
Cinderhawk buff comes through.
That's true.
And that means that his clearing is faster. Would expect it to be a Cinderhawk Skarner. The rest of the item build, because the last time Skarner was in meta was Ambition bringing it back with Trinity Force.
Yep,
Warrior Trinity Force before Worlds last year. We've had no Skarner in 2017. And trivially, we have a first-round Skarner. And is that KT just playing to the crowd, playing against a team they should be beating? Very interesting, because there's a bit of anti-synergy about Skarner and Kog'Maw, because usually, I guess you can suppress people away from your team, but in my head, Skarner is used to bring foes to your team.
True. Okay, Lulu being considered here. Pawn could, of course, play that, but Mata and Deft might be looking to put some extra pressure on the bottom side of the map. The hover of the cannon made me feel like it was Mata wanting to have lane pressure towards the bottom side against Rakan, who doesn't necessarily show as much presence unless he's going to be engaging with that grand entrance. So the thing I was going to say, Papa Smithy, is that if they were really doing the fan service, it'd be Mata playing support Skarner. Doubt that that's going to be happening.
You know, I'm going to have a bit more information to work out what KT's doing with their first round Skarner. Really concerned it'd be taken away.
Such a confident Skarner pick. You don't see Skarner picks like this, like first round, like, yeah, that's obviously like,
they're on the red side. They could have last pick Skarner.
Yeah, they could have done anything. Oh, but it's exciting. Jarvan going to be taken away from ADD, and there's the Karma ban as well, just to make sure that this build the Kog'Maw up composition is not going to be able to get into full flight too early.
But building Ian, a champion with lane pressure in mid lane, is no trivial feat. Orianna for him, 0-5 on the season, one of his old blind picks. You'll notice that Syndra has not been banned at all against Ian in this particular game. Could be taken by KT, or could just be left open and baited out by KT Rolster. So interesting to see if Syndra just does shape up to be a confidence draft for Ian in the mid lane.
Taliyah is standing out like a bit of a sore thumb at the moment, Papa Smithy. We've seen her priority rise incredibly high.
But does Pawn want to draft the Taliyah into an expected Syndra pick? It is a bit of a headache of a lane. But it looks like perhaps they'll just be going for what they're confident on. There's certainly power in the KT draft, but it is unconventional, to say the least of the situation.
Yes.
And against Elise Syndra, Taliyah is not going to be able to take Teleport, you'd imagine. Would have to take Cleanse, otherwise just die a lot.
Well, I mean, Pawn is very good at just dying a lot if it comes down to it.
That was his spring special, but he has shaped up in terms of KDA. Every time a team takes a blind pick Gnar against KT Rolster, you start to wonder, Atlas.
Yep.
About the Smeb Yasuo.
It's like, Smeb, have you been practicing it? Probably not.
He's often pretty confident to just self-counterpick himself and take Rumble or Jarvan or something like that, so no guarantees there, and it'd be a surprise to see anything but a mid lane Syndra. They could go somewhere else. Corki is a pretty standard pick. I'd be surprised not to see the Syndra with the Elise involved, but they will still go for the Corki. Interesting.
Yeah, so just going for the Nullify matchup, making sure that you've got enough wave clear to deal with it. And of course, lots of late game damage coming out of these two short-range pseudo-AD carries. Yeah, Garen, that'd make some sense. I like it. Oh, wow. They weren't going for it, Papa Smithy. It wasn't a serious Garen pickup.
Yeah, you started to wonder, didn't you?
I was completely, like, I was all for it. I was like, Smeb, yep, Garen makes some sense. But no, it's going to be the Rumble, of course, because that has been left up. Lots of magic damage now coming out of KT, but that can be made up for by, you know, a percentage of the Kog'Maw damage. Does a lot of magic damage himself, actually.
To be clear to the viewers, this is a draft from KT that is saying, we just want to play what we want to play. They're not in any way respecting counter picks, taking Rumble into Gnar when Gnar wins the laning matchup pretty hard after a couple of items can be a split push threat. Blind picking the Taliyah when there are obvious counters, including Syndra, which fits the wheelhouse of Ian to a T. This is a confidence draft from KT, which can be a bit of a double-edged sword. If they go out, they win confidently in 25 to 30 minutes, you just say, okay, KT Rolster in rare form. But this is KT taking multiple gambits and also giving us our first visit in the jungle of the Skarner for 2017.
And I don't think this is necessarily a troll pick Skarner as well, because like you mentioned, the buff of the Cinderhulk, definitely a thing that has brought a lot of these old tanks back into the meta. And I like the idea of just basically snatching anyone with the Impale and having Cogmore roast them on their way back to the team. Like, it does make sense as far as how the composition could work.
You can do some gymnastics about almost any pick. I just think that with the way they've selected it, with the Wild Growth synergy, there's some opportunities about it, but it could have just been Gragas, and to me, that would have been even cleaner.
Yep, that's a very good point, Papa Smithy, but I'm the play-by-play, so I'm optimistic all the time, and I'm definitely optimistic about getting into the game. Okay. People are a little bit quiet. There's quite a few people in here right now, Papa Smithy, but maybe it's just a little bit warm. Oh, the adorable Crystal Spires, and that is my favorite Skarner skin as well, Papa Smithy. I'm just so happy. I'm so happy, Score. You've done very, very well.
I know you're going to be advocating some sort of Rage Blade build, knowing you.
Oh, I was going to save that to halfway through the broadcast. That was going to be the best part, Papa Smithy.
I'm sorry for spoiling, Atlas.
Aww.
Should we just spoil Game of Thrones now as well?
Yeah, let's do that. Sounds great. What the heck? Oh, did he just draw a little Skarner in that time?
He did not come to the stadium expecting a score Skarner.
That's what I thought. I was like, wow, this guy knew. Okay. Good ward here by MVP. Spots out all of KT in their early game, but just setting themselves up around the Crystal Spires.
Well, Score has played 2 Skarner games in the past week on his main account, 1-1.
Oh.
So he has been playing it in solo queue very clearly. Not for a few days, though. I see a Cinderhulk Skarner in his match history, and I imagine it's going to be something along the lines of Cinderhulk into Righteous Glory, because Righteous Glory also had a build path change, so the Turbo Skarner is going to be in full effect.
I certainly hope so. He's going to take the Crystalline Exoskeleton as item number 1 on that skills list. ADD going to go down and grab a Crystal Spire for himself. Nicely done.
You notice
passive attack speed good on the W, of course.
It starts on the blue buff. Wants a harder leash than will be possible from the Rumble, and top lane doesn't want to miss experience in a ranged versus melee matchup against the Gnar, so a bit more constricted, and Skarner famously pretty blue buff centric, less so than before. I felt like a lot of his mana costs were normalized a bit more over some of the different iterations of the changes for Skarner, but still, the point still stands.
Yeah, can definitely spam Q a lot more than he used to be able to. Sort of hurts your hands playing Skarner a little bit. Not quite Evelyn levels, but still does hurt a little bit.
Those two are definitely the biggest defenders.
Yeah. But still clears the jungle very, very quickly, does the old Skarner, especially if you can get on that energized area. The extra movement speed and attack speed's pretty handy. Going to set up this Spire as well. See where the Beyond's going to be hanging around.
Another fun thing about Skarner in a comp like this is that, you know, famously, suppression, you need the QSS against Skarner. But if you think about it, QSS getting you very, very little value against any of the other champions. So being forced to take QSS against this comp is kind of like if Malzahar's support was the only thing on the enemy team. You feel like you need it because you have to respect the suppression. But when you're getting such low value apart from the magic resist portion of it, then it's forcing item builds and decreasing item efficiency. So when it works out like that, you have to smile.
Yeah. Although, I mean, with everyone on KT's lineup doing decent amounts of magic damage, you're going to be feeling good about the magic resist portion. You're exactly right. Not a lot of hard CC coming out of this KT team composition, which makes sense. It feels like the KT flavor, you know? We want to do damage to you. We don't really care about CCing you because the best CC is death, as the grand entrance is going to be escaped from there, but Mata has to use his flash. There's now death. Lots of damage. Yeah, only a couple more auto attacks, and he's dead. Nope. It is at least going to be the Battle Dance helping things out. Pawn over to the side. Beyond not able to get himself in there. So a lot of action, not a lot of results here.
Maha was smart in that he realized there was maybe going to be another auto that he could just heal mid-flight, but didn't use either summoner and able to stay in lane. Doran Shield regen going to get him back up, so not investing any summoners there was pretty heads-up play because he did have the answer with a mid-flight auto attack. Because, okay, we have to go way back when, because if you remember, those matches we talk about were in the Worlds qualifying gauntlet and the finals. It wasn't actually in the season. So when it comes to an actual LCK regular season game, it was 2014 summer. That was back in the OGN Champions Day. If you guys are watching this on VOD, you had to pay for the VODs. Yep. That was a long, long time ago.
I remember actually watching that, looking for, like, Skarner strats. Because I was, like, so keen on Skarner Pop Smithy. I was a big advocate. Not quite as hipster as my Mordekaiser ways, but otherwise definitely a fave.
Something SK Telecom in 2014 summer.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Okay, well, I'm clearing things out. I'm going to try to stop fanboying about Skarner too much.
He's going to be conspicuous in about 2 minutes or so when he starts hitting level 6. Just level 4 and power farming at the moment. Different flavor of jungler from Score, who does really oscillate between high-impact ganking junglers and also the more farming style. Graves, one of his big favorite junglers in previous seasons. Not able to create the most lane pressure, but when your lanes are Rumble Talia, you know they're going to be winning the pushing war early. That does allow Skarner to have the luxury of getting to level 6. If you took something like a Yasuo top lane and got pressured, Skarner wouldn't provide a lot, so maybe a bit more insight into why they went the Rumble route.
Or maybe it's just that Smeb really didn't want to play it as Beyond. He's going to flash into the cocoon, but Pawn not going to get hit by that one. Teleport has been brought out as KT move everyone to the mid lane. And now Beyond is more than dead. So much damage. First blood goes to Smeb. It's a party. KT just wanted to have everyone involved.
And that's probably the first time I've seen an in-combat, basically, Weaver's Wall. You can't actually summon it when you're using it, when you're taking damage, but when they notice the exit strategy that is Weaver's Wall, essentially during combat as the team rotates up, kill goes over to the Rumble. Nice rotation from KT, but picks up the first blood.
Yeah, and gets freely back up towards the top lane as that had already been shoved in. You mentioned the fact that Rumble had the pushing power. Not going to be punished for this at all. So now it's KT with 1,000 gold lead, despite it only being that first blood that has been picked up.
Getting the gold lead in the lanes, like I mentioned, and Kog'Maw staying competitive means that even though this comp doesn't have a Protect the Kog'Maw identity like BBQ have been drafting and other teams, including KT Rolster against Jinne have been drafting, they do pack a lot of power in their lanes. Maha found by Pawn, but just going to be one side of the threaded volley.
Yeah, no, also Pawn didn't have a whole lot of health, so I have a feeling Maha, if he wanted to, probably could have gone aggressive, but just didn't know where the rest of KT was, didn't want to take too much of a risk, and he'll move back down towards the bottom lane and keep farming things up. Got himself a cull. Just trying to go for the investment banker strategy.
Does delay his first item, the Essence Reaver, which is hardly a power spike to speak of. Really interesting to see how MVP bridges the mid game. They have person we always talk about, the Trinity Force Corki, but if he's trying to take auto attacks, he has to respect the suppression and the guaranteed initiation, even through the Valkyrie of the Skarner. So focusing on vision control in the mid game, I think, will be big for Beyond. If they have double control ward on the left and right side of mid lane as the Trinity Force is complete, you can actually make your plays as the Corki. But if they lose out on vision, it's going to be a pretty low-value Corki if he's forced to stay in the mid lane. So maybe trying to crash a side lane turret and rotate the Corki to a side lane might be the way for MVP.
Well, Matu is in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have the wild growth just yet as the heal is coming through. They're trying to get the kill, and Max is going to pick it up and battle dance out, and that's just a 2 versus 2 kill.
At level
MVP
5.
on the bottom lane, yeah.
At level 5, able to just walk up. Nothing Kog'Maw or Deft felt he could do. Heal was cancelled out by the Ignite. No value there. So lets you know that the 2v2, just what the Lulu pick really tried to shore up. Not looking fantastic for KT. CS-wise, Deft is still competitive. So right now, the lead isn't growing into CS. But if they're actually able to grow that, then Score's positioning will be focused onto the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and of course, Mata, unfortunately not having his flash, had to use that in another 2 versus 2 exchange, and good timing by MVP, because they waited until the very end of that flash cooldown to start anything up towards the bottom side, had their opportunity, went for it.
Starno sitting in a ward, control ward in top, has everything up, but he knows that Gnar has jump and also flash, so for now, isn't going in, and Score will just back away.
Just hanging out for the moment. Okay, Mata going to get some vision over the side, but Max is going to clear that one out. Good control ward there, just to make sure that they can spot any stray Talias making their way towards the bottom side of the map. Certainly a favorite thing there, as Wallop goes down onto Smeb, who gets Nard into the wall as well. A lot of damage coming out of EDD, but Smeb doesn't show a lot of fear, as he just tries to burn down the big old Gnar.
Just a damage rotation, obviously no kill pressure from full health. for ADD. Skarner's still around topside, and okay, he's going in. There's the flash.
Yeah, the pineapples are down now as there's the flash impale. Not a lot you can do to try and get out of the way of that one, ADD, and Score is going to pick up the kill. That's the power of Skarner. You feel pretty bad when you're trapped in that ultimate.
And AD was looking for a minion wave to jump to, but the timing of the gank as Smeb was overheating and as there was no minion wave for the Gnar jump to be able to bounce over a minion and get out was very good timing from KT Rolster. So that gets in their second kill of the game. Only issue now is the bot lane, and well, we talked about Xayah potentially rotating to mid lane. Why not send the Kog'Maw mid lane? It feels like Deft is called for the lane swap just because he realized that in a straight 2v2, now with ultimates available, very little chance that Deft and Mata can have a free lane in a long lane like bot.
Yeah, as well as the fact that Pawn's got a fair bit of wave clear, so he's more than happy to sit into that turret and just throw pebbles down and cut down the minion wave. Maha and Max unable to answer the turret pressure that was put down top lane, but fortunately for MVP, KT weren't able to spend enough time taking that one down. Smeb will go back to that lane, though, with a 10 CS advantage and his Horning guys completed. So he's going to be feeling very, very good. Looks like the Arm Guard will come in before the Leandri's Torment is finished up, though.
So lane assignment-wise, KT is now winning the game because Kog'Maw is getting free farm against Corki, who's great at pushing and poking turrets. But when you don't have vision supremacy and there's a second member in the mid lane, farming-wise, they're very happy. KT might lose the first turret, though. That would be a big thing for the side of MVP to secure, but for now, it's going to be delayed.
Yeah, Bond's able to get down here in time.
Your options here are to match your duo lane in mid lane, which, given the pressure advantage you had in the 2v2, doesn't sound ideal, or take the first blood turret. That's why you see Score camping bot lane. They want to punish MVP if they're actually going to try to take the first brick, and now the mind games continue. Always fun to see when one team makes the aggressive move, how the other team reacts, and MVP onus on them to try to take this turret and open up the map.
And now a free flash as well, so no flash cocoons coming out of Beyond anymore, having to get out of that Dragon Pit. So nicely done by KT, just have positional advantage, like you said, with the mind games. Ian now forced to respect this 2 versus 1 situation that he's in as well, but thankfully has the level 6, therefore has a bunch of rockets and should be able to clear out these waves very easily.
From MVP, Beyond, even without flash, can just enter lane and start shoving. And now they don't have enough information around the map to work out what to do next. So overall, if there's just mind games and rotations around the map, and you have Deft getting free farm in mid lane, advantage does go to KT Rolster.
See right now, up towards the top side of the map, it's not feeling that way despite the CS advantage for Smeb. ADD getting some good harass off. Hex Drinker completed, and Pawn's going to grab his blue buff and still be able to defend this turret. His bottom lane from MVP have gone back to base. It's going to be Berserker's Greaves completed now for Maha. Can move around a little bit more quickly. Not opting in for something like the Ninja Tabi that you have been seeing a lot more. The extra damage. Still does have a lead as far as CS is concerned at the same time. Score, looking at his items, not necessarily going for the Righteous Glory just yet as item number 2, but certainly has the Cinder Hulk and does look like he's heading towards something like some Mercury's Treads.
Yes, the Righteous Glory build path is super good now. It does build out the Glacial Shroud, so actually an easy item to build that we know he'll go there eventually. Finally, the bottom turret goes down, but here's the answering attempt. Yeah,
I have a feeling ADD is going to be in a lot of trouble as Mato's just tanking up the turret. The Impale comes in and just dragged up the pineapples and taken down. Feels like a little Nicky reference, Papa Smithy, as that looked brutal.
Certainly was, but there's extra objectives on bot side, so okay, a kill is claimed. But Ocean Drake as the first one, not ideal, but going to be absolutely free on the side of MVP, who do end up with first brick and also the first Drake of the game. KT trying to make the best out of the scenario that allows Deft and Mata to lane safely in the mid lane, though, so feels like both teams are getting victories, so fun to gauge what this means as the mid game is almost upon us.
Yeah, like you mentioned, towers traded, so gold lead as we check in, still 1,000. The Score's going to steal away a Gromp and make it 1,100. Deft and Mata still clearing things out. Have to remember that any lead that KT has is pretty good when you've got a Kog'Maw on your team, because the late game feels pretty free if you can make it there. We have seen the Kog'Maws lose, though, and it was KT that was able to do it.
Yeah, the threat on him is pretty high, if you think about it. Specifically, the Rakan can do a lot of work in terms of the gap close, and Gnar also from a flank. When it comes to Peel, really there is only the Lulu's wild growth, some shields, and I guess you could suppress someone diving, but that's not what the Skarner is set up for. Skarner very much is similar to Elise in terms of identity and how they want to use the pick. Get control wards down, someone face checks, suppress them, instant guaranteed kill, and move on from there. So when it comes to true 5v5 team fights, it's not going to be the Braum and 4 tanks that we've seen in recent patches with the Kog'Maw.
I mean, I think Score does have a little bit of options when it comes to trying to peel. You know, crystallizing Sting, you can get yourself a bit of a cute little stun, but you're right, not a lot of options.
Pretty situational nowadays, not the perma-slow of before either. Okay, teleport coming in this equalizer territory.
Yeah, Score looking for the Impale once again as Beyond the Spider caught, but he's just going to blast cone his way out. That was stunning. An MVP going to be able to easily escape. Thought that he was trapped well and truly there.
Yeah,
Got himself over.
You heard the Skarner laugh come off as he attempted to suppress, but now after the changes and normalization of the ultimate, because of the blast cone getting him out of AoE, the suppression doesn't go off, and Skarner not able to claim his victory.
Was able to claim the Crystal Spire though, and should be able to get themselves the Rift Herald as well, as Mato's just Wizard Wanding. Harold there's the Flash Impale. Another equalizer comes in. They've got walls everywhere as Max is just going to evaporate now. Mato looking for the flash, gets in there, finds her slow, Beyond slowed as well. We said hard CC was a problem, but the soft CC certainly there for KT as they're taking a lot of damage. Smeb has the heal from Depth though, who's still chasing after Ian, and they're so low on the side of MVP, but it's ADD taking down the turret and the rest of MVP fleeing for their lives.
But it's also KT in a bit of a power trough, making the successful plays happen. Trinity Force just complete on the Corki, but the fight was fought on KT's terms after Score instantly peeled off and got the suppression onto the Rakan. Died to the death by a touch from the Rumble. And from there, Gnar never even found a teleport spot. Mega Gnar timing was there, but the teleport ward was not, and KT grow a bigger gold lead. We're going to see the replay, and that's the big story here, is that they go straight onto Rakan, who dies to a death by a touch proc to actually die from full health, and then you see the Gnar in mini Gnar form as we begin the story, but you can't really see a teleport ward for him to jump on. Sure, they exist, but with how the fight was going, mini Gnar teleporting in would just have been an extra kill over to the side of KT Rolster.
Well, speaking of an extra kill, could potentially find one here as ADD's stunned up. Pawn gets the flick back as well. Just scooped in. That's going to be the flash, but I have a feeling he's not going to escape as Mata is on his way down, and Mega Gnar not going to save him from that. So Score grabs his 3rd kill of the game and sticks on to 100% kill participation.
Yeah, mistake from the side of ADD. The rest of his team was around the top side trying to take the Rift Herald. So him being overextended in bot lane, even if it wasn't a massive overextension, was likely to get punished. KT looking just to get the immediate gold, putting the value in getting gold into Death's pockets by taking down these turrets, and that will be the outer ring going down in unison.
Yeah, completely. Ian's going to trade it, so Rift Herald plus a tower in trade for 2. Probably still not worth it, but MVP will probably take what they can get at this stage, because it feels like they are just bleeding after what was a great fight from KT around Rift Herald earlier.
And doing the team thing and holding down ADD as well, whose itemization has to have been delayed. He's taken the Hex Drinker into the Rumble, not being able to go for, say, Black Cleaver Frozen Mallet, which is usually the laning build against most melee champions. But that delay means that when it comes to the Gnar's ability to solo down Rumble in the side lane, timer's getting sent back and back, Atlas, and that means that that particular game plan of playing around the strong pressure of a Gnar in the side lane, probably going to have to be team fighting Gnar, which certainly can go feast or famine.
Yeah, becoming more and more difficult as now the turret is getting sieged by MVP. Are going to move themselves out of the way. Rift Herald does do a fair bit of damage, but probably won't take down this turret. Not what they want. Gets her eyes closed, unfortunately. Does a lot of damage. Not going to be able to kill the tower. So Maha running away. KT retain control over this map with their mid-outer turret still up. Still giving them the extra pressure that it does provide as far as vision control.
The unknown factor of playing against a Skarner is kind of playing a mental game against MVP. They had a control ward on the left side of the lane where Skarner was coming from, and yet they weren't willing to step up and actually put in the auto attacks onto the inner turret because they didn't have complete vision. When you're not scrimming against a champion who has been largely out of the meta for the entirety of 2017, your first thought is to remember what the champion does well and try to minimize your risks against it. But in that same coin, Def's picking up farm, them not being able to get the maximum out of the Rift Herald that they traded heavily for. So the mind games of being able to bring out a unseen pick for a long time, I think are also working to the side of KT.
Well, I mean, one thing that MVP can hang their hat on is the fact that they've stalled out the game of Dominion that's going on right now, evening out the Spires over both sides.
What's Dominion, Atlas? I've never heard of that.
It's fast and it's fun, Papa Smithy.
I think it's a past tense thing.
Well, so are the KT members waiting in this brush because that's an exploded Mata. Impale does come in. Beyond is able to get up there, though, as Pawn wants to find the flick. Lots of damages. There's the flash out of the way of the Gnar, and Beyond is just going to burn down on the equalizer. I thought he might actually escape, but doesn't happen. Now Ian has to flash, but the harpoons landing from Smeb. Thankfully, the Valkyrie's there to get him out to safety, and that's going to be a 1-for-1. As KT are able to answer back. A
flash Valkyrie, no less, though, Atlas. It looked like it was a flash from Smeb, but on inspection, just trying to get the maximum amount of distance away, was Ian. So that means flash down on 4 members of MVP. No one will be able to walk up to this Cloud Drake. Easy claim for KT Rolster.
Yep, not too bad at all. Score with the extra attack speed at the same time from the Spires that he has locked down. Or just that one Spire. Of course, you don't get stacking attack speed. That would be crazy. Get 6 of them, imagine that. Crazy damn.
A lot of this particular series I wouldn't have imagined on the start of the day.
Yep. The first round Skarner lock-in. Love it. Impale almost back off cooldown, speaking of which, so no QSS is done. We'll just probably spell a kill, unless it's on Beyond one more time, who does have access to that repel.
Kind of the headache for Maha, though, is he needs the 3 items plus a QSS, and he went Cull early, so being able to assemble all the items that a Zion needs to be relevant is a big headache when you add an extra 1250 gold to the equation. Featherstorm's not going to help you that much against the Impale, that's for sure.
Yeah, you just jump up into the air and then you get killed. And you come back down again. I feel like KT are utilizing that strategy we were talking about before, though. It's just score, grab a pick, and then we'll win a 4v5. Like, it doesn't seem too difficult when it almost doesn't matter what opponent you take, because the amount of DPS that's coming out of Deft, and if Pawn gets a good threaded volley, is just too much to contend with.
Well, I mean, this is another one of those games that's really judged, or can be best judged based on vision line, because if KT's in an ARAM situation 5v5 in the mid lane, there's not actually that much threat. You can even respect Flash Skarner quite easily when you know what his real area of control is. But in a game like this but in a situation where you have control wards down, you note 3 control wards down the river assembled by KT, that's where it becomes a lot harder. Playing around neutrals when you have a vision disadvantage is the big problem for MVP.
Well, Featherstorm actually has to come out respecting the execute damage on the living artillery. And that means he can't even use that to try and get out of the way of an Impale. Can Maha?
I'm actually not 100% sure how early you need to Featherstorm for it to not apply the suppression effect, given what we saw from the Blast Cone before.
Yeah, well,
it makes you untargetable, so I imagine it works, but that's, for some reason, I haven't seen so much of the Skarner-Xayah interaction in competitive play or in my solo queue games, Atlas.
Really? You didn't see that back in 2014 when Skarner was last played here in the LCK? There's a big Gnar on the bottom side, as there's the wallop onto Pawn as well. Mata's making his way down, but Max is here as well, evening out the odds. Beyond Maha a little bit too far away, and that is just going to be the disengage. Everything's fine on both sides.
It's an ultimate being used, as the Black Cleaver's already significant cooldown reduction. KT continue to step up. They continue to put down vision, largely controlling the area around Baron, their next big target on the Rift. As the Righteous Glory we spoke about is complete.
Yeah, done. Turbo Skarner, well and truly back in action.
But you have to admit that while Righteous Glory, never been a better time to build it, feeling really good. I guess maybe when it gave an AoE. I guess back in the day when we had Shurelia's, that was perhaps slightly better than what Righteous Glory represents.
I feel like score should be an Olaf then, though.
But the other core item for a Skarner was always that Banshee Veil, and that's now an item he can't really put together.
AP Skarner still works, doesn't it? He doesn't have quite as many AP scalings, unfortunately, due to the change to his queue.
The mana tank version, I think, was probably the best for him, as he has mana problems as the game goes on, and then the no mana version was still very great tankiness for Skarner, but the ability power laden version means that Spell Shield no longer really accessible. Probably going to be something else, and maybe the Spirit Visage will have to be the purchase from Score.
Well, Spectre's Cowl would be giving that one away. Something like the Abyssal Mask, also a good pickup for Skarner, given his mixed damage ways and the amount of magic damage on this KT lineup.
Score's being very conspicuous now.
Yeah, just wandering over a ward. Oh, it's just such an adorable skin, Papa Smithy. No skin problems this game. None at all. It's all just skin victories.
Trying to pile on the farm. He's actually gone for a last whisper, so maybe the Infinity Edge will be delayed quite significantly, or he will try to play out fights without a QSS, which is possible if the initiation is on the terms of MVP, but increasingly looking unlikely, given how the map has largely been controlled by KT in recent moments.
And also, I mean, you're not exactly the highest range champion as well on the Xayah. Often the Featherstorm can be relied on, but I just feel against the Impale, you don't want to be without QSS. We're going to grab Crystal Spire once again. I believe that's 5-1. This game of Dominion's going to be over very, very soon. I don't quite remember the number it was supposed to tick up to. Was it 500?
You know, I didn't play that much Dominion, Atlas.
Didn't you?
No.
I wanted to find a map where Akali was relevant. So I found Dominion about a year ago.
We have once had a Dominion caster on staff at OGN, as Chobra was a big Dominion caster, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not know. I didn't know that Dominion was...
If any of our viewers want to know more about Dominion, do tweet at Will Chobra.
Definitely a good idea. He'll tell you all that you need to know.
Bit of free damage taken by Def. Control Ward no longer on the pit means they're having a bit more struggle dealing with vision, and KT had been roaming with their bot lane, so we'll just go answer the wave put down. Feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Items not there for Def just yet. Was that one item which he went QSS? Interesting to see the rapid fire cannon, so a bit more of a sieging build and about the first order rather than the Hurricane that has been the standard for Kog'Maw for a long time.
That is going to be a lot of range when he puts down the Bioarcane Barrage as well, if he's energized. So I can understand the thought process. Weaver's Wall going to come in, though. They're looking for Maha. Has to flash. Get himself out of the way.
Didn't want to find out if he maybe bounced the wrong way or not. That was looking like a bit of a line ball one.
Yep. Also, didn't want to use the Featherstorm to see whether he could just glide over it. I don't think that works.
It's one of those situations that in hindsight, maybe he would have been smarter to hold on to his flash. He will be no flash Xayah in a team fight coming up.
No flash, no QSS Xayah as well. Big problem. Not for KT, they'll grab their second Cloud Drake, moving a little bit quicker. Definitely, if you've got a Kog'Maw on your team, you don't want to be going fast, so I like that. Of course, Armada going to be helping there as well. Now, KT could possibly look towards this Baron if they want to. They've got a lot of vision everywhere. Score's position is known by MVP, so they're not too worried about any Baron pressure right now.
They're starting to have a backup win condition in a multiple stack Elder Dragon. One more spawn of the regular Drakes first, though. It will be Ocean coming up in about 5 minutes' time.
Oh, man. We've got an overcast day of dragons.
No mountains that would have significantly helped KT, who've had the vision supremacy around the Baron for the past 5 minutes or so. They're waiting for a face check, not getting one yet, but a lot of damage from Deft.
Yeah, I think that's why the rapid fire cannon came in. Maha took so much damage. There's going to be the slow. He's not even going to use the Impale. Doesn't need it, and that's just too easy. As soon as Featherstorm's done, the fact that that flash wasn't there means easy pickings, and now 5 versus 4. Free Baron should be the case for KT.
Yeah, they turn around Baron. They also can always peel and have the Equalizer a big threat depending on the area of attack that MVP used to approach the objective. KT haven't started it yet. They were looking for a face check for one of those Equalizer plays like I mentioned. But for now, they started off. Score is very tanky, so they can peel off quite easily.
And look at Smeb's positioning as well. Wants to get himself in for a flanking play. Doesn't want Max to be able to do anything as there's the Equalizer. They're not going to take the Baron. They're actually looking for the turn as Ian throws down his own miniature Equalizer in the package. And KT are going to back away. So successful disengage by MVP, but maybe a little bit more respectful than KT needed to be. Could have potentially just taken that one away.
Beyond's the same level. On Elise had flash up. There was a lot of chance there'd be some sort of contest, so you understand the logic from KT, and also they don't really have an imminent danger of being outscaled necessarily. There are some things that MVP's comp does better than KT's as the game goes on. But some confidence in the process.
Yeah.
And just peeling off the next time and getting a bigger advantage. No real big headache there for KT Rolster.
Well, Score's going to go back to base as well. We'll see what he decides to pick up with this Spectre's Cowl. Will be the Adaptive Helm to come in for the Skarner. Not able to afford anything else, so we won't get any peeks into what he's going to be completing next, as Deft has a BF sword, actually. Might be the Infinity Edge item number 3, which is definitely a different tack for the Kog'Maw to be picking up. Often the Hurricane into the Rage Blades. The opportunity, and I'm going to shed a small tear. The loss of the Rage Blade, item number 2/3.
Yeah, the Rage Blade has been pretty commonplace in recent days, but it feels like Kog'Maw items change meta quite frequently.
Yeah.
Feels like for 2 weeks, people are like, well, Rage Blade second or third, and then Rage Blade's not built for a while. It's just the way it goes with the group think there. I think a lot of players are feel players. They play the Rage Blade, they know exactly how much damage it is, and they stick with it, and then they see another option and consider changing. It does go through trends.
And Deft has been doing things like this as well, where he's chasing after people for a couple of pot shots and waiting in behind vision. So, I mean, a Rage Blade's not going to stack up like that. You need to hit him 8 times for that one to work. So, not necessarily sitting there sieging, hitting a minion wave, and then charging it up in order to take down his foes. It's more, I want power immediately so I can kill people out of nowhere.
You see the Skarner, you think, okay, we've got some pick options, and instant damage is stronger than the Rage Blade stacking up when you're trying to take someone down, or even stronger for the Bio-Arcane Barrage if someone's trying to get out. There is great mobility, as we can see on the side of MVP, so track your logic could very much be the consideration there, Atlas.
Yeah. But I think the feel fact is probably more to the point. Deft is certainly one of those players. If he likes a build, he likes a build. As Mata and Deft waiting to try and get a flank in here. Only 3 versus 2 as Beyond takes a lot of damage, but in comes Smeb. Wants to find the equalizer, a really good position. As Maha has to just walk all the way down, it takes half his health bar, and in comes Pawn. There's the flick, and it's going to be avoided by Maha, but the ultimate not doing a whole lot of damage as KT have them about where they want, and Beyond's going to be the first one to go down as Deft is at full health. Not a lot of mana, but he just needs the auto attacks to make things happen. There's the scoop onto ADD. He's going to have his own scoop back, but it's the double kill for Deft, as they now have 2 on the board and haven't lost anyone.
Such a pleasure to have the 2 best Rumble players in the world playing this week. So Marin yesterday lighting up the Rift, and Smeb so smart. He knew exactly where they had to go, and understanding how a fight will play out seconds beforehand is what you need for equalizer positioning. Had the equalizer overheating to control space on the outside as well. This time the smite is down, and this time it'll be Baron for KT Rolster.
Yeah, it was just a fantastic flanking play there as well, because with Pawn making his way in at exactly the right time with the Weave as well, nowhere for MVP to go. They were just corralled and destroyed. And we're going to have a look at that one again. That is the dream. Maha takes half of his health bar from those
there's
pineapples.
nothing Maha can do. This time we see Pawn come in, and then watch how the fight plays out, because, okay, Beyond will die. That part is guaranteed. Maybe it would always be a Baron. But Smeb is being respectful. He doesn't want to jump in to free damage. And on the outside, when there could be burst, when there could have been a Mega Knot into the wall transformation, just equalizer, so not equalizer, just the overheated Flame Spitter with the Zonias, controls the space, they get the kill, now they get the Baron. Took a second time. The first time they weren't able to secure that objective. This time they have it, and KT looking to break the base with this Baron.
Yeah, 1 replay, and that Baron gets evaporated, and that might have something to do with the Infinity Edge now in Deft's back pocket. This is a very, very strong Kog'Maw. 3 items, no matter what you've got. It's pretty ridiculous. He's now tanking up the turret. In goes Max. The flash had to be used there. Gets Pawn out of the way. Deft uses his at the same time. Both carries now without that defensive option.
Trying to make a hard engage while Smeb and Score were bot lane, but get some summoners and a QSS, but nothing else.
Okay, he gets walloped. Now smacked against the wall. Smeb might want to try and find himself a turret. The Score is able to just tank up everything. There's the Weaver's wall in. Gets himself out. Should be fine, and KT just utilized this to move back towards the mid lane. They have all of the vision, inside track, so these inner turrets should fall relatively easily. Good knock up there, as Deft should be in trouble, almost able to respond as ADD's in trouble. In goes in. It's a double kill now for Maha, as MVP are fighting back nicely, and that will stall this Baron play out. Nice.
Yeah, mistake from Score. He didn't notice the QSS was completed onto Maha. Went in for the ultimate and was just taken down, DPS down pretty instantly. So KT didn't need to overextend. They'd already gotten the extra objective in the mid lane. Looks like they'll be able to back away. Rakan going to be walking over to face check, but I imagine it's going to be too late for the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Maha in vision in the mid lane there as well. Still doesn't have his Infinity Edge like you were talking about. Lord Dominic's Regard completed before that one even gets started. Does have the QSS. Was able to use that in the last river fight as well. Keep himself up. So good that he actually decided to buy it in the end, even if it may not have necessarily been as early as we could have hoped for.
There's certainly not complete inevitability about how this game will play out. While KT have made the smart decision multiple times over, you'll notice the gold lead is really nothing to write home about. But 34 minutes into the game, just about 3,500 gold. CS value is pretty strong for the side of MVP. It may not be the highest damage Xayah build, but it still is 4 items onto Xayah. And now the Mercurial Scimitar to answer the threat of the Impale coming through from Score. While things are looking good for KT, not willing to do anything more than pencil in an advantage. They still have not broken the base, and that's kind of their big objective.
Yeah, and we also know that Xayah now with Lifesteal is going to be feeling a lot better. Mercurial Scimitar offering that one, of course. Just having flashbacks, Papa Smithy, to Xayah's sitting there like a turret, getting more health back than they're taking.
Really the only diver on the side of KT is going to be Skarner, and alone can struggle. Trying to get the picks he wants in the late game. We'll have to adjust target selection now.
Looks like Deft thinks that he's a diver. Here's the teleport. Big flank deep. Coming in from ADD.
He's got
yeah,
a
exactly
good
right.
Narbar, though.
Yeah, great position. Smeb's going to move himself over. He is in vision, though, as ADD moves himself towards the backline. Gets the jump in as Deft's in trouble. Ian picks up that kill. It's another good equalizer as Ian's just going to melt to death. Smeb grabs it. Look at the AoE. My God, KT are ripping them up. It looks like he can kill the Cogmore, but who cares? Smeb's just got the damage himself. Pawn there at the same time. There's the flick onto the Gnar. And KT, they leave one alive, but Beyond has to slink back to the base.
Yeah, Cogmore's AoE true damage as Smeb and Pawn.
That was what that was.
Were putting on consistent damage themselves. It was really a triumvirate there, Atlas, because it was a lot of
actual Acathian surprise.
It was, and a lot of threaded volley damage from the Taliyah as the Rumble came in overheated was the big story. They found consistent damage even when Cogmore was the first one to go down. The magic resist purchases are there for MVP, but sometimes just the accumulation of damage on the side of KT, and this time they break the base.
Yep, terrifying. So they will be able to take down the inhibitor there as well, and next dragon will be the Elder. It's not going to be up for a few minutes. But still, having that top inhibitor down means that someone has to be a long way away from that Elder Dragon pit.
And this is what's possible with Cogmore comps when it's not just Galio mid lane, Jarvan, or a Peel tank top lane. When you go for a comp like this where there is consistent damage from mid and top, Taliyah does put out a lot of damage through fights, then it is possible to keep going. Remember, Taliyah and Rumble aren't in this fight during the mid lane phase, until after Cogmore is already dead. And Pawn and Smeb, they had their Void Stars ready already, even with the magic resist purchases, are able to put out the damage. So even though things go about as great as expected for MVP, they get access to the backline, they delete the Cogmore, it doesn't matter.
Well, Weaver's Wall is going to get KT towards this bottom side. Equalizer, unfortunately, not going to do anything, but that's going to be the flick back onto ADD. Gets himself into the Mega Gnar, but now KT, the cavalry has arrived, and they'll have to trade top laner for top laner at least, assuming Score can deal with this. There's the fadeaway jump shot as far as the Living Artillery is concerned to finish off that kill.
Yeah, trying to leave the kill for Deft, but he missed the first couple of ultimates there. Just a 1-for-1 overall. 1-for-1 against the Tide and against the Baron buff is actually fine from the side of MVP.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got Marta picking up the Ardent Sensor now, so the Cogmore going to be even stronger. Gets himself that shield on top of him. Pawn is just a completed recipe away from 6-item Taliyah. You'd expect that to be a Rabbidan's Deathcap to come in for the final item. A lot of CS on both of these mid laners who have been charged with clearing out minion waves over and over again.
And while the Banshee Veil is no longer available for the Skarner, like I mentioned, the Gargo's Stoneplate is a new thing in the meta.
Yeah.
And Skarner does do damage and CC when he's able to free hit in a fight, and you want to ignore him after the suppression effect is over. But now with the ridiculous tankiness coming through, sure, some reduced damage on the Q when you pop the Stoneplate, but it's just more duration on Skarner, looking for those extra stuns in a fight.
And it looks like he might be going towards something like a Locket as well, as Kindle Gem's chilling there. I'm pretty sure that still builds into the old Locket. It's been a while since I built that item. It doesn't feel like a Dusk Blade, if you know what I mean. Deft, getting some autos. Just testing the waters though, as ADD moving himself over, clearing out some vision, and KT do want to defend this. Control ward stays up. Baron up as well. Elder Drake will be done in 45 seconds. It's just a matter of waiting game as super creeps are pushing towards the top side of the map. Feels like KT not forced to make too many plays, just clearing out vision, moving themselves back towards the Baron and waiting for MVP to have to split themselves up.
They're also waiting for the Rift Scuttler's timeout because that was giving permanent vision. Here's the Weaver's Wall, catches Beyond.
Yeah, has to use his flash to get himself out of the way. Living Artillery actually there, and Deft almost grabbing himself a kill. Ian, lots of damage, but Deft answering that one back. Marta saying, get back here. Walking the dog.
Now the Rift Herald, so the Rift Scuttler vision is gone. Now they know that Beyond has had to go to base, so even with the information, she'll be able to DPS down Baron, free Baron to KT.
Yep. Oh, that was an optimistic rocket by Ian.
I wondered there for a moment.
Yeah, pretty close. I mean, when you can steal it with a Rakan Q, I feel like a rocket does more damage. Marta just accidentally took a hell of a lot of package damage. Now ADD jumps himself over to the side. Wild Growth has to be used on Smeb, who flashes himself out of the way. Max has to escape from the fighters. There's the equalizer, beautifully placed on top of everyone, and the Impale will get the pick off on the tanky Gnar. ADD falls down, and now KT will follow MVP back to their base.
Yeah, and when you're ahead like this, you can just suppress the frontliner and just kill the Gnar first. It means Ian and Maha will have less space. Smeb's just going to take free damage.
Yeah, he has to use the Zhonya's to keep himself alive. Good shields are there as well, but Maha unable to get the Blade Caller damage in.
So Baron buff claimed, but not able to actually take a turret from it just yet. Can turn onto the Elder, though, which I imagine won't go contested, so still going to be bonus objectives to KT Rolster.
Yeah, but against the tide, MVP are able to at least have control of the bottom wave, and Smeb wasn't there in time to save that turret. But look at this! My god, that dragon is falling extremely fast. MVP, no opportunity to get in there. Didn't want to do that 4v5 either. KT grab themselves the Elder Drake, will go back home. Mercurial Scimitar probably done pretty soon for Deft. There is the Locket. That is done for Marta. And there it is, Mercurial Scimitar completed. Lots of beautiful colors coming in for the Cogmole. And that's 6 items. That is a very scary point to be if you're an MVP fan.
When you look at MVP's side, though, plenty of CS on Corki and Xayah. So they will do damage in fights, but their bigger problem is ADD. You see, he's 56 CS behind in a good matchup for Gnar. He's also 0-7 and 5. Hasn't really found anything in terms of the split push pressure, especially. Felt like Gnar was the champion who could walk the game the most for MVP, both in terms of the 1v1 over Rumble, but also in the teamfight phase. But fighting from behind for so long means that any sort of auto attack, even from Deft, is enough to force him away. And the options for the Gnar really only sick teleport flank, which should kind of be the icing on the cake for Gnar.
Also sick teleport flank as long as he's got the correct amount of rage as well in that Gnar bar. So not quite with his items completed either. Smeb sitting at 5-1 and 9. He's got a luxury Rabadons that you just don't feel that you see on the old Rumbles. As there's the Weaver's Wall, classically used just to zone them out of the way. Deft throws down the Bio-Arcane Barrage. Should be an easy one, as now ADD was thinking about a flank. And KT know exactly what's going on. They just back themselves away. Don't let them get themselves into a Gnarable situation.
Yeah, they saw him with his Rage Bar, so good respect from
Whoa, Maha
KT.
taking so much damage. Featherstorm still available, Flash and Heal both up as well. So it's going to take a little bit more than that to deal with him, but that inhibitor does not last long, and they've got another one open towards the top side. Looks like KT will move over too.
Yeah, AD's been great position to transform, but knows that any transformation is going to be basically baiting his team into a fight he doesn't feel they can win. So hanging back, he has Flash, he has everything available, but does not pop the Gnar ultimate.
Oh god, Beyond taking so much. Okay, so Deft just needs to get about 2 auto attacks, and everyone is going to melt. Based on what we have seen so far, ADD gets slowed down as Pawn actually flashes out of the way. Lots of respect from KT, understanding that things can turn very, very fast. Score wants to find Ian.
Boy.
My god! See, this is the danger. That was a Harpoon and an auto attack, I believe.
They've already learned they can't ignore Smeb and Pawn either. Pawn had to flash away. They're able to draw something, but so much damage on the side of KT.
So much damage on the side of MVP as well. I mean, you did bring our attention to that at the same time. Here's a potential fight. Redemption does come down as Maha, once again, having to get himself out of the way, uses the heal, uses the flash. Featherstorm was already on cooldown. And now KT should be able to get rid of the Xayah whenever they want to. Now pushing down at the bottom side of the map would make some sense. Take the last remaining inhibitor and win the game.
And it's actually the dream for KT, because they take both inhibitors against a team that had 4 flashes at the start of it, and like you say, a free-farmed Ian and Maha. They never found the engage, even though ADD was sitting on 95 rage for the majority of the fight. He never felt confident enough to go in. So with no contest, with almost no risk, KT break the base in 2 spots, and now feel that they're 1 pick or even 2 picks away, not even a team fight, but just a couple of picks away from just ending the game.
The thing that's really scary, though, Papa Smithy, is that there's just so much damage in this game on both sides of the map. 6 items have now come through. It is waiting for a Mercurial Scimitar from Ian for him to be done. And the Talia's doing explosive damage, especially with this build. Smeb's doing tons. Deft is also doing tons. But the combination of Ian and Maha is probably enough to explode 2 carries in an instant. So it just shows that KT do need to show this level of respect against MVP just based on what they have available to them, because this game can turn on a dime at any given moment.
Yeah, Score is the only
can find the fight.
Score's probably the only person who can shrug off damage from 2 DPSs of one of these teams for a couple of seconds, because Nara certainly can't. Nobody else really attired for this sort of a scenario. So with specifically the Gargoyle Stoneplate and Cinderhulk, sure, he's plenty tanky, but even that has its limits with how much damage there is on both teams.
And that was actually a Knight's Vow completed by Score as well. So Deft, you can see, already linked up. He's going to be feeling even better than he was prior to this situation. Still taking a lot of damage. Weaver's Wall, once again, just going to be used pretty textbook now. Try and take down this turret. No one's over the wall. Deft should be able to grab this. Easily done as ADD's in trouble. He got scooped back, and we said this. So much burst damage potential with this combination of champions. The threaded volley needs to be respected as Ian.
One more auto
will do it, but he has to flash to get out of the... Oh, God, okay. That was an optimistic equalizer. Living Artillery not going to find him either. So Ian lives on a sliver of health, but look at this. There are super creeps moving towards the Nexus turrets, and KT maybe without some cooldowns, but they got pressure from everywhere.
Will Score actually look for an Impale as Flash and Righteous Glory up, but not using it. They're just looking to push the minion waves here. KT Rolster playing surprisingly restrained in this scenario.
Well, I mean, look at that. Smeb lost half of his health bar in an auto and a rocket from Ian. So they just have to play this footsies game, it feels like.
Doesn't really feel like too much of a game, given how much KT has already claimed, though, is kind of the issue on the side of MVP, is that
while MVP has a lot of potential to do stuff, but just hasn't done any of it in the 47 minutes that we've been watching.
And that's kind of the weird thing, is there's a sense of dread, there's a sense of inevitability of a KT victory, although...
Well, Deft is actually going to get caught out. Beyond grabs that kill, and this could be the moment. Score going to flash his way out, just going to blast cone himself up into the sky, and now Pawn, lots of damage, not a lot of health on the side of MVP's members, as KT still have 2 full health carries. Score looking to try and get himself in there as Smeb. Another beautiful equalizer as the Weaver's Wall comes in. Maha will get flashed on by Smeb, finds his way through, but my God, look at that damage. This is what we said as Pawn can't get autoed one more time by this Corki, who Valkyries forward, gets said auto, and now Score's going to fall down as well. Make that a triple for Ian, and MVP finally find that fight.
And also they find the fight before their Nexus turrets are taken down. They had just enough time to peel off and take a lot of work from Ian, who has a lot of damage, but has to deal with so many different super minions. KT would have thought that if they bought enough time with a team fight, the minions would get the job done, but they might actually use Baron and not even take both of those turrets.
Well, they don't have Ian or Maha here to try and take down this Baron. It is taking a long time to die, and Ian is unable to actually take down the minions
This is probably the wrong decision from MVP if you think about it. Mata also is going to be a complete nuisance.
Yeah, he's just going to be frustrating.
He's trying to waste time. If they're using any damage to not finish the Baron, it's more headaches for the base.
All right, Little Ants doesn't do it, but that was so close.
You did wonder, Atlas.
Yep. We've seen crazier things. Gleaming Quill stole a Baron, Papa Smithy, as there's a Nexus turret that is going to fall down. Finally, the rest of MVP get back. Maha's back up again as well. They at least keep one of their structures alive. I feel like that top lane inhibitor will be coming up pretty soon, but the mid lane actually fell after respawning, so that's going to be a while before the base is going to be freed up here for MVP.
And even if they can't win a full-on 5v5, well, they don't feel like it's worth the risk. With that very low health bar on the second Nexus turret, and like you say, at the guarantee of a single inhibitor being down for a few minutes after mid went down a second time, still a chance that KT can make this a naked Nexus and actually give themselves some options for a potential rush to end the game.
Naked Nexus?
Yes.
Sounds like a really cool buzz term.
Great album name as well.
Yeah. I like alliterations probably too much, but we should release that album.
Well, we've got some spare time on Friday.
Atlas and the Naked Nexus.
Yes!
Oh, man. Get it on iTunes. Or wherever you like to buy music from.
Last fight, we don't get a replay of it, but it does show you that, like you say, the damage insane on the side of MVP, and we said it in the Champ Select. It's not a protect the Kog'Maw comp. It's Kog'Maw as a damage threat. Other damage threats around, but they weren't grouped. They weren't able to peel for long enough. Def couldn't buy enough time. He died in an instant. And the rest of the hand was forced from his team. That's why KT have found themselves frustrated for at least a few moments.
Yeah. There was a time where Kog'Maw was just strong, right? And you used it as like a Kog'Maw magnet composition where if you didn't kill the Kog'Maw, he would kill your whole team.
Still probably true.
Yeah. Oh, Maha has to use the Featherstorm. Deft still very healthy. Grand Entrance comes in, but the flash from Deft gets himself out of the way. He's all walking beautifully now as ADD looking to try and find a Gnar, but he's going down so low. Can't re-engage and score. Is even going to stay alive. Maha now can't get over the equalizer. Too much damage. Has to flash. As now at least the Battle Dance is there from Max to give himself a shield. This inhibitor will fall down, but miraculously no one is dead on either side.
Yeah, so much damage comes in. Rain from both teams. The damage dealt to Champions chart is going to be insane at the end of this game. But like you say, no one quite falling. Def confident to walk up and bait the enemy team because he had Mercurial Scimitar, Flash, and Heal Up. Won't be true for the next fight, and they really have to tussle just to kill down previously downed inhibitors. So really, KT are struggling to end the game. It's getting a lot more difficult for them, as no longer is the power of Smeb and Pawn enough. Feels like Deft is really needed to carry these fights, but they don't have a frontliner. It's only Score. And his previous nickname was the Immortal Score, and despite having all this stacked armor, health, magic resist, he's dying pretty damn fast.
Well, it's what happens to us, I just feel like the scaling towards being an attempted super tank in the late game does become difficult, or maybe that was just my experience, but Score does have a massive health bar, and now a potential Elder Dragon with 3 Drakes themselves, but MVP setting themselves up. They've even got a Zrot portal as well. Okay, MVP taking the aggro now.
Max in the back line. He has flash up. Remember, Def does not.
The old flanking Rakan trying to make his way through. There's the quickness.
They got
There's the entrance. Massive flick back from Pawn on the back end, but the equalizer's down. KT still looking for it as Deft. He's once again fallen down, but MVP now very, very low, and they're getting themselves into the pit. It is going to be on grabbing the Elder Drake, but can MVP actually make it out alive as they have the man advantage? Pawn, massive work in the back line as Beyond should die to this threaded volley, but it's actually going to miss. Score trying to look for him. Redemption comes in. Marduk not going to be able to grab it, but has set up the kill with that repel. As that falls down, Pawn grabs this as Smeb has followed the massive creep wave towards this base, and with this many creeps, the Nexus not going to last long, and they're going to have a heroic battle against 4 members of KT, even though they've killed the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, the Super Minion's going to do the rest of the work. This should be game victory for KT. The fight was fought on MVP's terms. They deleted the enemy Kog'Maw with the excellent initiation from Max and also the Gnar ultimate. But if we get a replay of the fight, Atlas, 2 members were actually focused on finishing down the Elder Dragon while the rest of KT could rush down, kill 3, and you wonder if the starting call was right, but the in-fight, team-fight call was wrong, because when you delete the Kog'Maw, it feels like you should have better options, and securing the Elder Dragon, I don't know if that would have been the difference. Very hard to judge. It was a very charged team fight. It goes the way of KT. They have enough healthy members. They finished the game, but this game was a lot closer than you would have imagined after the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Corki and Zaya did so much damage towards the end of that game, even Beyond as well, being able to get the key cocoons in those fights. You just need to have a massive shout out to Pawn. He got a 3-man seismic shove that I feel actually completely swayed that last team fight. Really beautiful stuff from the mid laner from KT, and it wasn't leaning on Def. You see the Kog'Maw and you think, well, we're going to be leaning on Def for this game for the late game damage. He exploded multiple fights very early on, and it was Smeb and Pawn that were able to carry things through.
And it's another game where you compare KT Rolster to one of the bottom teams, and for this game isolated, they didn't look significantly better than MVP. There's been games like that against Everett. There's been games like that against Jinair. KT, they certainly do have some explosive games, but they have others like this where they struggle to close what was a big advantage.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do. It was an interesting draft. Thankfully, now, as we return to Skarner after 3 years,
he's still
Skarner.
Skarner.
Victorious.
Still Skarner, though.
That is definitely true. It was a fun game of Dominion. Of course, last time we saw him, we didn't have the Crystal Spires around Summoner's Rift. So exciting to see that guy. We'll see whether Score is going to bring something else back in our next game, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be KT up against MVP Game 2.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like, as the world cries tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. Yes, KT were able to topple MVP, and no, that is not a mistake. That was in fact the Skarner that was picked by KT, and it won.
And we talked about damage dealt charts. There are 5 people in this game that did more than 35,000 damage. It's why Rakan, Elise, Skarner, and the Lulu all look so sad, because the damage numbers from the others were so high. Nara, unfortunately, so far behind, only could put down 22,000. MVP for this game, I think, will be a struggle. I think it's between the 2 solo laners personally on KT Rolster. It'll go to the side of Smeb, some excellent equalizers. Also, it allows him to continue his charge. I believe now 100 points behind BDD at the top of the table.
100 points behind Kuro.
That's right, Kuro, sorry, at the top of the table.
Getting himself to that 1,100 points mark for a Freak of Freaks. But yeah, Smeb now hot on his heels and separates himself by 200 from BDD.
Battle of the ROX Tigers solo laners, it feels right now, with 3 more weeks of the LCK to go. Pawn had an excellent series as well, the in-combat Weaver's Wall. First time I've seen that used just for a bit of permanent terrain. This was the first blood. So nice stuff there. Smeb was the benefactor. And you know what? You can guarantee anything, is that Smeb can play the Rumble. Excellent Rumble player. The equalizer here was probably the match-winning one. It brought them a massive lead. Great team play. They play this comp quite a lot, if you remember, Atlas, this Talia and Rumble comp. And, well, if you're forced to go places by the natural terrain and then the artificial terrain, the equalizer becomes more straightforward, and if you make things easier for Smeb, you just lose the game.
Yeah, you certainly do, and you give him an inch and he will take more than a mile as ADD gets exhausted in the back of this fight, and Def gets killed, but who cares? Because look at this, the Acathian surprise, wait for that damage, but then there's just so many volleys now coming over from the side of Pawn, and Smeb just goes golden and tears everyone up.
And this was a perfect initiation. They instantly delete Def. Wonderful job by Max. Probably would have won MVP if MVP was able to turn around the game and win it. But it didn't matter in the end. For some reason, Corki and also Elise were killing the Dragon. I think that was a pretty big mistake given the context of the fight they started with picking a Kog'Maw. Well, KT just about get over the line, but you have to come back to the draft and wonder if they took a couple too many liberties. They were able to win, but I don't feel like we really glean any information about what they want to do in Game 2.
Yeah, nor do we really think that Skarner is now an uncovered gem. Unfortunately, yes, he is certainly one of those crystal-based guys, but not necessarily a diamond underneath or anything like that.
Gotta say, though, that at least it rewrites the stats book a bit. We finally had our first Skarner since summer of 2014, so that was cool.
That's true.
But let's watch the game, think about it, and say, wait, wouldn't Gragas have been better at every point for everything in this game? Was available, could have just been a Gragas, but KT turned on the style. That meant that they meandered a bit. The game took longer than they would have wanted. Now we get to Game 2. Are the gloves off, or do we throw in a Heimerdinger? Do we get super crazy? What a
the old Heimerdinger jungle.
KT are the one team where sometimes you watch the series and you think, what do they want to achieve here? And I feel like you're never really sure with KT, because sometimes it's style points, sometimes it's innovation. Really is interesting to track, and Game 2 will be, I'm sure, a delight in its own right.
Well, we're not going to be seeing any Sejuani, Pop Smithy, unfortunately. Rek'Sai is also going to be banned away. Was overlooked entirely, as Skarner obviously higher priority than Rek'Sai. Makes a lot of sense. Zac going to be banned as well. So 3 junglers so far, and the Caitlyn away from Deft, which is completely understandable.
Now, I know you're being flippant, but if the fans are watching at home, they definitely wanted engage and disengage, so literally Gragas would have been the pick there. Rek'Sai would have been fine, but
yeah.
The Kog'Maw is going to be banned on Blue's side, so MVP, Maha, a known Kog'Maw player, seems like they don't want to deal with that particular hyper carry. Doesn't take away the hyper carry pool, which has dominated AD carry picks. Feels like Ashe and Varus have gotten a lot less purchase recently, and Caitlyn and Kalista has become, I mean, honestly, these three together are kind of the staple red side bans.
Yeah, pretty standard, but it does sort of price KT into a pretty easy Elise pickup and score one of the best Elise players in the world. We'll happily grab that one. Of course, it's interesting saying that because everyone can play Elise, but that's still fine. MVP now with a couple of picks of their own. We'll see whether it is going to be something like the Rakan and the Xayah once again.
I mean, the biggest story here is that I feel like Beyond especially, the gulf between Elise, Rek'Sai, and his next champion is quite large. He can play Gragas, he can play other junglers, but those are his picks. Rek'Sai's kind of always been his pick, and Elise was his best performing champion historically. So denying both those is kind of the biggest story for KT with the Rek'Sai ban and the Elise first pick. So a lot of power available to MVP to be selected, and it's not like the Corki and Xayah really let them down in Game 1.
No.
So probably not a reason to look past them in Game 2.
Also fantastic if you plan on not being on the winning side of the map, because these two both fight very well if you're jumping on top of them.
I'm really interested
Especially
to see,
Xayah.
do we see something like Thresh LeBlanc in this round? LeBlanc into Corki is no auto win, but at least Thresh LeBlanc is about the most pressure you can put on Corki, and it does fight for the mid-game power spike pretty extensively. Or do you just take a team fight comp and go Orianna in this spot, or Cassiopeia if you're so inclined? There's a lot of different ways you can approach a Corki.
Yeah, what do
Could
you
just be, honestly, the Talia into it, right? And just go pretty standard.
I think Talia makes a lot of sense as well. And Pon certainly had his eye in with the shoves.
LeBlanc was banned in the first series, you'll remember, and it's a champion that I think will increase in priority in Korea, not necessarily into the Corki, so we may not see it in this game. But you look over to, say, for example, NALCS, huge priority on LeBlanc during Rift Rivals and post-Rift Rivals. We've seen it a bit in Korea. It's been succeeding a lot more recently as MVP. They hover an old favorite, Atlas. This is one a big pick for Beyond. He could actually play it, to be clear.
Oh my goodness, imagine how excited Cloud Templar would be.
It was fun watching him the last time he was playing the Amumu, but it seems like his once-a-season Amumu has become once-a-year Amumu, so no Amumu.
All right, well, Rakan's going to be picked up, and Max, like you said, had an almost MVP-worthy, well, it's of course MVP-worthy because he plays for the team, but
I know, it's awkward.
Yeah, I get very frustrated, but certainly did play well in game number 1. If they had have won, I would have assumed that he would have got an extra 100 points on that screen after we looked at the damage graph.
Well, Kog'Maw banned by KT in the first round. Twitch banned here. Maybe try to deny some of these hyper carries. We've already had, if you consider it, 4 AD carry bans and a Xayah takeaway. So the next round is getting lower and lower when it comes to power. They might just double ban AD here as well.
And the thing is, I think it's sort of silly because Deft's champion pool is at least 8 champions wide, at least.
It does feel like nowadays some of the AD carry pool is pretty outclassed. Feels like a lot of people are staying away from certain champions, that the hyper carries, with how the game is being played post-Rift Rivals, are heavily prioritized. Like you say, Deft will find a pick, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jinx, for example, is a hyper carry that's available that everyone in the world will be hyped to see him jump back on. May even see it in our second series, as Sungyun was the last to play Jinx recently. We'll be playing in Series 2. Has
looked good on it as well, as the Lee Sin's going to be banned away from Beyond, as well as the Gragas. So now with Rek'Sai, Zac, Lee Sin, Gragas, and Elise all off the table.
Amumu still available.
Yeah, this is and Skarner, of course.
That's true.
Sejuani's also banned. There is a lot of junglers not available right now. Nidalee, another one. That's where Score went last time the jungle pool was pinched. Skarner game doesn't count as being pinched.
It will be taken, but then you wonder what the last pick will. Will it just be a Jace and going all in on making things happen? As I saw you get tilted there, Atlas.
No, please no, please no.
Is that your trigger word now?
Yes.
Jhin. I think Tristana is the most likely take, even if it's not necessarily a legacy def champion.
Well, might be just grabbing J4 for Smeb towards the top side of the map. Has certainly had some great performances recently on the champion, as Ashe is another one. I mean, if you want to pick composition, this is certainly the way to do it.
They could have kind of gone any direction, right? They had pick tools, but you're never really hemmed into a pick comp when you draft Elise, Thresh, and Talia. You're just kind of stoked that you got those champions and you can make your draft around this. Now it is a very strong initiation draft onto what is a poke comp from MVP. There's not really a champ to round this out apart from Jace, and then you're ultra all in on the early game So they're going to go for a pressure draft with Camille. This is basically get a really big lead early game, kind of like the series we saw yesterday, or perish. They have no front line. Camille is not a frontliner. She will be jumping into the front line with damage, trying to delete people, but not a lot of beef behind her. This is a very squishy comp coming through from the side of MVP. Feast of Famine and then some, and it's against KT Rolster, by far the best early game team in the world.
Absolutely terrifying. And MVP are by far one of the worst early game teams in the world, Papa Smithy. This is exactly what you don't want. And maybe they looked at their last comp, we're like, we only had 2 damage threats. Quickly, we need 2 more.
But how good do you feel if you find a way to win this game against KT? MVP throwing logic on its head. This is the team that has chosen so many off-meta comps. This is the team that had top lane Rengar that was an accident. It was supposed to be a support Rengar. Anything is possible, Atlas.
Yep, that's the kind of accident that you want when it's supposed to be a support Rengar. But at least Ian is back on the Corki. He did look good, especially in the late game. And Maha does have his eye in when it comes to the Xayah, but they weren't able to topple them in game number 1 with a more rounded composition. Now, going a bit balls to the wall with this comp. And you're right. The early game doesn't go right, it will be a problem. But KT's early game composition looks damn good too. It's a worry for MVP. We'll see whether they can do it as we hop onto the Rift.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
All right, still some pretty loud MVP fans in the audience.
I'm trying to work out which Pokemon is on that sign in the crowd in front of us. In the middle row, you'll see.
Uh-huh.
That's a really weird sign. Maybe we'll get it on screen at some point.
I hope so, because I can't see it at all. And there's no one that's listening right now that can actually help us.
Yes, we're not being useful. That's not the right sign, but the MVP fans... That's a really cool cheerful, actually.
Yeah, that's really cool.
All the players there.
Oh, there's an adorable Deft llama. We need to show that. That I know what it is.
The fans are packed. There's a lot of things being celebrated today. It's Shai's birthday. He'll be playing in the second series.
Were you talking about the Amumu?
No. I know what a Mumu looks like, Atlas.
I was going to say, like, are you insane?
We'll get there. We'll get there. There's plenty of crowd shots coming because there's a lot of cheerfuls going on in the crowd.
Oh, we're in the game. Oh, look at this. Just been scanning the crowd for the last minute.
I was watching the game, and there was a deep ward put down from MVP, and not a lot else happened.
They did group up a little bit at the beginning, Papa Smithy, if I remember correctly. But apart from that, nothing happened.
Not really sure what that voice is.
Come on, man.
Is that what you think play-by-plays sound like?
That's what they're supposed to
the
sound
most
like.
earnest man possible.
Yeah. It's gotta be. Oh, the value volley coming in from Deft, as they're just being frustrating. Blue buff will go down, and Beyond gonna lock that one in there. MVP take the long way around, just to keep themselves as safe as possible, and Score gets a free ride, taking down his Raptor camp with most likely the help from Pond, but we didn't see any threat volleys getting thrown over the side, but it would make some sense.
When it comes to lane pressure, Talia early against Corki, just happy as can be. As Max has taken a lot of free damage from all the leashing at level 1 and the trades.
Yeah, it was a good flay into Empowered Auto there from Mata as well. There's a grand entrance. Nice knock-up as Maha wants to try and find this one. Not level 2 just yet, so no Blade Caller available.
Thought he could get an instant damage trade while Courage the Colossus was on cooldown from the Thresh, but ended up not trading in supreme fashion by any means. But gotta say, the early lanes for KT and all 3 lanes are pretty comfortable. So you do worry that while they may have drafted a lot of early game, it doesn't necessarily shape up levels 1 to 5 that strong against the side of KT.
Yeah, good stun comes down, but Aegis is up for Smeb, and he keeps himself healthy. EEW still struggling to find a lot of pressure in this lane.
This actual spot for the minion wave's much better for Smeb than you might imagine, because when you're the Jarvan in this lane, you have ranged pushing options and poke also with the Q. While you take minion aggro, he can just dart into the lane brush and come out and drop the aggro. So he can poke, push, and control the Camille. Better than expected for a melee champion that close to enemy turret. That's why he has pretty significant health lead over ADD.
ADD, no potion available anymore either. 5 CS is the lead, and he's only used 1 charge on that corrupting potion. Now ticking down to 2.
And they're thinking about a turret dive. Good defensive ward put down, you'll notice.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he was spotted, but he's definitely spotted now.
Oh. Repel will be available.
Trying to buy time and get beyond top lane. Notice score is level 4 to the level 3 of Beyond, though. It could be the turn.
Yeah, they're looking for the stun. They find the cocoon onto ADD, though, and Score has to flash himself out of the way. Good repel as Smeb gets himself over to the side, but Beyond should be able to find this one. Oh my god, the heal comes in, but First Blood still goes over to MVP, but Pawn's got the double buffs, and ADD is, able to get out with a hook shot. Nicely done. Actually skirts through the little Krugs as well with that one.
Ian not able to react, was trying to push a wave back out. Crucial factor, though, is the double buffs you mentioned is bot lane.
Yeah, Flash Flay coming out from Mata. Not a lot of mana left over as Deft can't quite get the auto attacks on Maha underneath the turret. As there's just aggression everywhere, Papa Smithy.
Can't complain about that, but I'm sure the complaints will come in from Ian, who won't even be able to take advantage of his bigger auto attacks to try to control the wave against Talia when she has no worries at all. Still has a potion, in fact 2 potions, and the double buffs. Now, use both summoners in the engage. There is a repeat gank option for Beyond, but when you're Nidalee Corki, your ganking mid lane synergy is not great. Bot lane.
Yep, that's going to be the flash. The Ignite's already down as well as Mata's going to fall, but Maha's in trouble. Score gets himself over to Beyond, who's trying to dash his way out, but Max just keeping everyone alive. Spear is going to land there, but no aggression onto Deft, but he just cannot get the kills. As Ian has to get himself the heck out of here. Good pressure from KT, continues on the bottom side. And Deft is hungry for this kill.
I mean, this whole game feels like a YouTube highlight of the action, but it's actually just been 5 minutes of action.
Yeah.
Happening across the map. Score repelled in, used the Q in spider form, then Cocoon hit the minion, didn't have flash to be able to get it, so wasn't going to be kill pressure there. I think it's just never stopping.
Yeah, nice avoidance there from ADD, gets himself out of the way. The flag and drag by Smeb, but he's got a couple of long swords as opposed to the rejuve bead that ADD's adding to his arsenal. It's not necessarily what you want.
You cringe a bit when you see a rejuve bead. You also cringe when you notice that Deft's doubled and then some the CS of Maha in the bot lane. So while we saw some of the early trades, while the action was happening top, it was actually Maha being zoned from a lot of the minions.
Now Pawn is looking for more. The double terrain composition from KT, demonstrating that you don't even need a Weaver's Wall, and Talia is a fantastic gank option. Just in the Thunderdome, and will be taken down.
We wondered what the learnings would be from Rift Rivals, and certainly Kog'Maw priorities jumped up, but we're also seeing a big return for this man. Prince Jarvan IV is seeing a lot more play. Myron and Smeb always seem to contrive to have the same champion pool, share it at a time, and
yeah,
where Renekton was dominating the top lane, ever since Nara's come in, now Jarvan seems to be the go-to pick. It makes sense given the meta of largely immobile hyper carries, which Xayah joins the ranks of, but can't really argue that the win rate for the Jarvan's a lot higher than it's been since maybe the first week of summer season.
Yeah, exactly, and he was popular. He just wasn't necessarily this successful. And we know that over in China in the LPL, I mean, they play Jarvan all the time. Love this guy, but anyone with an engage option is pretty popular.
Well, we learn from the best, I guess, Atlas.
That's
We've taken our learnings from the superior Asian League of Legends region.
We bow to our LPL overlords. But thankfully for KT, they have 2 ex-LPL players, which is why they're winning this game. Papa Smithy, so obviously they are much better. That's how that works, isn't it? That's how logic... It's pretty sound stuff.
I mean, logic in League of Legends always needs a couple of jumps, otherwise you get very depressed as a Western fan.
Oh, that was cruel.
I mean, if you look at the Twitch chat, it's just EU versus NA in basically every chat.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Riot knows their audience. They know what they want.
The fact that LPL beat LCK, does that mean NA or EU won based on Twitch chat? I don't know. I don't know either. ADD. Taking a bit of damage here. Score looking for the dive. Pawn's making his way up as well. The Camille will be struggling. Really good use of the ultimate, but still going to die as Pawn just flicks him back in to his threaded volley. Doesn't tank the turret until he's dead, at least. Does take a few extra shots, and we'll have to go back home. But look at this, Ian, just nothing he can do.
And that was all during the duration of one flash, Atlas. He still doesn't have flash up and now has been repeat ganked twice. Top lane is starting to have a similar CS problem. That bot lane is happening. And remember the identity we talked about in Champ Select. was the early game focus from the side of MVP. Well, the early game has gone down the toilet, and I don't really know if they can have any more focuses.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, can I have the good news first instead of the bad news? Because I just really want that. And the good news is,
dinner's
well,
coming
you're
earlier.
Participating in the LCK MVP. Like, this is great.
You can make your 8 o'clock dinner reservation.
Nah, they're going to want to stay for the second series. It's super hype.
Please stay for the second series, OGN Legion. We need everyone we can get.
All right, Pawn's going to be able to get himself a blue buff and move back and continue dominating. Doesn't necessarily have the creep advantage, as Ian's been able to sit in the lane, but does have 2, 0, and 1 as his scoreline, so will certainly be ahead. Gold lead is nothing to really talk about. It's just the fact that MVP priced themselves into needing pressure and then not really providing any.
Scores. Put down a ward, so he's spotted to a degree. Smeb is 2 levels above ADD. That's a problem.
Oh, and Pawn just leaves the lane once again.
They're just the biggest jerks.
Oh, takes the cocoon with him. That's how you do it.
It's a present for later.
Yeah, exactly. Save that. That could be worth something. This is the immortal score. Okay, Tower taking a lot of damage towards the top side of the map. Score throwing in some ranged autos, at least pretty handy when it comes to that. One doing a lot of damage now to Beyond. Oh, what the hell was that? Okay, if that flick had have actually gone off, then Beyond was just flat out dead. Gets himself over to the Raptor camp and at least is able to use his smite to be able to get some health back, but okay. Nidalee has farmed well, does have the runic echoes, but is still very squishy.
Yeah, not the best lane in the mid lane to gank, and that's allowed Pawn to basically just leave lane whenever he wants. He's not really under any threat from Corki Nidalee as a ganking duo, so other Corki gank opportunities, you know, if you have CC, then he brings a lot of damage, but when it's double damage duos, then it means the Taliyah basically gets a free lane, so compared to most Corki versus Taliyah matchups, Taliyah's definitely having a happier time this time.
Yep. ADD didn't want to go into that lane so much that he just went back to base again.
I'm back to cringing, Atlas, because I noticed the item discrepancy in bot lane. It's a Ninja Tabi against...
No, it's like 2 weapons and a shield versus 2 weapons and a shield. That's item parity right there, Pup Smithy.
He does have more items than Deft in terms of quantity, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It is 5 versus 4.
He's got the cooler Nikes. If he was in primary school, definitely Maha is cooler.
Oh, it's just painful.
Yeah.
He's not Jin, so going for boots first is a very sad time.
Yeah, this is certainly welfare Zaya happening on the bottom side of the map. Goodness me. Merrill Nomcon completed for Pawn, and we've got Ian going towards that Trinity Force slowly but surely. Should be there by about 14 minutes, you'd assume.
Bit of an irony also that he's going Infinity Edge Rush against the only guy in the LCK that goes Infinity Edge Rush on every champion.
This is definitely a mana choice. And did Beyond just pounce into the wall?
Maha is famous, if you guys don't watch a lot of MVP games, which for that I can't blame you, he is famous for going Varus Infinity Edge Rush, so he will go Infinity Edge whenever it makes sense, and sometimes when it doesn't.
Right now, it certainly doesn't, because there's no way that he could possibly build it. Although he might just keep the long swords. Just like goes back to base as a cheeky BF sword, and you think you should assume that that's an Essence Reaver, but who knows, Papa Smithy?
I try never to assume Maha's item builds.
The hilarious thing is that Infinity Edge was his last item in the first game. So he's like, well, I either build it first or at the very end. He only ever bookends with an Infinity Edge. Confusing.
Dear. Well, KT have the run of the top side, given that Camille is still a level behind, and they would love to kill her again.
Oh god, Weaver's Wall's going to come in. Cocoon's going to miss, but who cares? Ultimatum comes down as well. This turret is very, very low as they're just trying to hold on to the turret aggro onto Smeb. Score picks that one up. Pawn somehow always is the first one to get the aggro. So now Beyond can't go through the threaded volley, and despite hitting a pretty damaging spear onto Score, they're able to grab the kill and grab the turret and not lose anything.
But this is the problem. You see the reaction from mid is to roam top, and while ADD did about the best he could, also dropped aggro and dodged a skill shot with the ultimatum, bot lane was getting denied at the same time. So they're losing the top lane skirmish because the faster roam will always be the team with the Taliyah, and they've lost the control of the top side after the double death happening to ADD in the early game, at the same time losing bot lane. It's just a cascading effect that is great. It's one of those rolling balls that have gained so much mass that there's just problems everywhere for the side of MVP. And that's why the Goldie will just continue to balloon unless Beyond is going to pull off some solo kills as the jungle Nidalee.
Yeah, you can see Maha's actually got some money now, Papa Smithy. I mean, I was searching for good things to say whilst you were letting us know the state of this game. And while it does sound very depressing, at least Maha does have a chunk of change in his back pocket. He's only 400 gold behind. So, I mean, it's only CS that is the difference, and he's got himself the assist there at the same time. But really, MVP have just been moving slowly, much like MVP does do. And I feel like they need to start building compositions around what they're good at, as opposed to exactly what they're bad at.
And the start, I think, was fine, but when it very quickly became full in on Poke, the Nidalee draft, I think, for Beyond, you have to say that banning away junglers seemed to be super effective because it pigeonholed them into this comp that really lacks identity, that against a better team, it's one of those things where against a better team with this comp, how often do you really win? Like maybe 1 out of 20 games, 2 out of 20 games? Like,
yeah.
It is a very, very unlikely to beat KT Rolster going full early game against KT, who drafted. It's not like they drafted late game, like they had drafted a early to mid game identity themselves. But MVP really only have one window with no front line, and now Jarvan can just ult whoever he wants and they just die.
Well, he's going to see whether he can get some sort of dive. Thankfully, there is a bit of wave clear here in the mid lane. KT are going to be forced to head back and grab themselves possibly a Cloud Drake, eat some honey fruit, just have a great time at the moment in the river. Not necessarily objectives that they're able to gather for themselves, and ADD is able to try and catch back up. Currently 36 CS behind.
He's also behind a Black Cleaver.
Ah. Whoa. I thought it was a potion, Papa Smith. That's not so good. That's one of the most disgusting item leads I've seen in a lane.
Especially when they build the same items, roughly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is extra embarrassing because
he doesn't even have a budget Black Cleaver, which is the phage.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's just got a weird rock and a toy sword. It's not great.
You have to laugh, otherwise you cry.
Yeah, exactly. We laugh to keep from crying. It's
double
two
dodge.
People almost able to be hit by that arrow. Almost hits the theoretical Camille on the top side of the map as well, but she was gone. And that tower is going to leave the face of Summoner's Rift for this particular game. And KT now have broken all 3 of the outers. Now able to move that vision line up. Of course, Mata, phenomenal at doing that. Dude buys a heck of a lot of wards.
I feel like there's a story I have to share with the OG Unleashed. So, this game is super over, but the biggest story I want to share is that right now they're filming for Weekly LCK. If you guys don't know, the Weekly LCK used to be the translated Dangun show between ad breaks. Now it's actually a full live show on Saturday night. Sadly not translated into English, so we don't get the hilarious updates anymore. They're filming a crane game thing, which is where it's the scenario where you have those games that you go to where you have a chance to win something from the claw dropping down and capturing something
up. Yep.
The only persons, they're filming it with KT Rolster and MVP players, the only player I saw win was Mata, who predictably plays the hook champions and then lands the hooks. So I'm impressed with him. He got his eyes in real life this time for his League of Legends escapades.
Stunning, and now managed to pick up the Thresh. When they banned it away in game number 1, Papa Smithy, I was pretty sad because we couldn't get that story then, but now extraordinarily appropriate. And KT going to grab another free objective, surprisingly, in this Rift Herald, and Score is going to march it wherever the heck he wants, honestly.
As the observer zooms in, you'll remember that KT Rolster forgot to pick up Rift Herald last time they played. So they've learned. They are better at picking up Rift Herald now, so TwitchCat can rejoice.
Yep, that's
why. Will not make the same mistake twice.
That's why this is so one-sided. KT learnt how to pick up Rift Herald.
I mean, if that's the thing that you learn from the VOD is to remember to pick up Rift Herald, then at least the VOD review's short.
That's true. That's true. They're going to be able to grab the Dragon as well. That is going to be Cloud Drake picked up. And the next is going to be the Infernal. Fantastic stuff. KT be able to move themselves forward, get some more damage on the board, unless MVP can find some sort of miraculous way back into this game. ADD's got a Sheen, so heading towards the Trinity Force item number 2, of course, makes sense for Camille. But Smeb still with a pretty gross lead, building towards Gargoyle's Stoneplate. It's been pretty easy to detect Jarvan builds. recently, just because it's just pretty easily the Titanic Hydra into Black Cleaver, into the Gargoyle Stoneplate, not necessarily in that order, as now Beyond is getting surrounded, and ADD is dead. That had to be a slam dunk. That felt like, you know, the real, you were talking about arcade games, right? It's like one of those really bad basketball arcade games that it's for like the children. So that sort of slam dunk was like the adult just reaching over and putting the ball in.
I feel like all you can do about this game as it goes is make declarative statements. Like this is, we're now making a record of fact. These are the things that happen.
Boom.
Corky died.
Corky definitely died. But how are you supposed to commentate that? Say all of the abilities that happened just then, before he died.
R, Q, E, Q, R, R.
Nice.
So I try in binary. 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1.
Who changes their binds to those? That's really hard to change, add multiple abilities to different numbers, that's true. Okay, Deft's going to continue farming up towards the top side. He's got a static shiv, but probably got a lot of money. Could actually finish something like an Infinity Edge if he wants to. You got a Burning Face onto Pawn, which is really, really fun. Able to take down the really tanky members of MVP. Hang on a second. None of them have very much health at all. But honestly, it feels like he doesn't have to worry about which items he builds. Infinity Edge now finished for Deft, like we were just talking about.
Your mind starts to wonder. I start to wonder things like, could KT win a team fight if they didn't ult? No ultimates.
Yeah,
probably.
How do you make this game competitive, Foxsmithy? How do you think? No summoner spells allowed?
I mean, you remake the lobby.
No, from that. Oh, they have to go back and sell their most expensive item.
That's fair. That would put them way behind, actually.
Yeah.
They would lose.
Yeah, I think they would. Okay, maybe their least expensive item that isn't a consumable or boots?
I like that you had to add the extra statements there.
It's like, yes, I sold my control ward, and we're still winning. Marta would be pretty angry at you if you did that, though.
It's a very sad game.
It is a very sad game.
Amusing, but very sad.
8,000 gold the lead at 20 minutes. As MVP struggling to find anything that's positive to do this game. Smeb actually doesn't use any of his buttons apart from Tiamat and wins a trade against ADD. Ma does get out of the way of the what? Okay. That was a pop. An Elise.
Yep.
That's just...
I mean, the Elise does have a 2-level lead and flat penetration, so...
Yeah. Still, I wasn't ready for that. I'm never ready for Elises to do damage.
Well,
MVP are probably looking at score and saying, Beyond, why didn't you do that much damage last game?
Smebs decided to choose the I want a turret dive now build path and not go for Titanic Hydra, just rush the...
yeah, I like it.
Rush the item that lets him ignore turrets for a while in the stone plate.
I thought you were going to say Ohm Wrecker.
Nope.
That would have been cool. Maybe that's a way that they lose. They all have to now rush Ohm Wrecker.
If they went from this point and had to go Ultimate Bravery, I think they still win.
Oh, I missed that. We should play that later. I haven't played Ultimate Bravery in yonks. If you guys don't know, look it up. Ultimate Bravery is a heck of a lot of fun. Especially if you do it in normal games. As the arrow sails by majestically, Ian has to flash out of the way of the Flag and Dragon. KT will be able to take down this inner turret towards the top side of the map. The whole outer ring done and inner ring done. Inhibitor turrets now available, and ADD was able to take down the outer on the bottom side and continues pushing forward. Beyond not going to be hit by the hook as he bounces out of the way. Def stays top.
Item builds here will also influence the game. Double Leandri's completed, so Baron now becomes a very straightforward objective for KT to turn onto. They've had a control ward on it. No one from MVP is able to really get close and put down vision, otherwise they could die.
Def backing, but Max walks up, so at least that's going to be stopped. And yeah, I have a feeling that Baron is going to be looked at pretty soon. But thankfully, MVP do have some extra vision that they've been able to move up. Marta often able to make sure that they have enough pressure here, but it was Max just getting in after Marta had gone back to base to get a few more of those wards back in the inventory. QSS done for Deft here as well. Doesn't have very much extra damage to augment the build, but I mean, he's still way ahead of Maha.
And the problem comes that they have a lot of control wards in the inventory, 6 at the moment. You place them down, and then a squishy person walks up and gets exploded. There's like both flat and percentage penetration now from Pawn. Everyone on MVP's side is squishy.
Yeah.
Max is doing his best to get a Righteous Glory, but still going to be squishy in the grand scheme of things. and they just get picked and die. There's so few options for MVP. They can't really run the map. They don't have the damage items to be competitive in a 5v5. And honestly, initiation is Hextech Ultimatum or just a suicide charge from Max. So not a lot of good options for MVP.
The put your face in it is sort of the only option. And Def decided that he's happily going to put his face into a spear from max range from beyond and still wasn't worried about any pressure. When you've got Pawn with a 3-item power spike against a Corki that hasn't even got his 2-item power spike of an extra Zeal item, so you know things are very, very wrong. Arrow, once again, not going to find the mark. Good reactions there from MVP, but good vision initially.
Yeah, KT starting to play with their food. Don't need to be taking this particular line. They could start the Baron and peel off. And the teleport play starting, though.
That is a all right.
You know you take a lot of damage when you die in the CC duration of just a cocoon.
That was half the CC duration of a cocoon. I'm not even sure that that hook even landed.
I don't think so. I think it was dead.
Yeah. Oh, what would have been really cool is if the hook had have then hit the guy behind him. Didn't happen. Baron is going to be the next option.
Look at the control ward line they have. They have a control ward line at 24 minutes of every brush on the way to the first camp in their own jungle.
And there's nowhere that they could even use a blast cone to get over. Oh my god. Free Infernal Drake, though, for MVP. The advantages that they're going to gain of multiplicative scaling of their damage stats is going to be incredible. Oh, really good blast cone there as Smeb wants to get himself in. Cataclysm lands. There's the hook from Mata as he throws out the Dark Passage to no one in particular. It's going to be the Corki falling down. And Pawn grabs that kill against his opposite number in the mid lane.
Weird to talk about a disgusting ward line, but that's what we had at 24 minutes when the Baron was started. MVP unfortunately finds out that 8% more of nothing is still nothing, so the Infernal Drake not going to be relevant in this particular game. Def pimps out his shoes. He's got ninja targets now.
Oh, nice. There he is. He's not going to get picked on in the schoolyard anymore. He's got the same Nikes as Maha. All good. All good. Okay, needlessly large rod there completed by Smeb. Titanic Hydra now done. So Smeb has that trifecta he does like to have. All right, there's the shove back. ADD gets a little bit of Primal Surge help. As that's not going to kill, because that's Leandro's Torment. ADD is going to be able to wander himself home. But the message has been received, and that is that Pawn does way too much damage.
Okay, I was going to ask for a translation of the message. Thank you for providing that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's my high-level analysis.
It's just weird. KT
just following ADD back to base.
KT just won't pick comps like this sometimes. They'll just try out the Cog one. I think when it comes to options for a best of 5, like I mentioned in Game 1, that part is valid. But they're the best team in the world at doing what we see in this game. They're so good at snowballing advantages early, and sure, they can mismanage them from occasion. But more often than not, you have games like this where they look worlds apart from their enemy, as Smeb might die anyway.
He might. Flags and drags his way out, as there's the Cataclysm trying to do some work. Oh my god! Almost survived, actually, is Deft with the Baron buff. Able to get some work done under this turret. Mild work. I say work, but I don't know. That's sort of like an internship. He wasn't paid much for that.
Unpaid internship.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it feels so bad, man.
Can't always teleport back in. He spawns in 30 seconds.
Arrow is going to land onto Max, unfortunately. Grant exits the fight, and that is going to mean the last of that inhibitor turret. No inhibitor going to go down, as it is a little bit of 4v5, but ADD still going to be pushing on the bottom side of the map. Powered Recall's coming in for KT as Def just moves himself over just to keep adding pressure on the top side. Sparta and Pawn are a long way away.
Teleport's coming up in 10 seconds now, Atlas. That's why they're willing to stand up. They still have Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, it's going to come in. Maha actually caught himself behind, but does do a lot of damage. That's the inhibitor going down. KT will just back away.
So because they had the teleport coming up soon, they still had the Weaver's Wall to separate. Happy enough to stand up. They take the first inhibitor of the game back. Finish up their item builds, and KT can do whatever they want. No way to force fake hype into this game. There isn't any hype. Nope.
No. Well, I mean,
no.
You just got to get hyped about other things, Papa Smithy.
What should I get hyped about, Atlas?
Get hyped about the possibility of Def turning that Zeal into something other than a rapid fire cannon.
What would you consider?
Whoa, it might be a Phantom Dancer. Imagine it.
Whoa, I'm hyped.
Whoa, so hyped.
You can tell from my voice how hyped I am.
You are so hyped, Papa Smithy. I can't believe it, because that's honestly pretty mundane.
I haven't had mundane on the broadcast in a while. That got me hyped. Good job.
Yeah, nailed it. There we are. We can talk about other words. Sesquipedalian. That's one of my favorites.
It's a word, I guess.
What's your favorite word? No, it is a word. It's a word that means the love of long words. It's fantastic.
I have to think about what my favorite word is. I forget now. There's some words that just sound amazing that I'm a big fan of, but...
Like inevitable?
It's a good word.
Oh, feels good. Spanakopita?
Excuse me.
Spanakopita.
You keep that to yourself.
It's a pastry. All right, there's Cataclysm. Maha does throw out the ultimate, gets himself out of the way with the flash, but that's no buttons left to keep himself safe. Good Cocoon. Lands onto Max Arrow there as well, and that's the pick that they needed to continue this pressure. Inhibitor falls, second one of the game for KT, and they're not done yet. Minion wave moving towards this mid lane inhibitor turret. Deft is still just clearing minions. In goes ADD. The ultimatum goes down as Smeb, just trying to keep himself alive. Stoneplate does exactly that, as now Deft has the consistent damage. Flash right in there. He's going to die immediately, though. That was a little bit overly excited. As in goes Pawn. Shoves them all back. So much damage. He's still alive. As ADD jumps forward. The Flash. Unfortunate use.
Pawn.
Oh, my God.
Sometimes Pawn is a god, Atlas.
Exactly. The threaded volley went in the wrong direction. Other than that was stunning. Oh, my God. Now KT should be able to just finish this one off. Max, of course, it's so early in this game that he's respawned again. Picks up Pawn, who almost got MVP until he just fed his life away underneath the turret here. Max is just being ignored by KT. Another day in the office for these guys as it's looking like the 2-0 over MVP. I want to apologize for the fact that we weren't really talking about much throughout the entire game, but that was because of the KT dominance that they were able to put out. That's an open Nexus that they're not
But the
hitting.
respawns are coming, Atlas. Too early in the game.
Oh, no.
No need for apologies. We're talking about the real
premature
thing.
Nexus explosion conversation, Papa Smithy. I'm so sorry.
Talk to your doctor about that.
Oh.
We talked about all the important things this game. They were all in the first 8 minutes.
Apparently mine
Atlas.
is so severe that I just can't do anything about it.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We tried applying ointment to the burnt area.
No. I'm not about that. Not an ointment guy. The word's too weird. Could I say lotion instead?
No.
Okay.
Only ointments.
Okay.
On this stream.
For some reason, it sounds like it's like an alchemy term.
It does.
Ointment. You know, I feel like I'm back in the 1300s or something. Oh, put some ointment on that. Oh, God. Okay. ADD continuing to try and keep this game alive. Ian doing the same. Has the package. And that is an Infernal Drake for basically no reason from KT. As remember, they still do have Maha with a fair bit of damage. He's now got 3 items.
What's the point of this state?
I don't know. Stop it.
We have the OGN Legion, the most informed of regions. We may have lost Rift Rivals. We still have the best fans. They know there's no chance that MVP comes back in this game, Atlas. You can't convince them.
But what if they did? This is like the what if he makes the first jump? No one makes the first jump. No one survives that either, as Maha just explodes. Ultimatum comes in, but that's not the ultimatum you want. This is the partner giving out the ultimatum when the partner definitely wants to break up, okay? Like, this is exactly what KT wanted. That ultimatum, not so great, as now Smeb is playing with his food. The Nexus should fall down now, as hopefully my condition doesn't come back once again. Deft is here. He's got auto attacks, and there's a fountain still down. Okay, Deft, be careful. KT will be able to do it now, though. 32 minutes into the game, and MVP are flattened by KT. The Warpath certainly on once again, and no 3-game series this time.
Not this time, but a domination from KT Rolster, blowing away MVP in the early game. Another draft with these Nidalees that really makes very little sense. Went for the Camille last pick when they had no front line. Could have just gone for Jason, rolled all in on Poke, but went for the Camille split push. Camille ganked 3 times, was never going to do anything in the game. And KT, after being run a bit in the first game, where MVP made it competitive, kind of in spite of what the game could have been, blow away their opposition this time and jump up the ladder as well, as they're able to now run Samsung very close. They are now also 10-3, but Samsung Galaxy will play tomorrow and have the chance to move to 11-2.
Yep, Longzhu also up there at the same time, so KT still a little bit rough when it comes to the top of those standings, but getting a win over the bottom place team is something that's absolutely necessary, and the 2-0 is starting to become way more necessary as well, because we've seen the teams can drop games to these bottom 3 teams. BBQ was able to take one off a FLICKR yesterday, and now KT, dominant victory, So keeping themselves up towards that top spot.
And I think we have to start redefining who the bottom teams are, because we had that catchment of 4.
Yeah.
And then we had a catchment of 3 when ROX has started to win. And ROX come into their next series 4-1. So you don't want to group them with the likes of MVP. BBQ, with the changes in the meta, have looked a lot better. Will pick up games and match wins. So it does feel like only MVP and also Ever8 represent these teams that you can pencil the victories in. Don't really feel like they have a way back into it. MVP picked up a single game win since Rift Rivals, and no match wins. Second draft didn't do them any favors, and KT going to be happy to dispatch them pretty quickly. There's still going to be about a 40-minute break or a 45-minute break when we get to it, so pretty quick timing from KT all in all as they continue to go forward. They have their match against Samsung coming up next week on Tuesday.
Yeah. But going back to the series, I mean, we saw Skarner, that was exciting. Second game, utter domination. The man on your screen playing extraordinarily well, Smeb. Picking up the J4 once again. The Rumble looked stunning. And look at that. Pawn was ridiculous this game.
His Talia is fast moving to ridiculous tier, Atlas, becoming almost a must ban. And when you're on the red side and you have to ban Caitlyn, Zac, Kalista, it feels, on patch 7.13, which we all have for at least this week, you start having to give up Talia's, Elise. Other picks start to becoming raining down for KT, and they've already shown that if they get Rumble and Talia, you almost give them the victory because of how strong that can be in the early game. He may have been robbed in game 1, but he will not be denied in game 2 as Pawn will win MVP.
9-2-5 as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's nobody else that even really came close as Def doing his flash forward to try and kill everyone, and then Pawn cleaning up that fight for him. Smeb would have liked it just so that he could equal his ex-teammate in Kuro, but
and the nice thing about Pawn this season, after his struggles in especially regular season of spring season, is that he got the double buffs and then everyone knew about it. He kept snowballing his lead, he got ahead of his lane, he roamed super well. This is when he had Weaver's Wall available, but he just walked top, and remember, they kept killing ADD. Before his flash came up, they kept returning there. This was where ADD did literally everything he could to live.
Yeah.
But was inevitably going to die, and then by the end of the game, he was on point. Mata also got his Thresh, and KT had these trademark picks, and then sometimes they throw all caution to the wind. They'll draft Skarner, they'll go for the crazy. But when they go back to the staples, this is the result.
Mata with that flash over the wall into instant hook onto exactly the target that he wanted. That's already inside the Cataclysm.
He was playing the in real life claw game.
Oh, so good. Another seismic shot from Pawn in exactly the right spot. And that was when ADD walked that entire way back, which was basically enough time to, you know, have been a death timer. As Ian, he's going to explode.
Yeah, by this point, KT could tank turrets, they could do whatever they want. This was the battle Pawn who decided to come in and fight.
Oh, man.
Threaded volley doing a lot of damage. The E as well, flashing away there, and even though he didn't hit the fade-away threaded volley, the auto attacks, and the rest were enough, and well-deserved MVP from Pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're exactly right. He was also robbed in game number 1, which was fantastic, as we are going to have our MVP interview, so let's throw it over to Joel for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations, and KT, 2-0 victory for these guys. And we are here with today's MVPs. I'm glad I called the second one correct because he got it on this one. He got it on this game 2, but we have Smeb and Pawn for the interview. Smeb, we've seen you a lot more often these days. Seems like you styled your hair pretty properly today.
The real
actually,
question.
I didn't do anything to my hair today. Pawn, you got another win. How do you feel? I'm very happy with how I won the game today. And it seems like we got a few smiles on the camera for you, and you seem really happy about it. Yeah, it's actually, I have gotten the MVP in the early stages of the season, but I haven't been getting it recently, so I'm glad to get it now. I don't know if you guys are asking me who the other MVP candidate was. Yeah, but I think with the following the first place right now, I'm just taking it one step by step, and hopefully I'll become first place above that guy that I don't know who it is right now. We want to move right on to the game, and game 1 was already an interesting thing with Skarner actually making an appearance for the first time in forever. How was that about? I think the recent change in meta is that not the really assassination junglers, but more of the supporting junglers are making back into the scene, and Skarner really is a prime example of that, so that's why he tried it out. And we felt like Score would have been very in disagreement with the champions like Skarner. Yeah, I think with Skarner, he just needs a little more support once he does get the ultimate in. So that's kind of what he tells us once he's about to make a play. So I think that's just a good teamwork allowed the Skarner to be informed today. And Smeb, you picked up an MVP 4 times with just the Rumble, and that champion just seems to be synonymous with you in so many ways. Yeah, many people actually consider Nar to be the counter of Rumble back in the day, but you know, with the recent meta, the changes that it has seen, we can now see that Rumble is actually stronger in many of the other cases. And coming back to the game 1, we thought that it would be a really easy game for you guys to close out, but somehow you guys had some difficulties near the end. And how did you view the game overall? Yeah, we also thought that it would end pretty easily, but I think we had some crucial deaths in the end and did a little bit of throwing, so that's kind of the things that we didn't like. But I felt like it didn't end as cleanly as we would have liked. And a lot of people do say that the latter part of games that KT play aren't the most impressive, and just that closing out has been the most disappointing thing for you guys. Yeah, I think we are very aware of the fact that our late game is a little bit weaker than our earlier games. And I think those things take a little more time to fix, and we're just trying to take it one step at a time and trying to be patient with this, because I feel like we will eventually get to that point where we're happy about our performance in the late game. We have a video highlight of one of these plays that we're about to show you. Can you explain a little bit about the situation? Yeah, I was trying to go in with the ultimate and try to open up a fight, but everybody was pretty much deleted by then, so I didn't have much to do at this point. So that's kind of the good team fighting by our teammates that allowed us to win the game eventually. And moving on from game 1, we want to move on to game 2. And Smab, you went with the undefeated Jarvan on your part. And right now it is currently undefeated still. And it's a recent uprise in the meta right now, but how do you rate that champion right now? Yeah, it seems like Jarvan was pretty much dead in the LCK until very recently, but I felt like Jarvan always had a potential, and with the right buffs that it came to it, just became a little more viable for the LCK. And Pawn, you faced off against this Corki in so many instances, and you did so well today, handling it especially well in game 2. Actually, the matchup between Talia and Corki is that Talia will push much faster, and that just gives you a lot more advantages to roam around. And it seems like ADD was very annoyed by the fact that he roamed around so freely to the top lane. And weren't you pretty happy that you got the easy roams? I don't really remember a specific situation, but I think I was pretty satisfied. And with the Lion advantages, we have to mention the bot lane, who did especially a good job of holding the lane. And it seems like Deft had a lot of champions banned against it, but he somehow came up with a champion that still worked for him. Yeah, we were actually trying not to focus too much on bot lane, because we thought that they could hold their own in the matchup, and so we really didn't even think about them the matchup. We'd actually look at them during the game, and we just kind of thought that, yeah, they'll probably do all right. So But I think the trust that we have in the bot lane naturally gives us a lot of advantages in the other lanes.
배는 너무 많이 당하다 보니까 니달리 정글을 꺼내 들었는데 그러면 라이너들 입장에선 니달리 정글에 대해서
And with all the bans that you guys put on the enemy jungle, they went with Nidalee. Weren't you guys afraid that would bite back in the laning phase? Yeah, I think something like a Nidalee would never even fear us one bit. And the fact that we had a Elise in our jungle, that just took away all the worries of potential plays that Nidalee could have made. So we weren't really afraid of the Nidalee at any point. We want to talk about some of the highlights that we've seen from Pawn. It was really all over the place. Yeah, I saw this play happening. As soon as I saw it, I try to make it up as fast as I can. We want to show all the highlights, but there's only so much we can show. There's too much that we have to choose from. Yeah, I think this was just kind of pretty ramble by our teammates right here. Yeah, Xayah didn't have the ult there, so that was the only opportunity that we wanted to make a play like this. This was the only chance to do it, so while the Xayah's ult was down, we wanted to just go ramble on this one. And it seems like after the play, you guys were looking at each other, very satisfied at each other. Yeah, these kind of plays don't happen very often. These are very rare clips that you guys are seeing here, so being able to pull this off, it always feels good. So we want to think Pawn that did a really good job there. Yeah, I think I agree with that comment. It's a very rare thing to see in LCK.
Oh, the backhanded compliments from Smith.
I don't know if Pawn is trying to see what he's trying to say when talking about Smith, but I think, yeah, with my teammates, I think I have the little bit of speaking rights, so Pawn is a little bit more careful, and also with my teammates when they were trying to say something about me. Yeah, but I actually like to argue against that. I think Mata and Score is the highest of that tier, and Smep comes way below that, so speaking rights is not what he has. But a clean win does go to KT Rolster. And you take this moment and really just extend that as furthest as we can, and we will just work as hard as we currently are so we can get a good result near the end of the season. And that seems to be the end of the interview, and back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Fantastic to hear about the KT hierarchy and the fact that Smeb now understands what it actually is.
And you can see that Smeb thinks he's a big voice and the rest of the team maybe disagrees.
Yeah.
I wonder if that friction could go wrong. How could it ever turn bad, Atlas?
Oh, it's definitely not happened in the past, Bubba Smithy. So it must be absolutely fine. As yes, KT were able to most certainly Rolster all over MVP.
I know it says 32 minutes. That was about 9 minutes. And then 23 minutes of just waiting for them to end the game. And KT...
I think it was about 23 minutes of talking about ointment.
The hype thing, though, is KT win 2-0. They moved to 10 wins. Hype, hype, hype.
Yep.
Yet Longzhu, with any victory, goes above them. The spots here in the gauntlet. Remember, guys, it's a gauntlet system. 4th and 5th play each other in a best of 3, and then it's a best of 5 versus the winner from there on out. The spot you finish in is so important. The gulf between finishing 1st and 3rd is skipping 2 best of 5s. So the battle for 1st with SKT no longer in the driver's seat could go anywhere.
Yeah, and Longzhu actually have a couple of games to play as well, so excited to see exactly what is going to happen. But coming up next will be approximately 40 minutes that the stream is going to go live again, with the game happening in approximately 50 minutes. It will be ROX Tigers taking on Ever8 winners. And we'll see whether ROX has increased that form. They've changed up the roster a little bit over the side of Ever8 winners. Excited to see what Keen's going to be able to bring. But the ROX Tigers need to shore up their play if they want to stay in sort of the middle of the pack that they're aiming for.
And I've got nothing to say because we've got no time, Atlas.
Absolutely no time at all, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have that 40-minute break. We'll be back with ROX versus Ever8.
Coming up next, ROX Tigers. Ever 8 winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thornmail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. ROX Tigers. Ever 8 winners. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summit 2017. I'm still Atlas, this is still Papa Smithy, and yes, we had a long break, but finally, all of the action that you've been waiting for is coming up in about 10 minutes until we get to Champion Select for ROX Tigers taking on Ever 8 winners.
And in the interim, though, Atlas, we can celebrate one thing, because today is the birthday of Shy. Turns 26 Western age today. One of the first legendary Korean players there really was. Made his debut in the first season of Champions. Not the Invitational, so is outranked in seniority by score, but outranks basically every other player. So today is his birthday. He will be starting as well, so we'll get to celebrate some Shy gameplay, maybe bring back one of his old favorites. So ROX Tigers taking on Ever 8, 7th versus 10th. ROX Tigers on a big increase. They were actually 1-6, and now have gone 4-1 in their last 5. And you know, the difference between them and the Jin Air Green Wings, who have been in great form, is pretty minimal at this point.
Yeah, and if ROX win here, then they are actually going to be able to tie things up, depending on, of course, how they manage to get that victory, whether it is going to be the 2-0 or the 2-1. This is going to be the matchup. So Ever 8 winners, unfortunately, in 10th place, so you can't say the Ever 8 meme certainly haven't been having the best time.
They would love to finish 8th, Atlas. That would mean they are out of relegations right now, entrenched in the relegation battle. This would be one of the more winnable games compared to their other opposition, but like we said, ROX Tigers in great form. No more is Mickey, and funnily enough, Mickey was the big carry. The last time these two teams played was the last time Mickey played a competitive game in the first round robin. So Lava has basically been on wave clear duty and buffing up the man you see on your right, Sung-Yoon, who's been the true carry of the team.
Yeah, the man does a heck of a lot of damage for this team, and really, since Mickey has stopped taking a lot of the limelight here for ROX, Sung-Yoon has really had time to flourish on this roster. Excited to see what's going to happen here today, as the ROX Tigers will be in high spirits. You can see big grin on Shy's face, just feeling good about having a birthday. And it's Happy Shy Day as well. See, look at this. It's not even a birthday, it's Shy Day. He's got his own day. Everyone wants that, Papa Smithy.
He's getting more boastful about it. He's less shy than he used to be.
Although, this does mean that he has to work on his birthday, and no one likes working on their birthday, Papa Smithy. That being said, when your job is playing video games, you're probably going to be feeling okay with it. As let's hop over the side of Ever 8 winners, of course, with their new top laner, Keen. Excited to see how he's going to go. 100% win rate on Jax, Papa Smithy.
That big sample size, Atlas. That's an Atlas statistic if I ever heard one. It's his first time playing on the OGN stage. It's been a Gangnam Stadium exclusive so far. So we get our first sighting of him.
They've been hogging him.
But you do have to say that when it comes to, speaking about, the general feeling good about playing video games on your birthday, I really don't know how good Ever 8 feel about playing video games, because they've only been losing. They may have winners in their title, but they have not made a return to match-winning days since the first round. They are 0-10 in the last 10, Atlas. The graph's going to come up soon. It's stiff reading.
It's a bit of gray. There is certainly a lot of gray on that particular graph. So Ever 8 winners searching for some victories here, and we saw, a lot of the teams towards the bottom end of the standings able to pick up some wins here and there. But speaking of here and there, I mean, last time these teams faced, at least it went 3 games. And they took a game off KT, if you remember.
They did.
That series was not one that you really want to remember.
And as you can see, MVP, the ROX Tigers side of things is a lot more optimistic. Since the match against MVP, they have picked up at least a game win in every series. But 2 match wins against MVP, 2-0 in those. ROX come in pretty heavy favorites, but Ever8 have had some interesting games recently. Taking a game off KT, getting a 13,000 gold lead against Samsung, and losing a game. Last time these teams faced was back in match 41. Like we said, last game, last competitive match played by Mickey before he went onto the sidelines.
Also, it was an impressive victory in game number 2 especially. I remember that series, of course. Key playing out of his mind, but it was a very, very quick stomping and dispatching of Ever8 winners.
And honestly, the victory may be through Key's lane because it feels like Sungyun and Key have been significantly better than Duel and Ella, who are perhaps our weakest bot lane in the LCK. And I would say that almost inarguably, they have struggled the most. So stiff opposition with just how good form Sungyun and Key have been in. Lava's only really had to play the Orianna and Karma. Now, he's played Syndra and Corki as well, but he has not been relied on for pressure. He's been more relied on just wave clearing and being a stable hand in mid lane. Kind of the antithesis of what Mickey represented as a player. But now we get to a matchup that certainly has never happened before. Shy versus Keen. Solo queue excluded, of course. Both of them playing some Jax. And Jax, you can see, was a fad for sure. Was big at Rift Rivals. Been played 7 times recently, but the win rate on Jax, it's not super high.
No. Certainly not so far. We'll see whether Keen's going to bring it out again. Of course, you can't deny that it's his most successful champion thus far. But Shy has been a legacy Jax player for absolutely forever. So I'm excited to see whether he's going to be the one that gets his hands on it.
Hey, when those Singe buffs come through, he's ready to go.
He might just play Singed anyway. I mean, it's his birthday.
have a lot of Singe players. Huni, Ixu, Shy.
Oh, God, no.
Cubase played him before.
Still playing it.
Yeah.
Oh, awful.
And this has kind of been the flavor of the picks here for Lava. Mostly been on wave clear duty. Honestly, largely just having enough pressure or enough shields to help Sungyun get through the late game fight. Scepted. One I'm excited to see is the one on the bottom left. Aurelion Sol. Monstered KT Rolster. He was dominant in that series, popping off on one of his famous picks. To me, Scepted is best known for what he excelled with in Challenger, and that was specifically Aurelion Sol and Jace. Those are his 2 big picks. Love to see him return to them. Honestly, difficult to really recommend too much else outside of that. He's played so many unique champions, 11 already this season, but largely because not a lot of consistency to be found in terms of the victories.
Yeah, and the thing is, it feels like Ever8 have been trying to find an identity that just hasn't really shown itself just yet, Papa Smithy. We're already over halfway through the split, and Scepted, although right there on your camera, did actually look like he was feeling confident. There's a smile on his face, a wry smile, if you will, as everyone's celebrating Happy Shy Day. Shy ready to hop onto the Rift. Hopefully he plays Singe. Or Jax. I'd be happy with Jax, and at least that's somewhat better, so that'll be okay. Yeah,
it's good to see him smiling. One of the true legends of the scene. Wouldn't have expected 2 years ago that he'd still be playing, was on the wane a bit in 2015, but he's definitely had a couple of games a year where you remember just how good he was. Perhaps the best top laner in the world to his own teammate, you could say, or stablemate, it feels like. Flame may have taken over that mantle way back when. We're going super into the history bucket, but that's what happens when you have a legend like Shy.
2013, 2012?
2012.
Oh, God, yeah, that's WCG time.
I was watching, baby.
Yeah, well,
that was champions.
So was I.
It was still champions time.
Ah, okay. I was thinking, like, this was when you were going over to Korea to play League of Legends, Papa Smithy?
I wasn't there at that one. That was Rusty.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That was 2011 as well. That's gone well far back. But was able to beat some of these players. I'm not sure whether he meant Shy, but excited to see Shy play now, as we are going to hop into Champion Select. For game number 1, ROX wanting to continue that form, and Ever8 wanting to start some, if they can find it. It's going to have to start with this, and Red Side has been good to some of these teams, but it does depend on how many targeted bans you do want to throw out.
You're on the blue side, so the targeted bans can come. So do you ban the Scepted power picks? Do you ban the headaches?
Yeah.
Now, with Keen in the lineup, this is, again, our first time getting to cast him. Very, very different champion pool to Helper, who was a Rumble and largely tank player. Keen will play the carries, so maybe the Jarvan will be the most tank you could see out of his champion pool. Largely going to be looking for pressure. So could last pick for that, or try to set up a favorable matchup with the last pick in the first round on red side. we'll see and track how that goes. Been a lot of Jace recently as a top lane power pick, so will be a flex pick for Ever 8 winners.
Yeah, I feel like people have been watching Longzhu play. Of course, Khan pretty dang good on that champion, but I like what the ROX Tigers are doing here, Bob Smith. They're just banning away good champions. Not necessarily worried about their opponents too much, but there are some champs that if you pick them up and you make a composition that works around them, then it's a comp that sort of plays itself, and Tigers are just doing their very best to deny that possibility from Ever 8.
And it seems like it's going to be a ban phase that plays itself for Ever 8. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you have Songyun, who can play the Callista as powerfully as he does. Really big pick for him in solo queue. 72% win rate, around 100 games played this season. So can almost ink that as the final ban for Ever 8. Would almost be a mistake not to do it unless they had a very specific plan. So that means that the Tigers can kind of set up what they want their first pick to be. Would expect it to be something like the Rek'Sai, as Kog'Maw increases the amount of AD carry bans.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw being banned here might mean that the Tigers are looking for that Callista first pick. Of
They
course,
definitely are.
Songyun is sitting on 3-0 on
And
the pick.
We
with
said his solo queue win rate, the competitive win rate. It almost, they have to ban Callista unless they have a really creative counter to it in lane. That's what I said. These are the bans it feels like every team now has to ban on red side. If you respect the blue side AD carry of being able to play Callista. So Rek'Sai was passed over in priority quite extensively in game one. And speaking of priority, this would be a very high priority for Braum. Usually you'd expect Thresh in this scenario, as Key is a playmaking support. But Thresh is one of his lowest win rates, 2-6 on the season. Braum, 5-2, and is such a staple. Is so safe. He warps level 1 because his passive is so strong. Gives you a lot of options in that level 1, and may just forced Ever 8 to take the Thresh versus Braum side, with Braum being by far the more reliable of picks.
Yeah, Ella has historically been a Thresh player, of course, is playing him with Snake over in the LPL.
We were there.
Yeah.
Good old 2015 spring days.
Beautiful. Although he was more of a Janna back then. That was a long time.
With the good old Draven.
Yeah, oh, Crystal. Ah, Crystal.
Now he's a support.
Yeah. But, you know, if you can play bot lane, you can play bot lane.
Apparently.
Right? That's sort of how
Core
it works.
JJ taught us that.
Well, bottom lane's going to be locked in here for Ever 8. They're going to take the Xayah and the Thresh.
Opting into the hyper carry meta, so probably a good read to ban away the Galio Cog, which is the cornerstone of a lot of these red side picks, as Sejuani was banned quite frequently in our first series today. And Braum Sejuani is also this Freljord duo that certainly have the CC train going on.
It's the old stack up and stun comp, mate. That's what it is. Stack them up, stun them down. That's how it works.
Speaking of stacking them up and stunning them, we can start stacking them up with some flag and drags if we see that blind pick for Shy.
Yeah, that's like stacking them up and down.
Damn.
And then inside a Cataclysm.
But now we need the Callista Alistar, and unfortunately the Callista's been banned away to make it happen.
Does that mean we've got laning Braum in this theory? Hell yeah.
No, laning Alistar.
Oh yes, AP mid lane Alistar.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the dream. Rush the Lichbane. Oh, amazing.
Sadly, the amount of knockups available is going to start to dwindle.
So, no Yasuo, is that what we're thinking?
Ever 8 were thinking about disengage, but they'll go with the Lee Sin that Malrong is a bit of an expert at.
Yeah.
Malrong has quietly had a really good season. He feels a bit like Omti and how he was in spring season, where he had a good start, and then there's just games where you can see the whole losing streak situation is getting to him, and he doesn't have the same performance. We played Jungle Jace last time out, which previously had a victory on in the promotion tournament, but that was not the game to play it, you could say, against KT Rolster, where they got dominated. Dumpstered is probably the word I was reaching for there.
Yeah.
With no AD carry claimed yet on ROX, you kind of have to start banning hyper carries, because you do the quick math and you say, well, that's a lot of people to stand in front of a hyper carry.
Yeah. Songyun, of course, does have pretty deep pockets when it comes to that. His Jinx win rate, pretty good.
I'd love to see more Jinx. The more times we see Songyun play Jinx, the more likely Death is to play.
Exactly. That's the only reason why I want it.
Hey, Songyun in his own right has been a star AD carry this season.
And also, like, some of his cross-map rockets were super awesome to watch as well. So Camille's going to be taken away. And now what does Ever 8 ban? Do they even just ban the Jinx? I mean, there are a few other choices, of course, things like Ashe, stuff like that. But Lava's going to have his LeBlanc targeted at him. Hasn't played it so far in the LCK.
Yeah, ROX Tigers, Lava, their new mid laner. Crow and Lava, the duo they picked up to replace Mickey. Guys, remember to last year, there was a SKT substitute support player named Taehoon in the squad. He's renamed to Lava, also role swapped to mid lane, and his big mid lane flex pick when he was a support main was LeBlanc, so he plays basically the shielding mid laners and also the LeBlanc mainly. Syndra's another pick he's played in competitive that he might consider, but the Corki's available too. And are you really going to take Jax against Shy on Shy Day?
Oh my goodness!
How rude.
Yeah, that's just not on. That is not on. Shy needs to pick Singed and deal with this.
This is the matchup we see almost perennially for the Jax, and honestly, we see a lot of Jarvans picking into the Jaxes. They're playing with our heart, Atlas.
I want it so bad. But I think Sangyun's actually been hovering this quite a lot. And Lava now considering hopping over towards this Corki.
Lane pressure, blind pick.
I can't believe I was talking about the Singed when there's a Jarvan just sitting there already in the top side of the map. So now Key, what does he want to pick up for Sangyun in the AD carry position?
Could go standard and go safe, but you feel like you need the damage. So hyper carry, like we say, is the most obvious identity for Sangyun to opt into. They're not even hovering. They're waiting to see where they should go. It was Tristana when they played a similar comp a couple of days ago in their last match against MVP. Felt like they kind of ran out of damage on the day, but were able to just get over the line. The Tarek was the MVP on that day.
Yeah.
And shutting down Tristana damage.
Yeah, they were able to get over the line, but that was with a 5,000 gold deficit, I believe, in that game.
Tristana, one of the reasons you consider taking that of the hyper carries available, she actually deals quite well with Jax because she can just get rid of him.
Boop him away, yeah.
The ultimate there, one of the few abilities, and oh, we were asking for it, we're going to get it, Atlas!
Oh, all right, so Scepted going to be taking his Aurelion Soul into the mid lane up against Lava's Corki. And yeah, this guy is only a 50% win rate. Unfortunately, lost his first game on the Aurelion Soul, but did look great against KT Rolster.
And what you can say about Aurelion Soul, Lee Sin, and Thresh is if these three are unleashed on the map, you can make a lot of plays around the place. Back at Worlds last year, the big duo was Lee Sin and Aurelion Soul for the gank pressure. So suddenly things ratchet up and they're trying to get at the Tigers in the early to mid game.
That being said, if you look over the side of the Tigers, as far as the front-to-back composition is concerned, Papa Smithy, you don't have much more quintessential than this composition that they put forward. Shy, fair bit of CC, but he will be just a tanky body. Sejuani there, we know that she's just fantastic at existing and being annoying.
She is, but you expect there to be pretty early Leandri's Torment on Aurelion Soul. And while that won't kill the tanks quickly, it is a good itemization. Feels like in the early to mid game, there can be a lot of one fights for Everate. If the snowball comes through from the Aurelion Soul, a lot is possible. But like you say, there is an air of inevitability about what late game team fighting for the ROX Tigers might represent.
Yeah, could certainly be scary, but at least they've got a lot of wave clear on the side of Everate, and it might be Keen that can split push them to victory. We'll see what happens as we hop into Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
A shy chant there from the ROX Tigers fans instead of the usual ROX fighting.
Yeah. Understandable, of course.
Damn, Cloud Templar's looking ravishing. So's Dongjun.
Oh, man.
Those are our two Korean casters in their famous cosplays.
In all of their glory, I'd like to say.
It's so awesome that Dongjun did the official release video for Pool Party Tarek.
Uh-huh.
So good. What a collaboration.
Just stunning.
And it all started from a meme. People like, well, his splash looks kind of like the Korean analytical caster, and a month later, he's in a video.
Yep. Too good. OGM production, PogChamp.
That was a Riot production, actually.
Ah. Well, of
PogChamp.
course. Still PogChamp.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Okay. ROX setting themselves up in defensive formation, the old 5-point defense system. As the same thing can be said for Everate. No funny business to start things off.
Now, the only adjustment you make when you play against a Sejuani in terms of jungle pathing is you expect the Sejuani to start on the big camp. Sejuani at level 1 has the passive damage that she can do to the big monsters in particular when you use the permafrost and then auto attack. So she gets much faster clear on big camps, which is a big takeaway from the old Sejuani. It used to be about the W AoE damage.
Yeah. Yeah, when it used to be just feel like you were Shyvana but an icy one. And there's one of those skins as well. It's very confusing. But Lava, understandably getting pushed in.
And we still get a dragon. We got an Aurelion Soul. So feel good about that. 2 has been one of those big problems, Atlas, for ever 8 winners. So while it's double ranged and they might win the race to level 2, Songyun on the Tristana could certainly pose problems for the side of ever 8 winners.
But right now, at least, ever 8 winners are getting a bit of the shove in. They get that level 2 first, so Jewel losing a bit of that health bar isn't going to be as much of a problem. ROX just going to wait underneath this tower to grab the necessary experience to continue this laning phase.
Really weird to see Shy go Doran Shield as Jarvan. 3 Doran Shield start always a bit peculiar, but it's pretty common for against double ranged and in the bot lane and also for Corki in mid, but surprising to see it in the top. Almost every competitive Jarvan player goes for the Crystalline Flask first, and it allows you to push up and pressure the Jax so extensively that I don't really get the logic behind the Doran Shield.
We'll see whether he makes it work for him.
I mean, it's not bad per se.
I was like wondering what to say because I'm like, well, I mean, it's not like there's anything really wrong with it, but it feels less aggressive.
Sure, and I get that as a thought, but the big problem for it, although I'll hold that thought, is in the mid lane.
Potential Arctic Assault here as Scepter's just going to move over towards Malrang.
They don't have vision of Malrang.
Yeah, Q's not going to land. Thankfully, Arctic Assault moves fast enough to get out of the way.
The reason why it's worth discussion, again, I'll have to hold my thought.
Oh no, Winter's Wrath comes in once again, and Scepter doesn't get the stun, but they do manage to get the flash. Songwon making his way out.
Yeah, skill shot accuracy on point from Malrang, so feel good about that. We'll try to contest the enemy side. We know that the Raptors haven't been taken, so here we go.
Yeah, he's going to get the smite off his Soan, so at least he's going to keep his health bar relatively high, but there's the permafrost. A lot of damage coming out from Lava as well with the fast bomb, but doesn't get to weave an auto, anything like that, so everything's just going to be absolutely fine, and Jungle is going to move themselves out. Lava going to get stunned. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, neither in kill range, though. Smart of Malrang not to take the second part of the queue because Courage proc and in general Summoners available for Songwon. Now doesn't have his flash open, so a little bit more susceptible to being ganked. Except just pushing out and wants to back.
Yep. His Celestial Expansion control is pretty fun to watch, Papa Smithy. If you've ever played Aurelion Sol yourself, you know that that is way harder than it looks.
You notice Keen is able to walk up because Shy is out of mana. And the reason why I wanted to talk about Doran Shield on the Jarvan...
Oh, thank goodness you segued back.
I did segue back. Is the big issue there is that if you think of the play patterns we see from Jarvan, it's try to line up the low health minions with the enemy champion and poke him under turret, push him in, and basically make him pay for every single CS in the laning phase. You can't do that if you don't have mana sustain from your items. So if it means that the pressure on Jax is lower and he gets an extra 2 CS a wave, 1 CS a wave, it adds up, and then we know the inevitability of what the late game 1v1 fights look like. So the fact that he's opted into safety rather than harass trades on a Jax, that's why I look at it and think, okay, this is the sort of thing that looks small, but might mean a lot later.
Well, at the moment, Shy actually had to move the heck out of the way. Keen. There's another stun lands. Lava just seems to be freely taking this, but now has an extra Ruby Crystal as well as his Doran Shield, building towards his Phage undoubtedly, but he's going to keep himself relatively healthy against Scepted here at the same time. Back going to come in from Shy, he's going to buy himself some items. We'll see how close to the Tiamat he is. This thing's pretty slow here in the early game. Tigers have pulled themselves out to about a 50 gold lead, if you can be bothered talking about it. It's not necessarily anything.
Here's the duo we talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, a Sejuani would be a ripe target.
That wild boar. Delicious. But is going to be able to move himself away nicely. Good work, Bristle. Keeping yourself alive.
We see the Aurelion Sol doing just fine in the lane against Corki. Again, something we learned at Worlds last year, and in general from Aurelion Sol players, and against hard laners like Syndra famously can do competitive in those matchups. You can thrift shop so extensively as an Aurelion Sol. Just go back and buy See a Dank Seal build actually coming through from Scepted. He's got 2
Yeah.
in the inventory. That's one of the reasons you can do well against strong laners, because you can shop so frequently. Just get back with your E to lane so quickly that the ability to push up, which you can do on command with your Celestial Expansion, buy, and then be relevant, that gets you through difficult lanes, and that's why it's cool to see it come back with the Corkian meta.
Yeah, it almost nullifies the laning phase of even being a thing. A lot of ways. I like it. Best way to get past a bad laning phase.
Exactly.
Is to not laning phase.
If it's a tough laner, then just try not to lane for as long as possible. And if you're backing and getting more powerful with every purchase, you're kind of managing to do that as we're trying to collapse onto lava from every direction.
Yeah. The Valkyrie, though, is going to be enough. Even dodges the Q. Picks up all of these minions. So the ROX mid laner just playing defensively as per usual with lava. Sort of what we've come to expect from this guy. You can see the bottom lane Sungyun keeping himself up with farm at the same time. But Jill, a bit of a shout out to him. Up by 9 CS down there on the bottom side of the map.
Stronger laning phase for the Thresh, I think, is doing a lot of the work there. But like you say, not much to separate the two. Blue buff steal happening on the bot side. Maybe expecting a collapse from the side of Scepted and Malrung, who already were frisky on that side of the map. We might also see a top lane visit.
Yeah, Flash has to actually be used as Kane can't quite lock this one down. Now Scepted should be able to get himself over.
Ultimate.
Oh,
Wait, what?
That feels bad, doesn't it? That was weird. Was it?
Let's not dwell on it.
He was drifting.
He was weirdly drifting.
He did some sick drifting. That was cool.
That happened.
Yeah, okay. Who said this game wasn't going to be exciting, Proximity?
That was very strange.
That was. Odd interaction. But unfortunately, I believe Scepted just thought that Shy was trying to back near his turret. His Kane had moved out of the way, picked the wrong direction.
Scepted hasn't shopped, remember. He picked up the enemy blue, but hasn't shopped, and it's Sheen most of a Phage Corki, so while he wants to push out the extra wave like we all do, he's going to have to deal with picking up the cannon minion and then just backing.
Yeah. Package now ready for lava as well, so we'll see whether he actually decides to move somewhere as he actually cancels the back. This could be important, honestly, for the mid laner of the ROX Tigers, buying some space and making sure that Scepted can't go back, get those items, and then start his roaming.
Speaking of roaming, Xayah and the Thresh had already left bot lane because they predicted the lane swap coming through on top side, trying to shut down the Jax. Another way to attack Jax is to prey upon his low wave clear. Looking for this dive.
Yep, Lava going to make his way in. Thankfully had the Valkyrie after the package, as Ella had turned up right on time. Everett going to move themselves over. Winter's Wrath doesn't find the target, neither does Malrung. So it's all just going to fizzle out just a little bit, but good defensive play for Everett to understand exactly what was going on and react accordingly.
More laning items here for Shy. Tiamat, now he has the Corrupting Potion, Cull as well, so he's trying to focus on lane phase as much as possible. He's a lot more maneuverable inside lanes than the Jax, able to wave clear even in a 1v2 and often be undiveable.
Now, like the Marin flavor with the Cull, certainly feels like one of his particular build trends. Slava even able to weave in a cute little auto attack there after he clears out the wave.
Yeah, you give the call out to Marin. The only two players who are 26 years old are Shy and Marin. They are the old hands of the LCK.
And that's why they're better at investing.
That's why they buy more culls,
Yeah,
apparently.
so it's the future thought, you know. It comes from adult life, Papa Smithy.
I don't know what that's preparing them for, but
I don't know.
maybe they'll be
Maybe
investing
they'll be
smartly.
an investment banker. I don't know.
The names that will always be around, just like we have all the famous Brood War players who are still involved in esports management and coaching positions. Kind of be weird not to see Marin and Shy around in 10 years, and pretty much a similar scenario.
Yeah.
Hell, maybe one of them still hanging on as a pro player.
Okay, going to go aggressive once again. Malrung actually biding his time as the Cataclysm comes in. They're looking for the stun. They do find it, as Malrung is not going to find the kill just yet, but gets the flash used. We'll be able to finish off the Jarvan, but another Permafrost comes in. Won't be able to follow this one up as the Celestial Expansion forces the flash actually with the Q. Malrung under the tower is an odd move, and someone is just going to be able to lock that one down. In goes Lava. He's just got the teleport, and he's going to follow after Scepted. Has to flash. Oh, but
no.
he flashes too late. Oh dear, that felt like it should be an easy follow-up kill, but Scepted is going to make his way up.
Man, we see the Lee Syndrome and the Fail Flash in one passage of play.
Stunning.
You hate to see it, but you can't help but smile.
Exactly what you wanted. It's a good stun though from Scepted underneath the turret, forcing a flash. Then Marong just really did not need to spend some time there. There were certainly pockets of genius.
But there was also pockets of madness, like why was Songwon all-inning when Aurelion Sol was always going to react first.
That's a good point.
And then the Lee Syndrome was questionable.
Jill forces the ultimate out of Sangyun. Good news story for Ever8. Getting a few more buttons in trade for their own, and Jill's actually still ahead in farm by a considerable margin, about 10 here in this lane.
Unkillable frontline is what ROX Tigers are shooting for, and the Cinderhulk being completed and inched towards by the other two. Going to be obviously damage focus from Shy earlier, but going to be a very, very tanky front line that Songyun's going to try and free hit behind. People are wondering how Sejuani's doing as a jungler exclusive, because if you remember in week 1 we had a lot of top lane Sejuani, but as a jungler she's 4-2, so it has been a power pick, and I think you were mentioning that even some of the weaker teams in the LCK have been experimenting with the Sejuani, so it is seen as, specifically with the Braum, this perma-lockdown but also insanely tanky frontline, which in a hyper-carry meta means that Songyun should be doing a lot of free hitting in future fights.
Yeah, and also the ROX Tigers have made it through this early game pretty unscathed. Sejuani, one of the things was making sure that you can get to that Cinderhulk, as Ever8, they've got a pick. He's going to flash, stand behind Songyun. The heal comes out as well. Featherstorm's going to be enough, though. That's going to secure second kill for Ever8 winners.
And the Blade Caller back end there was enough to pick up the kill. They're going to push in the wave as well. Hawking just walk over and reacts. They won't lose a turret in this scenario. Seeing Jarvan just back. Worth noting that Jax is not really behind in any terms of CS. The early rotation was ROX Tigers heading topside, largely to find windows to punish the Jax pick. Just been able to force the 1v1, and Keen is doing just fine as Scepted wants to try and guarantee this turret.
Yeah, just going to move on over.
Okay.
Yeah, teleport's coming in from ROX. They actually want to find this. Glacial Prison, of course, is available for Songwon.
TP cancelled.
Yeah, okay. Not going to happen. Shy just heads back down, picks up this wave.
Does mean teleport is wasted as well, and Keen largely is going to want to focus on laning. Curiously, has gone for Sheen last, which means no burst trades can happen, and normally it is about burst trades, given that both Jarvan and Jax are about their very long cooldown ease when it comes to the engages, the flag, and the counter-strike, respectively.
Sorry, I was distracted by the Sapphire Crystal being in Keen's back pocket instead of a control ward.
No, but it's soon going to be a Sheen and a Trinity Force.
Yeah, but it's that takes up one item slot when it's a Trinity Force, and it, you know, does something, whereas the the Sapphire Crystal is just not
Provides him
doing
mana.
a lot. Yeah, okay, that's true, but that probably could have been. Never mind. Never mind. Lava's going to continue moving up towards this mid lane and try and push this one down, but otherwise, not a whole lot of damage has gone into either of these mid turrets.
It's actually pretty difficult for Corki to play his normal game when the collapse potential on Ever8 with, like we mentioned, Thresh, Lee Sin, and Aurelion Sol is a lot to respect.
In fact, no one really making any headway with anything other than the top lane outer turrets, but it's very even on both sides.
But then you ask me, who does Free Farm favor the most? And it's kind of situational to evaluate. My first instinct is that Ever8 are not good enough to play 4-1 cleanly enough to make value out of the Jax, and thus you just take the easier to execute team fighting comp on the side of ROX Tigers, but it can situationally be difficult. Jax can warp games, but more frequently than not in the LCK, the teams haven't been that good at using Jax, and that's kind of top teams and bottom teams alike, because here we go.
Okay, Featherstorm actually has to be used here as Lava's doing a lot of damage. Blade Caller's still going to come out, but that was first brick avoided as the Rift Herald was angry at Malrung. Songyun now in the mid lane pushing things out. Does mean that Scepted can't really roam just yet. Still without his heal or his ultimate. He's in potential danger.
Bottom lane turret in danger as well. Remember, Keen still has teleport. About another 25 seconds before Shy will have his own.
But they are still playing very aggressively at ROX. Getting vision over the side. Not sure how he put that one in the tree, but cool that he did. It's very hidden ward now.
You know what they say about hidden wards?
They're the deadliest? Oh, damn, I've never taken damage from a ward before.
LPL thoughts.
Yeah. Scepted's expansion. A little bit more visible than we'd otherwise want, but I believe on the ROX Tiger screen, not as visible.
And his items as well. We've expanded in a way that's pretty relevant. Trinity Force and the Hextech GLP completed across the side of Everate.
Yeah, I like it.
More team fight ready now. But team fights doesn't seem to be the name of the game for either team, as it's gone so far. Waiting for that action, Atlas. Waiting for that action.
We certainly are. Black Cleaver and Tiamat done for Shy means that, yeah, this Jarvan's feeling very, very good. Wonder whether that, like, it feels like that's about item parity with the Trinity Force.
I think it's slightly
just
ahead.
Feels better, yeah.
It does more in team fights, and it works in lane at this point against the Jax, so he's definitely more powerful than the Jax right now, but it can quickly warp, right? In a long lane also, that's a different variable.
Yeah.
But ROX Tiger's a team fight ready, with Jarvan being this strong and Corki in a great spot, so they got a lot of different options. Kind of looking for the ward plays, because getting Shy out of lane and making big plays around the map is what they want to be doing.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that the Winter's Bite missed just there. The exhaust actually thrown out for no gain either from the ROX Tigers. I liked the idea. Scepted, of course, not going to fall for it. He was moving a little bit more erratically than he should have been, just transitioning from one lane to another.
Now Jax is kind of trying to decide the game, look to contest the enemy. Red buff, keeping Jarvan honest in lane. They haven't been able to push up teleport wards. They don't really have any good direction for him to enter, and they probably will lose the turret in top lane very soon.
That minion wave still needs to move forward, and you got a Sejuani moving up. Jules taking a lot of damage. Does have that Featherstorm available once more, but that wave now destroyed.
But if you think about what's happening in the game, Atlas, they're kind of being bled out, even though they're the team with the Jarvan. They're the team with more options to team fight. It feels like ROX are actually the one not being able to run the game when they have a gold lead, they have much better team fighting and reliable initiation as well. You pick Jarvan because when he decides a fight's going to be started, he has multiple ways to do that. And for them to just be letting Everate, over time, pick up a top turret, stack up the items on their Xayah, who's now at 1.5, and also even potentially start up the Rift Herald, it feels like already Everate are getting more than they really deserve.
That was amusing. Harold just bopped Key, didn't even interrupt his back. Very cute. Okay, somehow, ROX Tigers have been able to hold on to this top outer turret. Shy going to have to get out of the way, and the looks of things, Papa Smithy, you're exactly right. It's a 1v1 dueling scenario. Keen still well and truly in a good spot. Just beating Shy down. Doesn't even care that it's his birthday. So rude.
Yeah, the Jax disrespect also is...
It's tough stuff.
It's definitely a Keen-esque pick, who is the top lane carry, as we mentioned in Champ Select, compared to the much more team fight-orientated Helper.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it felt like the meta moved away from Helper. His Gragas looked fantastic in the promo tournament. Felt like that was a way that he was here.
It was real bad in LCK,
It was really bad in LCK. As there's the ultimate out from Songwon. Featherstorm does come in as Jewel flashes afterwards. It's the hook landing on the Sejuani, but is relatively healthy, and the heal comes out as well. Scepter's going to move in through the backside now, looking for the stun.
Cancel. They're probably just going to fight this.
Yeah, this is a fantastic place. Oh, the Buster Shot going to be enough to get Scepter out of there, and that's going to be Key falling down. Voice of Light comes in, and that gets rid of the Tristana. Everyone melting. 4 kills for Everate. And Shy's just like, it's me, it's my birthday, but I'm not going to join you for that.
It may be his birthday, but he channels the teleport second and cancels it as Aurelion Sol with everything up is walking up, and they're going to lose 4 members in Baron because he canceled his damn teleport.
Yeah. See whether Everate are actually going to be able to lock this one down. I mean, it's 21 minutes into the game. Yes, they most certainly will. Ella was happily tanking that one up to help out. Even decided to try and give Baron a piercing with his hook. Nicely played. Locked down there by Malrung. Now with the Baron buff, Ever8 looking much better.
Remember, ROX are the team with Jarvan. They have initiation CC, and yet Jax teleports first, which already shouldn't be the case. And then Shy's, okay, I'm coming in. I don't know if it's his decision or his team, but he just straight up cancels, has Scepted's in vision. This can only go one way. It's going to be a slaughter. Ever8 will be able to clean up, and because Baron had spawned just a minute previously, it ends up being the absolute maximum for Ever8 winners, and that is about as big a shift in fortunes as can be, as now Ever8 have Baron, a gold lead, and the items start piling up on both Xayah and the Jax.
And the Aurelion Soul there as well. Has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter now completed. Still has one of his Dark Seals with 5 stacks. Dragon's feeling pretty good. Now the Ocean Drake should go over to Ever8 as well. Pretty easily as they pull that one out of the pit. Grabbing, I believe, first turret of the game at the same time. This was a little bit late on Shy as they were moving over towards the Baron.
And now Shy can't even enter lane against the Jax because turret killing speed plus the Baron buff as well means nothing he can do. They have no control over the red side that wasn't really visited for any point in this game, given how early the lane swaps happened. They're still looking to turret dive Shy as well.
Yeah, Counter-Strike does come in. Narang will wade himself over to the side just to make sure that Keen pushing up this far isn't going to be dangerous, so good protective play. With the Bilgewater Cutlass though, I just don't see what Shy can really do. The more he gets beaten on by Keen, the more health Keen's going to be getting back. Lava's going to have to deal with Scepted. Throws out his Super Soaker. Yeah, lots of damage. Voice of Light comes in, knocks Lava into the wall, but damage trades feel like something that Scepted didn't want to deal with just there. Stone Plate now done for Shy, so this could be an opportunity for the Tigers to find themselves a team fight to deny some of this Baron push.
Notice the displacement did interrupt the Valkyrie, so that's an interesting interaction to potentially return to in future fights. Like you say, though, no big winner in the trade. We didn't even have outer turrets down. It was only the single outer turret top lane that was down previously. Now we have 3 down across the board. You just wonder why drafting the Jarvan and then not really making anything of it. You can't really be surprised when the game is kind of taken away from you and what it feels like Ever8 should be able to do with this Baron buff.
Yeah, and at the moment, they're not necessarily doing all that much. This outer turret in the mid lane seems to be the focus, as in comes Scepted. Just going to cruise his way over. Half the health now, as Shy's going to move up towards the mid lane. Static Shiv from Sangyun just clears out the minion wave. Nothing gained here by Ever8. Just waiting for Keen to get enough pressure on the bottom side of the map to threaten that inner turret, draw Shy down, then continue their push with their Baron buff. Makes a lot of sense.
Again, if you haven't watched a lot of Keen, he actually reminds me, in terms of what his debut has looked like in LCK, of Ruler when he started for Samsung at the start of summer 2016. Smart player, he's good mechanically, does good things in lane, but he can be caught pretty frequently. I see him get caught around 40 to 50 minutes, I believe. Riot calls them isolated deaths. We don't actually have a stat tracker for that right now, but he actually has a lot of isolated deaths where his team has been winning, then he gets caught just walking through the red side jungle when he shouldn't be, and that leads to a lot in the LCK and the highest level of competitive play post 40 minutes. So right now, he is very extended. He has 1 control ward down on the main red side, but he needs to work around incomplete information, and judging that when you don't have a lot of stage experience is actually one of the harder things to jump into.
It becomes a little bit easier when your team is ahead, though, and that is definitely what Ever8 are this stage of the game, because Keen is just a lot stronger than he's used to being in comparison to the players on the other team. Now with a Blade of the Ruined King and a Warden's Mail, not a lot that Shy can do to deal with this Jax right now. Yes, he does have the Stone Plate, but Jarvan versus Jax, after this many items, starts to become even more of a hassle.
But it does something, right? This is the build you go now. This is the, I'm cataclysming into 5 people. I've got a Stone Plate. I'm ready to be an initiator. That is what this build does. He just can't afford to not be first on the teleport, not maximize his item build. Because if you build for team fights and then never team fight, then I have nothing to say to you at that point. You know, then I'm just done.
Yeah.
Then I just need to leave this broadcast. That's what I'll have to think about doing.
No, don't do that again. Although you've never done it to me.
It's true. That was a kill, yes.
I'm not sure how I'll handle it, to be honest. Might be a decent social experiment.
I mean, the Ogen Legion has been waiting for a solo cast for a while now.
Well, they're waiting for a solo Shy under the turret, as Malrung says in all chat. That was your birthday, decided not to kill you. He didn't actually use the kick or anything like that to get the Jarvan underneath that turret. Maybe just thought that the collapse would have been too imminent from the ROX Tigers. Nothing else going to be actually gained out of that. Across the other side of the map.
And what ROX can hope for is we've seen Ever8 with a 13,000 gold lead at around this point previously, and then make incredibly poor decisions at being able to close games. And Sungyun is piling on items. He's got 2 items, soon to hit his 3rd item spike. They have reliable frontline. We talked about this all in the draft, the Braum Sejuani synergy in lockdown and Tristana finding targets. There is no guarantees with Ever8. They've surprised us before at how they can make the wrong decision in the mid to late game. So while you see Ever8, and if this was KT Rolster, you'd be like, man, it's going to be game 1 for KT Rolster. With Ever8, there's not that same certainty, and as the items continue to be piled, as no base is broken, there is still hope for ROX Tigers.
No, I feel like you're exactly right. It's not creating that sense of inevitability this time around. But Ever8 certainly starting off better than they have in a lot of other games.
So I think the question for
that one.
And the question for fans should be, what should Ever8 be doing? Like, what do you do when you have a big lead? They had Baron buff moments ago. A lot of it is about working out which side you're playing, which should have been bot side, playing around the Jax, because Baron buff was down on the top side. Invading with Ella, your Thresh, putting down Vision to make the Jaxes pushing up a lot safer, and then rotating between mid lane and bot lane to take inner turrets. Not being able to take any, not really having any ward coverage, barring a single control ward in enemy red side jungle, is the macro struggle that Ever8 seem to be having right now. And it means that when they get a big lead, they don't grow it. They just kind of get immediate gold and then just end up continue to be trading gold at ROX, which is awkward given that early gold should snowball further because there should be no-go zones on the map for the team behind.
Yeah, and ROX right now is actually freely able to get vision in their opponent's red side jungle, which is something that you just would not expect. Jax is going to be able to take away this Mountain Drake by himself, though, so that is certainly worthwhile here for Ever8. Will mean that that second Baron, if they are able to take that one away, will be a little bit faster. As ROX now have the vision around Baron secured.
This is good, though. They're now grouped. Jarvan's no longer there, but they were grouping at least and feigning aggression. They still do have Wombo engaged. Walking up as a 4-man unit. Scepter top lane will take his time to get mid. I think he better dive.
Yeah, that is a Glacial Prism flying out, and the outer turret falls down. Malrung does get a flash kick. It's going to get the knock-up onto the Sejuani, who jumps back into the fight. The Flay's in there as Songwon tries to get out. Good heal
Aggressive
from
TP.
Sungyun to try and keep him alive, but there's the Featherstorm. Really good Unbreakable as Lava has to flash. In comes Scepted, and there goes Keen, launching over everyone, looking for a triple kill, and that is not going to be that. It's the double-double coming out of Ever8, and they should just be able to move over to another Baron, and Shy once again absent and just leaves.
He cancelled his teleport again, Atlas.
Oh no!
He's cancelled his teleport engages twice, misreading team fights as a team, as an individual. Who knows? But once again, Ever8 are going to get the maximum.
Yeah. Looks all too easy. They'll be able to take this inhibitor turret at the same time as taking down the Baron, as Keen just does a heck of a lot of damage with his Blade of the Ruined King and now Mountain Drake. All too easy. Inhibitor goes down. You said maximum. That is almost more than I was expecting, Papa Smithy, especially from Ever8 winners.
If this game was a pilot for a new series, it'd be cancelled, Atlas. Because I don't know what Shy's doing. I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, he once again has team fight build. The kick is sick, but it shouldn't actually mean for much. They could fully disengage here, ROX, or they can turn. Watch what Ever8 does. They see the teleport, they're like, oh crap, we're screwed if we go back. How about we hard engage? And then Jarvan cancels his teleport again. Doesn't get involved in the fight. It doesn't matter if he has 6 items at this point. He's never there.
Yeah.
He's the father that went to the goddamn store to buy cigarettes and never came home.
No. No, that's the perfect reference, but it's so mean.
And it's his birthday.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, it's his right on his birthday to be a bad dad. I don't know. I don't know, Papa Smithy.
He's not a bad dad. He's an absent father.
You can't be bad if you're not even there. Therefore, how can you fail? If you're not there, how can you fail? There we are. Maybe he's just feeling the pressure on his birthday. I could make excuses for him. Right now he's just trying to deal with Keen, and I don't think that's going to be happening all too easily, especially not with that Baron buff.
That's the one. That's the one thing he doesn't do with the champion pick.
Yeah.
Is deal with the Jax. He's 2 levels behind as well.
Lina turret falls down top side of the map, already fallen bottom side as Shy's just going to jump in. Going to try and keep the Jax in there, but that's just a leap strike. Ain't nothing else going to be happening there. As Jules very, very low. Scepter going to move himself back now, and at least Lava is able to clear out that wave. But Keen is putting on way too much pressure. Malrong's even able to keep this wave pushing towards the mid lane as well. Those super creeps moving on forward.
Base already broken in one spot. Happy to group as 3 in top. They send Kentucky over. Jax just wants free time, and he's drawing 2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, and as long as he just keeps his pressure up, they're going to be spread too thin is key. Taking some damage from Malrong. Remember, no turret in the mid lane just means that they've got free entry. Can move on over whenever they want. Shy's going to move up. Jax is going to take away the red buff. We're going to have a dragon in about 3 minutes or so, something like that. Maybe another mountain. Might help Everate as far as clearing things out and finishing this game off. But this is what we need to be looking at. How are they going to go about finishing this? Because we want positives for Everate
on
that
the
they
upside,
can use moving forward.
They're not running down mid lane only. They have the mid lane inhibitors. They're happy to play the side lane, something they've struggled with pretty extensively. So already, thumbs up to the side of Everate in terms of being able to play the map and not just look for team fights ad nauseum. They have, just like the Kassadin against Samsung, a Jax who needs multiple people to be drawn to feel any sort of threat. Love to break the base a second time, but for now, good wave clear on the side of ROX. Made them struggle.
Yeah, and I just really like how they're playing out this split push. Okay, he wants to take down the turret. Does so, as there's another Cataclysm. Doesn't have the flash available to him, as that's going to be the pick-off onto Keen. The package was used there by Lava. Wants to turn around onto Malrong, who's just going to die for free. The rest of the team's on the top side of the map. And that's Sangyun picking up a kill that he definitely shouldn't have been given from the team of Everate.
Okay, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Okay, Everate, I understand. Can be tricky there. Malrong certainly didn't need to die. Keen got his main objective in breaking the base in a second spot, and then Malrong kind of overstayed, watching the gloriousness of Jax split pushing a bot lane turret.
Yeah.
It's still 7th versus 10th at turn.
It is, but I was about to compliment Everate on their ability to control a 1-4 composition, and then they did that, and it was sort of a bit sad.
And yet, way better than how they played against Samsung. We didn't cast that game.
Hey, no, they played really well for like the first 15 minutes.
Crumbs was so out of words in that cast. It was very amusing to watch.
Yes.
To his credit, he didn't swear like me, so already a winner.
Hey, that's true. That's true. Definitely a more
That's
appropriate
a lot of
commentator than Pop
damage.
Smithy. Yep. Voice of Light's going to flat out miss though as Shy. We're going to flag and drag his way out. Good play, and Jules just going to pick up that kill. Easy as you like. It's Guardian Angel now done for Keen at the same time, so things only getting worse for Shy. Worst birthday ever. Got to be saying 10 seconds now until that Mountain Drake that I was talking about before is going to come up. Keen's actually just currently jungling. Going to move his attention towards the top side of the map. The only part that has a turret remaining over towards that inhibitor.
I just hope Everate do the very obvious play here. They walk as 3 or 4 through the enemy jungle, put down a couple of control wards, and take the bot lane inhibitor. You know, ensure that there's not going to be an easy collapse. Happy as happy can be. Keen might face check 4 people.
That is exactly what he's going to do, Pop Smithy. And he's going to get knocked up over and over again and stunned and taken down to his Guardian Angel. And Everate Winners are just going to walk into the enemy base. Oh my goodness, he might actually live here. No, he's definitely not going to live. Lava's going to be able to pick up that kill. Inhibitor's just going to fall down across the board, though, as Everate Winners use him as a bait. Stunning. I think that's worth.
Absolutely. Getting 2 inhibitors certainly is worth. Means that testing any objective on the map, even their own blue buff, becomes pretty difficult to pull off for the side of ROX Tigers.
Especially the next Baron that's going to be up in a minute and a half. So, I like that a lot. Mid lane as well as the bottom lane just feels pretty great if you're going for the Baron. 3 of them probably better, but then you probably just want to win the game. So there are a lot of teleport wards inside the base here at the same time. I feel like if Everate play this correctly, they've theoretically got a checkmate situation with how quickly the Jax will be able to finish off inhibitor turrets.
And that's kind of
next turrets.
That's a quandary win, right, Atlas? Because right now, ROX can say, well, we could win a team fight. And you know what? They might be right. But Ever8 should look at it and be like, we don't need to team fight. It doesn't matter if we have a gold lead. They have 2 downed inhibitors. We should be able to play the side lanes to a point where there is no way for ROX Tigers to actually get a true 5v5 and just end the game in an almost bloodless fashion. Is an opportunity that's available to Ever8 if they play out the game smartly. Marang, to his credit, puts down a ward, does not die face check.
Yep, nicely done. Did lose that control ward immediately, which was his last one, but still definitely good. Has his Stoneplate plus Locket combination as well, Papa Smithy. Ever8 showing more and more signs of positivity. Shy looking to get pushing on this bot lane. Of course, as soon as their waves are in order, it's absolutely fine to not worry too much about any backdoor style play, just because there are 2 Nexus turrets. But as soon as the minions start crashing forward, that is when Ever8 just have so much control with teleport up.
They feel like they need to force the Baron. This would be a scenario where a 5v5 fight could happen. Now, they could play the side lanes. They need to push out the mid lane before they make a Baron play. It's all about mid priority. Going to push out top at least to begin. Control wards down in the enemy jungle by ROX Tigers, trying to make picks earlier. Means that kind of everyone's running each other around the map, and for now, it is actually ROX right in the top lane minion wave to try and break the base in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, good vision by ROX as well. Got that cute little ward towards the blue buff, or where the blue buff used to be. It's going to show them exactly where Ever8 are. They're just going to start off this Baron. They got a lot of damage. The 6 item Zarya doing so much work, but ROX move themselves over. Another teleport as Lava's going to make his way in, but Shy completes a teleport this time as Keen in trouble, jumps himself right back to his team as Shy has to get himself out. Oh, Marong was looking for the kick, but doesn't quite find it. Finally gets it onto Sungyun, who jumps his way out, and finally the kill comes in. It's a double already for Jewel as Sceptred grabs one at the same time. Lava makes it a triple for Jewel, and they'll just run it up the mid lane and finish this game off.
And it feels like Ever8, sure. Did they need to team fight? No, but they put trust in their gold lead. 10,000 gold is enough at this time of the game. Finally, the teleport comes through, but it is no game. It wasn't even a teleport from Shy. He just rocked up this time.
Yes.
But the game will end regardless, Atlas, and Ever8 winners in surprising fashion win game 1.
Yep, the name not as ironic anymore, Papa Smithy, as Ever8 winners are able to take number 1. Is a best of 3 series, though. We've seen this team. Consistency not necessarily the highest thing, one of the things highest on our list of things to say about Ever8 winners. However, if that was a sign of anything, it's a sign that ROX Tigers need to make some adjustments to how they're going to play out their early to mid game.
And on the Ever8 side, it's a sign that they made improvements in areas that were critically underdeveloped. Their ability to play side lanes was honestly not LCK standard. They went back, they adjusted, made better 1-4 plays. Were they perfect? Certainly not, but they were better. And in this case, they got a big enough gold lead in the early game. The Sceptred Aurelion Soul came up big. The Jack split push pressure and the takeaway from the side of ROX Tigers worked out as well. So Ever8 have a lot to be happy about, but like you say, big question marks on how ROX Tigers played out their team fights, because it was unacceptable for them to be in scenarios where the teleport could be the difference, and then teleport being cancelled lost them basically every advantage in the mid game.
Yeah, twice in a row as well, Papa Smithy. Just a bit of a disaster there as you saw Malrung with the most casual walk behind the Tristana and kick her in the back of the head maneuver in order to get that fight started and to get Ever8 winners this victory. Their immediate turn from the Baron as well is something that was actually quite surprising from an Ever8 that has been a little bit uncoordinated at the same time. So showing that there are certainly multiple things that we can talk about as far as improvement for this team as well.
And there's nothing wrong with a team that's struggling, allowing us to earn higher expectations. So let's see if they can continue to improve their play.
Yep, and they were impressive towards the end of the promotion tournament. Now impressive in this series against the ROX Tigers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a break very soon, and I'd be excited to see whether anything's going to change on the side of ROX Tigers or even Ever8 moving into game number 2. We'll have a short break. We'll see you right after that. Welcome back, OGN Legion to LCK Summer. Everate winners were actually able to be winners against the ROX Tigers, but it felt a little bit like things were going awry towards the top side of the map for the team, and despite the fact that that's some hell of a corky damage from Lava, this wasn't enough.
I mean, OGN's lost track of who was even top laner, as they have Sejuani.
The classic Sejuani top. They think that we're back at the start of the split, Papa Smithy. That's the problem.
Well, it was a bit of a weird game, so I can understand the stats package just exploding after that game. Speaking of exploding, we had Scepted and also Duel having big games, and with 87% kill contribution and no deaths, Scepted on the pick we were hyped about. We said, this guy, he's a famous Aurelion Soul. We don't have Fly anymore. We're going to take the best available. The best available is Scepted. And for a second time in a row, he looked very impressive on the Aurelion Soul.
Just so comfortable as well, and it's something that we haven't been able to talk about when it comes to Everate winners. And this kite back into kite forward situation.
Into cancel teleport.
Oh, into cancel teleport feels so bad. But still able to execute on the situation, and Scepted just skirting around the fight. Celestial expansion working very well. Super Soak at them all. Gets the slows, gets the picks, does the consistent damage that Aurelion Sol can do.
I mean, even good team fighting from a Jax, but that's because there was no one there to overshadow him, and these replays will show 2 canceled teleports that I think really went against the ROX Tigers. Shy will be maintaining his spot. Interesting, will be no substitution, so on Shy Day, on his birthday, he'll get a chance for a reprieve, but he definitely needs to have a much bigger game in Game 2, because Game 1 was a low point for Shy.
Yeah, or at least a more present game. You know, he just needs to be with his team a little bit more, because we know what Shy can do if he's with the team. If the ROX Tigers are together, they're playing like a unit. They do look good, but this was Everate winners playing like a unit. Certainly able to get the really nice kickback. Malrung had a day out on the Lee Sin at the same time. There were a lot of key players here for Everate winners, which is a sentence that I just wasn't expecting to say today, Papa Smithy. I just have to be frank with you.
Yeah, they played like a unit, like you say. Even though they had the inferior team fight comp, they were playing as a unit more, and that ended up being more important than perhaps champion identity, as ROX Tigers were able to draft. So going to be going into Game 2 with no adjustments in lineup from either team. Getting keen into another advantageous matchup into Shy seems to be one of the fastest routes to another victory, and honestly, a second match victory for Everate would be a big boon for a team that is 0-10 in match score before this particular match.
Well, it just means that being in that 8th place, safe from relegation, would actually be a dream for the Everate winners, and they'd feel like winners if they made it to the 8th place. It's actually beautiful.
It's still feeling like a dream with how much better BBQ is looking recently.
That's a very good point.
So I think 8th is, like you say, the goal state for both the ROX Tigers and MVP, but increasingly looking less likely with the losses piling up. MVP did lose earlier today.
Yeah.
So all eyes onto Everate and see if they can pick up a 2-0 that may be worth its weight in gold. Even just 2 game score would be so helpful for this lineup.
We'll see what they do now we're in Champion Select with a little bit more ban flexibility. It will be the Kog'Maw first up, as Caitlyn is going to go, as the trade of 80 carries does come in, but we'll give away a little bit. We saw the side of the ROX Tigers go for pretty standard bans with, it was Kog'Maw that was still there, but Elise and Galio were the follow-ups, which we often see on the red side as well.
On the Tigers, though, do they just have to ban what has been the 3 today? Every red side team has banned Caitlyn, Kalista, and Zac on red side. First 2 are the ones that have been the staples for the longest time this season. There's a chance the 3rd one isn't Kalista, but Duel had a good game. Wasn't MVP in Game 1, but had an impressive performance, and he has played Kalista to success already this season. It's 1 and 2, but haven't picked up much game wins, so you take the wins you can get.
Yeah, basically anything that has a percentage above 0 is pretty good stuff for Everate winners.
Sounds backhanded, but that was only their 8th game win of the season. They're 8-22, which you don't need to know math very good to know that's not the best.
Yeah, I don't know math very good, but that is definitely sounding good, Pop City. As far as accuracy, doesn't sound good as far as Everate is concerned, or my English speaking ability. As there goes the Elise. And this means that the Kalista is well and truly available, and that is being, at least considered for the moment, but should be locked away here by Everate.
I don't really know what they would take over it, and it's just so powerful in empowering the meta initiation supports that will be expected to be the first pick. I imagine a Rakan answer will come from the ROX Tigers because Key has looked really good on Rakan.
Yeah.
You don't really want to give Kalista Rakan away, but you could say the same thing about Kalista Alistair, so maybe the Rakan takeaway picks are of lower priorities given you have so many options. And Sejuani is up, so they're basically saying, let's go back to what has been a effective counter pick to the Kalista in recent games. Not 100% win rate by any means, but the ability of a Sejuani, if she can free farm, to sit on Kalista and deny her from the Ren set she's capable of, has been a pretty good strategic option against the Kalista.
Yeah. Does leave the Kalista Rakan combination available if Everate do want to take that one away. Jarvan is going to be stolen from Shy, but the Jax are still up as well. They're just making sure that they lock down a potential top laner or flex pick into the jungle there as well for Malrung. He's
played
done
it
crazier things, yeah.
He's played in the jungle already once this season, not to success, but like you say, is a real counter pick choice, and you would almost say that it's likely Malrung will be going the Jarvan in the jungle just because Sejuani's not a matchup you're worried about being invaded on, and Keen plays pretty much only counter picks, so I think they're really fishing for, say, a Renekton on the red side here, and then counter-picking it seems to be the way we'd expect Keen to go. Always the chance it is going to be the Jarvan, but my impression of specifically Keen is that he wants laning advantages wherever he can get them.
And Songyun has actually played a lot of Xayah so far this season as well. He's done a lot of damage, but has only won about a third of his games on the pick. Hasn't been something that the ROX Tigers have been able to make work as effectively as things like the Kalista. But they banned away the Aurelion Soul, and that is certainly a good move away from Scepted. Some good stories as far as what ROX Tigers have adapted moving into this draft.
If he's forced to blind pick, it seems like the obvious blind pick would be Orianna, because you already have Fate's Call, Rakan, and the Jarvan for initiation. It is one of the most played from Scepted as well, and you can see that ROX Tigers aren't going to buy the bait. They are going to ban away the Jax just in case. Leaving their options open. Malrung, having played one game already on stage of the Jarvan, makes this a bit more of a on-the-ball read.
Makes a bit of sense, but it's still a flex. Everett can decide to switch that up towards the top side if they feel like the matchup will be worthwhile. Renekton going to be taken away, and you mentioned the fact that the Tigers might be looking towards that. So Everett also having that idea at the same time. But Shy, plenty of champions in that champion pool, so should be fine as far as finding something to play.
I mean, this season he's won on Jarvan twice. That's taken away. Renekton is banned. His only other win was on Gnar, and you'll remember that that was not a good performance from Shy.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't his win. I'd probably give that to most of the rest of his team.
It's actually hard to evaluate whether the last game or that game was worse from Shy.
Oy.
He's had some lowlights, unfortunately, and we'd love to talk about him in reverent terms. It is his birthday, and he is a legend, but has struggled on the Rift a couple of times this season. Now, Everett will be forced to make the blind pick top lane, so show if it is the Jarvan or something else. Some of the crowd, which admittedly isn't the most, is being optimistic. Okay, so just will be a blind pick Camille, so predictably is a carry. They're not going to be running the Jarvan top lane. And I mentioned Orianna has synergy with this comp. It gets even more reliable when the Hextech Ultimatum is another way to initiate.
Yeah, it's also super handy that you then get both the Hextech Ultimatum as well as the Cataclysm, which you don't normally have in tandem due to the fact that the Jarvan's often occupying that top lane
You're
position.
just really not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah, just super not allowed to. The sombrero is actually made out of terrain now.
It now feels like
great.
the Orianna Shockwave is targeted because at this point, how can you miss them?
But at least the quickness adds the charm, so it's sort of like an anesthetic, so you don't feel as bad when you're just getting torn up by AoE ultimates.
I'm just saying, Scepted has had some great laning phases piled on gold. Shockwave could be massive in this game. Is waiting for the last pick. It's going to be the Shy special. He's jumping on the Trundle, baby.
Oh, yes. Okay, not necessarily made for these carry matchups, but certainly a Shy special, and can now eat turrets again, which is what we all wanted.
Yeah, the chomp on turret and also the extra regen on his W was the latest buff for Trundle. When Shy came back into the starting lineup of the ROX Tigers after not playing for the majority of 2016, it was on the Trundle. He has always been a Trundle player. And wow, okay, first Trundle of the season in this game.
First Trundle of the season in this game, first Skarner of the season in our last series. It's a day of firsts, Papa Smithy, and I'm very excited to see whether Shy, on his birthday, is going to be able to successfully revive the Jarvan. Sorry, not the Jarvan, the Trundle, like Skarner was successfully revived by Score.
I mean, the ability to chomp away some of the AD and go even in trades that for other champions would be risky. Makes you understand. The use of the pillar will be interesting, given that everyone on Everate wants to get in melee range of the enemy apart from Orianna. Shy going on an old pick on his birthday, 26 years young today.
Yeah.
Needs to step up his teleport game, and ROX Tigers need to step up their synergy. They do not want to go down 2-0 to Everate winners.
That being said, Everate, they have set themselves up with a lot of options as far as getting the engages working out. They've got Kalista Rakan, they've got the Orianna J4. It couldn't engage itself if it tried. We'll see what they can do to try and get in on this game. Okay, here we are.
Trundle.
Yay. Policeman on the rift.
At least now we don't need to mince words, Atlas. He's trolling.
I thought you were going to say, well, now he can cancel his teleports with authority.
That's pretty good too. He is a constable after all.
Yeah. Okay, ROX just waiting for Ella to face check. He's not going to throw a Gleaming Quill in there, because there's no point in taking that one level 1.
Always difficult to work out where to path when you're against Braum at level 1, so respect being shown.
Okay. Moves his way out. Jewel going to be taking Bang's skin as well. You'd think normally that would be a good luck charm, but recently it has been a little bit different.
Late invade coming through from ROX, actually.
Despite is going to fly forward, and Ella does actually decide to take the Q level 1.
And there's a play on word.
Oh no. It's so sad. Although, now, it's feeling a little bit better to be an Everate Winners fan. Not going to have as many, being the first time in the LCK with this particular name. Trying to get more.
Game 1 victories certainly at a premium for them. Just 2 in the past 10 matches and no match victories in that time. Malrang can do some interesting pathing as a Jarvan. He's level 2. The level 2 gank is always going to be powerful. They know they started on bot side, but here comes Malrang.
Yep, Septed looking for it. There's the flash. Good flash from Lava. Gets himself out of the way. But, yeah, okay, that was optimistic, to say the least.
Both mid laners were level 1.
Yeah.
Not even level 2, so that was a super early gank path. We'll just go straight to his blue buff, low mana, but we'll be able to claim that. You're never worried about the counter gank at level 2 at the best of times, but certainly not by a Sejuani.
Well, I actually thought that Malrang was going to move himself around and try and invade the jungle here of Songwon, which is what we've seen J4s do into this matchup as recently as a few days ago.
See, it's not the best choice because it's against the Taliyah, so the Taliyah is going to have the shove on the Orianna.
Yeah.
And she would react first on her side, of course, and just kind of kill the Jarvan, so... Agreed. There was the flash used by Malrang in that initiation as well, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Does mean that his gank pressure is going to be a little bit lower. Here is the all-time win rate of Trundle. You'll see a lot more support Trundle than top lane Trundle, but positive win rates abound.
Yeah.
Gone.
A little bit closer on the top side, yeah.
You will remember that the big reason for support Trundle was that ultimate, of course. Ability to shred tanks in a tank meta. Less tanks now, so less value from the ultimate.
Might actually be starting to come back into favor as well. I mean, I heard, I don't remember who it was, but someone was talking about imagining that Trundle will probably make a resurgence given the buff to the Cinderhulk, meaning that things like this Sejuani have come back.
Nice sidesteps from Septed, who has been very impressive laning Orianna. He's going in real aggressive.
Yeah, the heal's already being used as there's the flag and drag. First blood for Malrang as Everate keep the pressure on from game 1. Really nice stuff, and that's the Jarvan and Orianna combination working to full effect. But honestly, mostly just Septed being able to avoid the gank that ROX had tried to throw at him.
And also understand how much damage Orianna does at level 4. It's so low a consequence usually, because so often you will see Orianna just farming out lane. But I love the ability to flash in aggressively. Knew he had the right mana. Super good stuff.
Yeah, talking about aggressive, Sungyun's actually taking a lot of damage. Not a lot of sticks in him, as Key was at least able to soak all of those up with the help of the Unbreakable. But Everate just having pressure everywhere. You can see even Keen on the top side of the map. He's farming things out. Not necessarily as well as Shy, but has the wave pushed up. Will certainly be able to stop him from getting the teleports off with that hook shot if he is needed to.
When we were building up the hype around Scepted, we could have a bot lane party, a spotted bot lane party.
Yeah, Ella. We should be able to use that grand entrance to get himself out of the way. Does hop over to this Cloud Drake that wakes up, but otherwise will be okay.
But when we were hyped about Scepted in week 1 and week 2, whenever it was looking like they'd actually be more of a middle pack team rather than a struggling team as they ended up being, it was honestly Scepted's laning as Orianna's ability to look for solo kills on the Orianna that first caught the eye, and then using the Ghost almost Crown-esque to sidestep the seismic shove, trusting on his read on where Lava was likely to place it, and then saving his flash to flash in for a QW. Command attack dissonance play. That was really impressive from Scepted. It's why, even in the struggles, you feel like there's definitely a lot of talent to salvage from the mid lane of Everate.
Oh yeah, most certainly. And if you do sleep on them, they are a team that can certainly surprise you as well, which I believe has happened already today. ROX were not expecting quite the fight that Everate were offering, and Malrung once again just looking for Lava, but Scepted taking too much damage. In fact, none of them hitting any abilities, and thankfully that means the turret doesn't get mad at them.
Yeah, Lava played that really well. So, I mean, if we're going to get compliment Scepted, in that scenario was able to problem solve out of what was a bit of a geometry problem when it came to the EQ coming in, and also the command attack from Scepted.
Songwon protecting his big raptor, but Popcorn Chicken goes over to Malrung quite easily. Lava very close to having his flash back available again, so it was good gank timing from Everate, like you said. Avoided the ROX Tigers mid laner.
I wonder if that will be a warrior enchant coming through from Malrung over the Cinder Hulk that's almost dominated every jungle enchant choice short of, say, Runic Echo on Nidalee and Elise.
Yeah.
It's an option, would make him basically a pick champion and maybe allow some of the other items to come in, but it would be unlikely. Okay, flash missed from Songwon.
Yeah, that's not going to quite find anything at all, as there's a double knockup from Malrung. Big shockwave in there as well, but Scepted's still going low, gets the command protect, but Songwon's able to pick one up, as there's actually the Rend that grabs the kill onto Lava. Mid lane is traded, but otherwise pretty even here for both of these teams. Still, 1,000 gold lead for Everate.
Yeah, dual roaming up, but not able to get there. Is the reason that ROX backed away. Like you say, mid lane is traded. Lava didn't use his flash, though, and Scepted used the only summon he had available in his Ghost in that exchange. Pretty even stuff around the mid lane. Suits the Orianna more than it does the Taliyah, as Lava really wants to start getting the shove on and roaming with the Weaver's Wall to side lanes.
Yeah, now actually forced to pick up the Mercury's Treads there as well. Not a lot of damage coming out of this Taliyah. The Shy's starting to win out this trade on the top side of the map. Does still have the Subjugate available. It's pretty hard going back into the memory banks to remember that particular ability name.
I mean, the reason why he's winning trades is that Keen still hasn't shopped. He's been very greedy about his back timer. No back in 8 minutes. Somehow he still has a corrupting potion charge. He's not really taking a lot of harass in the top lane, it seems.
Yep. Seems to be just putting his leg up in the air and slamming it down on a few minions every now and again.
We've seen players use all their corrupting potion charges before minions spawned, if you remember. Maple, well, good old MSI, and without any items, still going to look for a gank.
Yeah, still has the ultimatum, and there it is. Malrung now just throws down the Cataclysm. So many zones that this Trundle cannot get out of, as Malrung is still going to survive the subjugation. Not enough. And that, despite the no shop, is Keen able to help get a kill on the top lane.
Now, Lava's actually looking to clean up the Jarvan, who got super low because of the fact that there was no items on Keen. Almost got baited into his death because the damage output, you don't really gauge it on an 8-minute gank that your top laner has literally no items of any description. Only regen coming through from the corrupting potion, but not going to be exposed. It's going to be a big first buy here from Keen.
Okay, Sungyun's actually going to walk away from the control ward that was put down. It's going to be Key that goes over, picks that one up. Sungyun in a little bit of trouble here, dueling. Does get the Ren set. He picks up some minion damage. doing well. 68 to 62 currently.
Ability to turn on the front line will be the big story in this game. Less about the split pushes.
Yeah, cute little knock-up comes in, but they know that there are 4 members down here towards the bottom side. Ella in trouble, wants to battle dance, gets the Fate's Call, wants to find the knock-up as the Weaver's Wall working out here just a little bit. Heal comes in and Sungyun is able to pick up that kill. Key tanking the turret and will survive. Good dive from the ROX Tigers,
Yeah,
but what will they give away for it?
And that's the thing, is they're able to brute force it, but you're seeing that Camille will roam down. She has her Sheen available, so they might just get first brick in the mid lane as it took so long to pick up the kill. Great moves from Duel. Not going to quite take it down. Keen tries to overstay for it, though.
Yeah, will be able to hook shot his way out. Avoids the seismic shove nicely there as well. Still has the flash if he wants to, and even cleans out a ward. Easy as you like. So Scepter continuing to push things up, and now it just needs a few clockwork wind-ups, and that turret will fall down.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It was very difficult to take down a Kalista Rakan, given all the different factors you have to consider when it comes to target selection. Killing the Kalista, the easier of the two options, but bought so much time that it was almost the answering mid lane turret, and one more rotation coming through from the Jarvan could mean that it was to give up first brick. So still commendations to Duel, who with 4 members bot lane bought him about as much time as possible.
Yeah, and able to get a decent buy as well as he goes back. Berserker's Greaves a little bit better for Jewel as Malrong. Yeah, very aggressive as Lava used the rest of his mana to try and get the shove. Ella moves himself over, but doesn't actually decide to get all the way in. Second Battle Dance utilized, and Scepted's going to be able to take down the turret. So I actually feel like that was good, distracting the ROX Tigers members. Malrong helps take down the mid lane turret.
And now the heroic play from Duel is a big win for them, Atlas, because usually Tilia wins the shove and can roam with Weaver's Wall. So much more difficult to do when, of all turrets, the most important turret, mid lane outer turret, is the first to fall. Now minions push in. It's so much harder to unshackle Lava from wave clear duty in the mid lane, and it relieves pressure in the side lane so extensively. This is a big win for Everate so early in the game.
Yeah. And if you remember back to the game prior, ROX are actually looking okay moving into the mid to late game. Well, moving into the mid game. And then there were sort of those disasters when it came to teleports, things like that. Now Everate in a great position to start things up. Jewel getting aggressive, landing the pierces as well, knowing that his eyes are in.
And now, as you say, likelihood is you're going to have Lava coming in second, or being a lot slower on the trigger finger for the Weaver's Wall, and Trundle teleports. It's not Jarvan this time. It's a lot less reliable with what Trundle can create in a teleport play. Might have to talk about teleport plays in just a moment, as Everate will at least looking for a turret dive.
Considering it, but vision was still available there for the ROX Tigers and able to play defensively enough to move themselves out of the way. Sungyun had access to that Featherstorm, as well as Scepted had to move back to mid, clean up this wave. And now we'll be able to shove it very far forward. Should be able to buy more time once again, as now Lava wants to find another kill. Hookshot doesn't find a wall or anything like that, as Kane will jump himself in there. Subjugate down now as the Camille trying to get himself out. Throws down the ultimatum, but he'll just die, and Lava is able to pick up that kill. Turret not going to be able to secure it. And now Shy trying to get some damage on this turret.
They're trying to track him in and force him to take extra turret shots, but the effect fades quickly, and like you say, not quite enough damage there. So good roam coming through from ROX and from Lava in particular. Does mean that minions are pushed up, but getting the successful gank is the more important factor. Still no Weaver's Wall usage. 13 minutes in.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Only
Ella,
the bot lane one so far this game.
a little bit of a stun towards the bottom side, but you can see actually the gold lead is somewhat increased for Everate, even though they are able to move themselves over. Massive fight towards the bottom side of the map. Stun comes down, and that's Sungyun picking up yet another kill. Ella should be a follow-up here as he's trying to quick this out. Uses the flash, but immediately flashed after by the Zaya, and that is now 3-0-0 for Sungyun, the big carry for the ROX Tigers.
That's not what we saw in game one. We mentioned that Sungyun and Key should be able to outskill Duel and Ella on the 2v2.
Oh,
Speaking of outskilled, we see now multiple lanes with solo kills, but big win for ROX, getting their true carry, Sungyun, ahead. Scepter does have an air of inevitability of how much damage you can do in team fights, so getting gold on the Orianna's no slouch either. But losing 2v2 in that fashion, losing the turret as well, is a big win for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, nicely played. Now evening out that gold entirely as well, Papa Smithy. ROX turning it around. You can see Shy with actually a gigantic gold lead towards the top side. But let's have a look at this one again. It was pretty expertly done.
Sangyu just owned up the scenario. Basically, you could see that Duel was relying on Ella to hit the grand entrance on Sangyu to be able to slow down the engage, but he featherstormed over it, still did damage in the area and got the maximum damage onto Duel. He went down, and of course, Ella had nowhere to run away to. Very smooth stuff from Sangyu, showing mastery of the champion.
Yeah, really looking good. And you can see Shy actually building a full split push Trundle build as well. Ravenous Hydra going to be coming in. This guy is going to be doing a lot of healing, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, with the W buffs up to 25% as well, he's basically going to be healing up to full every time he auto-attacks down a minion wave.
Yeah. Spirit Visage on top of that, Papa Smithy. Oh, feel the healing. It would be crazy amounts.
Doesn't feel that great to build against only Orianna, but I think he'll probably still go that way given how well it synergizes with his kit.
I hope so.
Gargoyle's Stone Plate, maybe?
Yeah. Both. All of the above. Okay, Marong moving himself down towards the bottom side. Featherstorm still on cooldown for another couple of seconds as the Fate calls
We're going real hard.
There's the knock-up. Grand Entrance comes down. All of the CC. Shockwave. Marong grabs the kill into Sangyu immediately, and Jewel is gifted the one on the support key. Keen, in trouble on the top side of the map. Throws down the ultimatum as Shy underneath this turret.
Stun.
Really good stun as Shy's getting kited. Happy birthday, you have fallen down as Keen wins the 1v1 under the turret.
How many solo kills are we going to say in a single game? 2v2 kills and bot lane, solo kill mid, solo kill top. Keen was going to teleport out, cancels it, and now Lava's wondering what he can make happen.
Yeah, oh, max range. Hookshot gets Keen well and truly out of there, and he should now be able to head back home. Lava going to be doing the same thing on this Talia. And yeah, there's been a lot of hype moments in this game, Papa Smithy. Just things that are surprising, coming out of nowhere, and once again now Everate find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead.
It's just a very unique thing in Korea to see multiple solo lanes and 2v2 kills, because usually players have the defensive first mindset of, you know, just trying to pull away, just respect vision, not look for laning advantages. The best players can do both. That's why FLICKR is such a legend, is that he'll look for the solo kills, but also be able to sidestep all the ganks. But this is a game where caution has been thrown to the wind. So far, fortune has favored the bold. Game 2, it is Everate that you would describe as bold, as the item build from Marong is about as bold as possible. He went for the Tracker's Knife into Tiamat into Cinderhawk with Boots of Mobility. He basically wants to initiate as hard as possible. And with the Boots of Mobility, he's just happy to close ground, because even if he doesn't EQ for damage, they got the Shockwave to try and do the maximum damage in fights.
Okay, they're actually looking for Scepted here, as Malrong just assumes that his mid laner is dead. He's going to head back home, and they'll be none the wiser. It's good heads-up play, understanding that they probably weren't going to win that.
But there must be some killing on the top side, I guess.
Yeah. What goes up must come down. Now, Shy's in trouble. Hate's Call actually comes in immediately after the quickness, which looks hilarious. But Shy, able to get a lot of that health back, but just takes too many sticks. It's going to be ROX trading it for a dragon as well. So, kill for kill. Dragon should be traded for something. Unless Everate winners run out of minions, which they are going to do. Wait for that minion wave and should be able to take down the outer turret on the top side of the map whilst losing their entire bottom side jungle.
Pretty greedy from Olrung to enter this jungle. He shouldn't do that.
Yep, sounds like a bad news story. Has to use the flash to get himself out of the way and out of the way of the seismic shove.
Do not enter the side of the jungle where you have no reinforcements or vision, so that was silly. Ends up at his flash, so at least ends up getting out alive. Like you say, the trade does happen, but another trade may be happening soon. Low health outer mid lane turret, but they don't want to dive it. The ults are down for ROX.
Well, Malrong must be feeling pretty good. He's 3-0-2 now. You know, young player. Feeling like he's on a bit of a tear. Probably needs to calm down just a little bit. Scepted about to hit that 2-item spike, though, so it might be the time where you really want to start getting some things done, especially considering the fact that Keen does have his Trinity Force and the Tiamat, plus some Mercury's Treads there as well.
I wonder if Marung's going for the Initiator Jarvan build. It might be a Dead Man's Plate for even more speed.
I hope so. That's some serious Nikes. Mobility boots plus the Dead Man's Plate. That's the dream.
Could be a Righteous Glory as well.
Hey, true. Also another speed build.
Righteous Glory is really powerful at the moment. Having it build health and armor. as a build path was a pretty big buff, I feel.
Yeah.
Building out a Glacial Shroud is a feel-good moment, because anytime you can build a Glacial Shroud, you feel pretty good about yourself.
Cooldown reduction, also something that everyone just tends to want. And this is a Jarvan that hasn't built by default a Black Cleaver, so having way too much in that case can be a problem.
Looking more like the Dead Man's Play, but could be Randuin's as well to sit on the Xayah.
Yeah. A few options here. Traffic Cone comes up. Shy is trying to do some controlling.
Ooh.
Lots of damage, yeah.
But the lifesteal means that he can shrug it off, so it feels like it has to be an all-in trade away from minions for Keen to be able to win.
Okay, ROX have to be a little bit careful. Good wave clear coming out from Ever8, but stepping too far forward may spell their end because Malrong, like you said, engagement, certainly a capability of his. Not a whole lot of vision up here towards this Baron area that has just spawned.
ROX make a transparent play in the side lane. The Rift Herald will be there to try and trade up. Malrong still wearing that buff. Smite's away blue, so clearly was worried about Sungwon taking it. There's the Weaver's Wall.
Flag and Drag actually going to be used just to get Malrong over here, and it is going to secure that outer turret in the mid lane. Scepted had to move himself down. Outer still up, top lane. ROX Tigers to go and collect. This game very, very close.
He doesn't have the vision to be able to push up so aggressively, but he does see the enemy champions in wards, so for now, doesn't feel like he's going to be collapsed on. Very delayed item build coming through from Duel, and for the QSS as a first item after the Blade of the Ruined King, so going to be slow at picking up his Hurricane and looking for the Ren sets.
Well, it's an attempted engage here from Ella as Ultimate flashed out of the way of there by Scepted. Speeds himself up, gets himself out, has the shield, but has to use the flash.
For the Rift Herald to be plopped down, seeing some recalls on wave clear with Talia in the top lane. Maybe now's the time to channel it in mid.
Scepted's actually moved up here as well, knew exactly where the Talia was, but we'll just pull him away from the creep wave. Clear that one out. Someone moves himself back over. Yeah, you're right, that Void touched. A little bit forgotten here by Malrong. There's a Glimpse of the Void, something like that.
Glimpse of the Void.
A bunch of Void things going on.
Void Touch definitely will be a spell name at some point in this game.
Yeah, we need that. I'm pretty sure it is already a spell name, just not sure whether I'm talking about the right game, because Glimpse of the Void is certainly it. Okay.
I don't speak other MOBAs.
I never said it was a MOBA.
It's fair. I assumed.
Just feel like the Void is just in everything. Or is it in nothing?
I don't like to think about the Void too much.
Yeah, I know, this is the thing. It gets confusing. I'm having a crisis, Papa Smithy.
An existential crisis?
Yeah, something like that.
Stay casting, I need you.
All right, no, it's okay. I'm just looking at Shy's item build. He's about to build an Iceborne Gauntlet, so I'm just happy. Because you know it feels good to build a Glacial Shroud. He might be able to build two.
It's true. Even more AoE coming through in that build for the wave clear side of things. All right, the Glimpse of the Void will be used finally, but it's in the bot lane.
Yep. Oh, imagine how much health Shy's going to get back by the King's Tribute.
A lot. Like, really a lot.
Really a heaps a lot.
Well, I mean, not that much, because he will lose some health, but
Yeah.
it will come soon. ROX trying to trade in the top side, and predictably Ever8 have allowed that to happen.
This is really unfortunate because Shy's got full health and we don't get to see the number. We could probably calculate it, but I just don't think we can do it right now. Yeah, looking to try and punish Bristle and Sejuani. They maneuver back towards this Baron area. ROX very spread on the map at the moment. Keen's moving back towards the bottom side. Everett or Sangyu.
They're in a pretty surreal scenario where, okay, well, they're just going in super hard.
Yeah, Ella really wanted it. They saw him moving over and he was like, I've already pressed the button, quickly, we're gonna go in. Fortunately, it didn't work. Fate's Call's still there from Jewel though, so Ella can try that once again.
You wouldn't think you would need to premature quickness when you have the Fate's Call to guarantee initiations. That was a bit strange.
Yeah. Never mind. Turret eventually falls on the top side of the map, and Malrong is going to take down a Mountain Drake for himself.
Really slowly, though.
Yeah, it's got a lot of health, obviously.
He doesn't really do any damage.
He's burning it down with his Cindy hole.
Burning is perhaps strong. I think he's...
Singe.
I want to say singeing it.
Yeah.
We both thought the same thing.
Yeah, we did. It's because Shy's in the game. Want to be talking about Singed.
Songwon seems to subscribe to the same newsletter as Ambition when it comes to the Sejuani builds. This is the build that does the most damage, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm more of a fan of the utility tank. I saw Trick, going for Locket and things like that in EU. That makes more sense to me. But when it comes to sitting on Callista, you have to say it is pretty good build path.
Yeah, I don't mind Knight's Vow as well. I don't know when.
Yep.
He'll probably build it at some point, I guess, as Lava looking for Scepted once again. There's a two-man
Good
Shockwave,
exhaust.
but he gets knocked back, and there's no mana here. Does his very best to move himself out of the way, but you're right, good exhaust. Didn't actually use the Ghost. I feel like he might have been able to get away, but even the Dissonance movement speed was not enough to avoid the Glacial Fissure at point blank.
I mean, Key played that super well. The exhaust was on point. He predicted the path also with the Glacial Fissure. Great stuff from him, and Everett in this weird spot where Scepted is way ahead in terms of items, but Duel delaying his build meant they don't have the 2-item power spike they were looking for. ROX with the pick. They're trying to get the maximum out of it.
Yep, Teleport actually being channeled here by Shy as well. They want to start off a fight. Everett know exactly what's going on. Malrung wants to jump himself in
He's 2
there.
levels up as well.
Oh my goodness, but it's going to be ROX peeling this one off. It makes a lot of sense as Key jumps over. They're looking for Keen. He's going to be able to flash his way out, and I'm not sure whether the heal's going to be enough, but my god, he's doing some damage. Lava able to survive through it, and they get the kill on the top laner. No Baron just yet, and they do have one pick. Teleport is up, 40 seconds until Keen will come back.
It seemed like almost his own team, and maybe even Keen himself, was surprised by how much damage he did on the turn. They didn't want to go in for a true 4v5, which is probably the right first instinct. They do delay the Baron. That was the real call there, so at least success on that for Everett. We'll go back. Here is Scepted. Wants to return to top lane. Has his flash this time, so doesn't have as many worries as he did when he saw the Braum and the Talia in top lane.
Yep, and the obligatory conversation about 2-item spike Callista needs to come in as well. And you mentioned before, already had that QSS from after the Blade of the Ruined King was completed, but now with the Hurricane, will be a time where Everett will want a team fight a little bit more, especially if Scepted's still alive.
They're a bit situational, though, because I think a lot of it is about trying for Callista to ignore Sejuani Trundle and relying on the permanent zones of the Hextech Ultimatum and the Cataclysm as the zones of fight. Because if Callista is just free-hitting the Sejuani, we've seen this before, it doesn't do very much. So making the most out of their backline access, which admittedly, with Camille, Orianna, Rakan, and the Jarvan is about as high as possible. They really are great at skipping past front lines. That's the big goal here. Deleting one of Lava and Sangyun means there'll be pretty low damage on the side of ROX. So that's kind of the game plan here to talk about, even though usually the 2-item spike from the Callista is so important.
Well, Jill's actually up here towards the top side. Has Ella now waiting around, but Lava, he's going to move himself away. They're not going to be able to set up this gank brush and do anything of note. Able to get a lot of vision down around this Baron area, but that is answered by the ROX Tigers quite nicely. Keen looking for this blue buff, and I don't know what Shy can do.
Cute item build, as you would say, Atlas, going for the Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, I like it. I actually want the full model reminder as well, because Shy doesn't have a lot of health, but he does have a fair bit of armor with that Iceborne Gauntlet. Flash used by Scepted, gets himself all the way out of the way of everything, and that's so many buttons, and nothing gained. Scepted's fancy feet are working well today, Papa Smithy.
He's been able to sidestep a lot of initiations that other players may have fallen to. Even with 3 deaths, that was more about his map sense than about his ability to outplay in a 2v2. I think you sit on the Executioner's Calling for a while because you do have the true damage on Q situationally, so armor stacking from ROX hasn't started yet, but you're right, later in the game may be useful. In the short term, being able to cut down that healing is important.
Okay. Or even right now, Shy's actually able to get a decent amount of damage. That's a huge chunk, though. As, look at this, the Baron has been started up.
Watch
Remember,
for the teleports.
they've got Jewel, they've got a lot of
Shy
damage
doesn't
to secure
have teleport, that's why they started it. No TP on Shy.
Yeah, Keen can make his way in. There's the turn now, teleport.
Only
Coming down
on
from Everett. Decent work done as Jewel untouched in the backline as Key doing some stuff that he can, but I mean, someone's going to get taken down for free. Bristle and Sej just off the board, and now ROX Tigers trying to push things forward.
Ended up being a really sloppy fight from the side of Everett. They should have won in bigger ways. They could have stayed on the Baron because Shy wasn't going to be able to contest. The Shockwave, which should have been an inevitability, was only on the Braum, who didn't even go down. in that particular exchange. They kind of got the minimum. They peel away. They'll be able to try it again with Summoners down on Songyun, but should have been more from the side of Everett.
Well, now Shy is going to be the one that has the teleport available to him, so Keen opting in for that one. Maybe the turn came a little bit too early. They could have done it a little bit more coordinated, but would have been unfortunate.
You wouldn't think they needed too much coordination just because of the Hextech Ultimatum and the Cataclysm, but you ended up being proved correct, Atlas. That was sloppy stuff from Everett. Void stuff pretty early, going for the 3-item power spike he accepted. No death cap to be found just yet.
Yeah. I like the death cap, though, when it comes to Orianna. Flat AP, just pretty strong with these utility mid laners, but watching Keen now, he's got a Warden's Mail. Building towards that Randuin's Omen, just to see whether he can deal with Shy a little bit more easily with that item. ROX clearing out Vision, and Everett still waiting around, try and get themselves the engage that they're looking for. But this game is very, very close. Someone should be able to take down the Rift Scuttler, so should at least get themselves some vision for the time being.
Something as small as a teleport advantage could snowball into so much more when the game is up for grabs, as it is now. ROX have control in the Baron area and teleport advantage. Now, it's worth noting that the teleport advantage is not a big one. It is not a flank teleporter, it's a Trundle, so it's more about securing Baron than it is about getting kills with the Trundle.
Someone actually going to take a little bit of free damage. Seismic Shove not going to get anyone over the wall, as he now looking to start a fight here onto Shy. Decent damage coming in as he throws down the Subjugate, but remember, there is an Executioner's Calling sitting on Keen. It just doesn't seem to matter, though. Keen is still just trying to kite him away. Weaver's Wall comes in, ultimatum's there, and I believe Keen should actually be able to just picks up the solo kill, and they should be able to get the maximum, as you would say, Papa Smithy. There are tons of sticks in this Baron buff. I don't think a smite's going to mean anything as the Rend does come in. There's the two-man Shockwave, Cataclysm on top of it. So much. The Rend set's now to come in, as it's Scepted that gets a well-deserved kill, and Keen, he's just not even dead. Oh, never mind about that. 3,000 gold now the lead, and they'll take so much more. This Everett, where have they been?
Keen just outplayed Shy, almost killed Lava on the back end, all the while Everett take down the Baron in assertive fashion, even get the turnaround kill. The whole game was decided in one passage of play, and we just saw it.
Yeah. Well, Keen as well. I mean, we have to remember that this guy's just fresh from solo queue. Young player, my God, just incredible.
Got the Baron buff, he healed up. The Master Stroke of the Executioner's Calling definitely helped him over the course of that, and just the crazy burst damage that Shy didn't respect. But the Baron take at the same time was the macro play to also complement. We're going to see the replay here. We open up, and Shy doesn't get burst instantly like we saw in the previous engagement. And I think that might be because he didn't space out his Qs, because the burst that we saw at the end was so much bigger. There's the second one. Keen's buying time. The Weaver's Wall comes in. This uses his movement speed to get out, and then the burst at the end. Almost thought he was baited by how little damage the second Q did, because by the third rotation, it was certainly killing people. We missed this, as during the second part of this fight, it was all about the Baron, as, yep, one EQ does 2/3 of Lava's health, and he saunters away.
He does, and you saw on the screen just there as well, letting us know that the Baron fell down, and Key fell down, and everybody else on the side of ROX Tigers also fell. Now Malrung going to be taking down the second dragon for Everett, third of the game. Will be a Cloud Drake, so not anything too important. They're probably looking at this inhibitor turret in the mid lane as their next option, and my God, Pop Smithy, we've got a BF sword. So a Guardian Angel now, the aim for Keen.
We haven't really been able to tell Keen's story. You alluded to some of it. It's another young player. You know, we talked about Jin Air and their two rookies last season, and now we have Malrung making his first appearance in the LCK. Player born in the year 2000, famously only 17 this year. 1999 for the side of Keen, so he's only 18 years of age himself, still in high school, finishing off that particular part of his life, but he's been really impressive on the carries. You can see a very mechanically talented player. Speaking to the Everett management between games, they're very high on what he can achieve, and little outplays like that will only buoy his confidence.
Yeah, and he's also been playing with the team for quite some time as well, Papa Smithy, so building this synergy, as you can see. And if he wants to be this split push carry, they need to have that communication, which from game number one, from this game as well, does seem to be there. A lot of these 1-4 compositions that people have been putting together have just flat out not worked, even for the best of teams here in the LCK.
This is something amusing about Shy being outplayed by a player so much younger than him. Like, this is
the real whippersnapper.
I mean, generational shifts. We never really knew what to make of them in League of Legends because you don't know how long a game's lifetime is, right? If it's 2014 and you're like, well, Flame is way better than Shy, that might have been a generational shift, but this is the long tail version of that, where we're seeing a player who had his best career year 4 years ago against a player who was, what, 14 years old 4 years ago, right? So it is kind of cool to see, and Keen has impressed, even if his team hasn't been able to pick up match victories.
And given the fact that it's Shy's 26th birthday today, we're talking about an 18-year-old. That's an 8-year gap. Very, very different. Is now Keen demonstrating that. He's going to get traffic coned out of the way and off the turret. Thank goodness, says Shy.
Everybody has so many ways to play this. They have a huge split pushing advantage in the 1v1. A level up on Shy, and just a bounty of items wants to be building Guardian Angel to go along with, I guess, Mortal Reminder. He may even just sell the Executioner's Calling later and go into something for opponents that aren't Shy. That he's doing so well.
Reminder.
That's fair, and he might just buy it for a current on the top of the cake, but the icing's already there, so I had to look for more things to put on the cake. Maybe he needs to write his name and, like...
Maybe it's like there's not enough cake and too much icing if he picks up the Mortal Reminder. Is that the issue? Yeah.
Is there ever too much icing?
That was going to be my follow-up question. You know, it's like carrot cake. Carrot cake, obviously the best part is the icing, so why don't you just eat the icing?
It's so true, though.
Yeah, it's so true.
Unless
it's like really good carrot cake.
The cake meta in Korea is not great, as you found in your time here.
Yeah.
We do sponge cakes in Korea, and that's about it. That's
and
the best.
Tiramisu. Tiramisu was.
If you go to a Western place, you can get your pecan pies and your other options. But usually, if you're in a Korean coffee shop, it is just the sponge cake. So if you're into sponge cake, have I got a country for you? And like you say, there are tiramisu places, but otherwise, the cake meta or the pie meta, not great.
I think everything savory food, especially barbecue, is just incredible.
Sure.
So I think once you've I think about it as allocation of attributes, and I think a lot of places have very similar attributes, and Korea has just allocated a heck of a lot of them
into esports.
Into esports and barbecue.
Which, you know, there's a lot of Venn diagram overlap. I think everyone in Twitch chat would agree.
Yep.
We're into esports and barbecue.
Exactly right. And fried chicken.
Yeah.
Damn.
What a great life we lead.
It's pretty good. Sometimes when you spell it out, it just feels pretty good. Okay, Songyu's at least picked up a bunch of items. He's got 4. But there's the heroic entrance onto Song 1. And Ella actually no response damage whatsoever. Stuart was making his way over as well as Sejuani just hasn't necessarily been working, and Malrong is taking whatever he wants. The Command Protect does come in as Malrong successfully steals away the red. We've got a minute left remaining until that Baron does come back available again. And all of the vision belongs to Everate. And they've now got themselves, almost out of nowhere, an 8,000 gold lead.
And it doesn't feel like ROX Tigers have a ticking time bomb as Trundle used to represent. Because it was Trundle versus Maokai. Trundle would laugh at the Maokai's damage, split push inhibitor turrets, split push inhibitors, threaten Nexus turrets. Now we have true damage to talk about. This is such a different class of top laner when we're talking about Camille, compared to what Trundle was being picked into. The last time Shy was having a staple of his champion pool being this Trundle, and it does feel like Trundle has very few options in this game. Not an impactful teleport player, not that much to shred in terms of armor or magic resist on really anyone. I mean, you look down the items, there's a Randuin's and a little bit of armor on the Guardian Angel. Apart from that, the resists are pretty low. Dargo Stonepoint's mostly about the health, you'd argue. So, not getting much value out of the ultimate makes you wonder about the Trundle pick. It made you smile because it is a standby of Shy, but it is Shy Day, it is his birthday, he is a legend, but it's not much of a birthday present to go 0-2 against a team you should be comfortably beating.
Well, Ella not as comfortable now as the Glacial Prison does come in, and he's just destroyed.
No Kalista there for the Fate's Call.
Yeah, couldn't actually pull him back out. The Camille is towards the bottom side of the map, so I don't know what ROX actually want to do here. It might actually be a trade if they go towards this Baron, but Shy does make his way back. Keen just so much damage, can just ignore the Trundle.
Still a level lead for Malrong. Let's see if this turn comes. They kind of have to.
Yep, Lava going to move in off the backside, can throw down a wall to make things difficult.
They should kill the control ward.
Yeah.
It's giving him vision.
Okay, he's just going to jump his way forward. That's going to be the easy steal from Malrong. Not quite sure what was going on in the heads of ROX, but Septon is going to be taken down. There's still Jewel, though, doing a bunch of work off the back end, and Malrong may even flash his way.
Picture in picture, we see the solo kill as well.
As the game is possibly getting lost here, as Malrong should be able to stop Key from getting back to base. The Nexus turrets are falling down now, as Keen, in such an incredible series for him, as Jewel sacrifices his life to win the game. As that is the Nexus falling, and ever 8 winners. Beautiful macro play towards the end, secure the 2-0 over ROX Tigers.
And you know it means so much, this team. We already mentioned very young players. It meant so much to Jin Air when they could arrest some of their losing streaks in spring season. We don't know what the future is for Everett. Almost certain to play in the relegation tournament, but that doesn't mean they're going to be relegated. It means that they are struggling, which is very much true. But in this particular series, they heavily outplayed their opponents, the ROX Tigers, in both games. It wasn't a one-game phenomenon. Game 2, their decision-making as the outplay from Keen was happening to take the first Baron, won them the game. From there, they didn't make any mistakes. They took a second Baron as well. I really don't know why they weren't killing the control ward, and it was a level lead for the Jarvans, so they were likely to lose that Baron. Really well played by Everate, but ROX Tigers, who worked so hard to get off the bottom, maybe they've kept themselves out of bottom 2 contendership, but they were with an outside chance of making it to the top 5. The outside chance has gone and increasingly looks to be remote at best.
Yeah, a little bit ironic as you saw the little cheerful at the front.
This is
ROX Tigers' desk.
This is what happening in the picture-in-picture. That is a crap load of damage from the true damage.
I think crap load is almost the only way you can describe it as, yeah, that true damage proc is silly.
2 of them basically did 80% of his health without any of the auto attacks included. Well, that's what happens. Jewel was a hero also, just flashing over to interrupt the backs, guaranteeing the victory. Means we won't go to a 3rd game, which looked academic, Atlas. I think we all thought, well, Everate won. I guess it's going to be a long night. The long night has become a very short one. The nightmare for Shy on his birthday is confirmed as well, and Everate winners. Is it a one-off performance? Will they go on to improve from here? Their run-in is going to be difficult, but you can say that on this day, they were significantly better than ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and you could have looked at the games that we had today and said, well, I don't really need to watch because I could just predict exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be KT over MVP, and it will be ROX Tigers taking out Everate, but definitely not happening. And my God, Keen, his OGN debut, he obviously likes it here at this particular stadium, Papa Smithy, because that's 2 back-to-back great performances.
I mean, we're in Korea. Like, what he did to Shy, given the age hierarchy system, was extremely rude. An 18-year-old bullying a 26-year-old is what we saw on the Rift.
Do you think we may be needed to intervene?
We may be. There could be a bit of biffo after this one.
Yeah, there could be a lot of biffo. Oh, man.
He just dumpstered Shy.
Like, that is a straight-up dumpster.
You want to use nicer words on the man's birthday, but...
No, but sometimes, like if you pick up an apple, you're not going to call it a peach because it feels upset about being called an apple, because it's an apple.
You want to call a dumpster a dumpster?
It's like when it's a dumpstering, it's a dumpstering.
Wow. I mean, he just got pounded super hard by Kane. There's nothing else to say. That was an outplay. I mean, the highlight reel also was pretty sick, so well-deserved MVP goes over to King.
Yeah. Whoa. And for an 18-year-old, man, got to be feeling very, very good. Starting to stack up those MVP points.
It was just great talking to one of the owners of the Everate team in the back, talking about how this player came, trialed for a month. They got to see him. They blooded him in the 2nd round. Robin, he's a new addition to the lineup. And it's paying off. Whenever people take risks on untried players, when you don't recycle, as often is the way in LCK and around the world, it's giving players 2nd, 3rd, 4th chances. Khan can be the best case example of that, as he's gone on to be a big star on Longzhu. But Keen really is this fresh face. He really is new to competitive play on his 1st team. He's coming up and, sure, started slowly, but he plays the carries, and he plays them well.
And the Camille, his Camille flow just feels so beautiful to watch. That outplay underneath the turret against Shy was beautiful.
I mean, all the outplays.
This was just outstanding.
Knowing your limits on Camille, a champion with so much playmaking, is so important. This was the fight where he almost got the 2nd kill after killing Trundle, turning on to the Talia in the bot lane, and then, well,
This is him winning the game.
The true damage was like 1,200 true damage.
Yeah, this is one hell of a boot. Wait for it.
No, the first one was
yeah, the
bigger.
First one was
He overkilled him with true damage.
Yeah, I actually thought that it was from a little bit higher of a chunk, but you're exactly right. Oh, man. It's just cool because Camille, when she first came out, she was disgusting. We saw her banned the whole time, didn't get to see a whole lot of her. And since then, she hasn't necessarily been this super highly contested pick.
They play Longzhu on Saturday against Khan. He blind picked the Camille and got that value. What will he blind pick against Khan? Because that's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, that's going to be hella spicy. But it's now time for an interview with the Ever 8 winners, something that we don't get all that often, so let's throw it over to Joel for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview, and we are here with Ever 8 winners living up to their name this time around because they get a 2-0 victory against the ROX Tigers, and we are here with today's MVPs, Septid and Keen, for the interview. Septid, isn't this your first interview this season? Yeah, I don't think I've even done it in spring. So now that you actually got the win, how do you feel? Yeah, I felt like, you know, with the recent games and just dropping in form most of the time, it was really good that we got the win today. I'm sure you guys were feeling down most of the part, but the early parts of the season were looking very bright for you guys, but somehow you guys fell bottom. Yeah, I think a lot of the pressure did come my way personally because people were comparing me to FLICKR, and that already put a lot of pressure in my plays, and that's just something that I couldn't really overcome at that situation. So, you know, I was trying to work it out and trying to recover back, you know, from the downfall that we've had. Keen, it's your first time literally in this OGN Stadium and to be with us doing this interview. You seem pretty nervous about all of this. I'm so nervous that I'm in this sitting down right now doing this interview. And regardless of how nervous you are, your plays were pretty amazing today. I felt like, you know, OGN was personally more comfortable for me playing it out today, so whatever that means, we'll have to find out. But we want to actually go back to the game. And we thought that the Aurelion Soul pick was very much a surprise for us in Game 1. But did you find that your color was a little bit different regarding those kind of picks? I felt like situationally, I felt like it didn't matter what kind of champion I picked there, so Aurelion Soul came to mind, and that's kind of what I went with. Yeah, I felt like those kind of picks are pretty good against the meta picks right now, so and I think it's all dependent on the player of how well he can handle the champion, so that's really what makes a difference. And Keen, you're very famous for these aggressive champions like the Lucian on the top lane and all the other aggressive top lanes, but do you feel like you're more comfortable with the aggressive picks? Yeah, personally, I like the aggressive picks more than the tanks, but I think I do have a better result usually with the aggressive than the tank champions that I can pick with. And we felt like you picking Jax into Shy was actually a surprise because he's been known as the master of that champion. Yeah, I just try to be comfortable, you know, regardless of what situation I was in. I'll just try to be comfortable with the way I came into the match. And with Keen coming into the lineup, did you guys feel any changes within the team? Yeah, I feel like, you know, with Maorang being a young player in our team, yeah, I think him having a younger player in the team, in addition to Maorang, gave us a lot of team morale. But I think like our team house has gotten a lot brighter, but
제가 먼저 반말을
Yeah, I tried to be pretty friendly with all the teammates as soon as I came into the team house. And it feels like you guys are a lot more comfortable with each other. Yeah, I think we are. And we want to return to talking about the actual game. We want to talk about where the Aurelion Soul joined the fight in top lane, which is where the game quite literally changed for the better for every winners. Would you like to explain this situation? Yeah, I saw the fight break out, and I just thought, I had to make my way up, and I just try to walk up as fast as I can. So it was a situation where I, did what I was supposed to do, and the result-wise, it just turned out to be a good result for all of us. So as at the middle of the fight, we kind of realized that we were going to win this team fight. And a lot of another interesting thing was in game 2, they went with a very significant part of the draft, which was picking up the Sejuani and the Brown combo. But how do you like that combo facing up against that? Yeah, I feel like those two creates a really strong chain of CCs that you have to be aware of. But we just thought we need to be patient about all of this, and our moment will come in the later parts of the game. And the interesting thing about Bampick phase in game 2 was also that you guys picked up the Jarvan and kind of flexed it, and we kind of had a momentum thinking that this Jarvan actually could have been flexed into the jungle. Yeah, if the situation had gone against our way, I was actually thinking of playing Jarvan in top lane. But in the end, you did go with the Camille instead of the Jarvan into top lane and really did spectacular on that champion. Yeah, I think I was really, I had a lot of peace of mind when I got the Camille, and I think that transitioned over to a good gameplay on my part. And in the early parts of the game, you guys had a chance that you guys could have lost the game. But how do you feel about that? Yeah, Camille's kind of weak in the early game and does get beat in the early stages. But once it gets a few items and builds on those attacking points, then you can just really go aggressive with those kind of champions. And we thought this was actually the decisive moment in the game. Yeah, I knew that I was going to win out the solo fight. That 1v1, I knew I was going to win this one out. And the opposite side, we knew that the Baron was going on, but actually the Talia joined the team fight. But yeah, he actually gave us a call that I was going to handle these two while you guys hit the Baron. So we were a lot less worried hitting the Baron with him on the bot lane. And you guys had an option to go with Corki or something like that, but you went with Orianna. Yeah, I did practice Corki during scrims, and it was definitely an option for us. But with composition-wise, I felt like the CC that Orianna could provide was more beneficial for us in the end. Was it your individual choice, or was it the coaches? Yeah, it was the coaching staff telling me to pick Orianna up. And I personally feel that the most significant part of that game 2 was in the last scene. I don't know if they have a video ready for this. This is where it is. And this was actually could have gone either way. Yeah, I knew that if I did it right, I would finish the game, but it was definitely a close call where if I made one mistake, I'm sure it could have gone the other way. So it was a very risky play from my part. So did you guys feel near the end of this that you can finish off the game? I think because we're such a late game composition that we really felt a lot of confidence going our way in the late game. So finally ending this dreadful 10-game losing streak, you guys are now back on the winning form. And I'm sure you guys have a brand new mindset this time around with this result. Would you like to say anything? And we're up against the stronger teams with SKT and Longsu on our schedule, and we want to just continue to do well and hopefully get good results from those games as well. And Keen, you have a lot of fans from the Everett side. You want to say anything to them? I know that our results aren't very satisfying, but we just always thank you for your support, and we will try much harder to always improve our team. And thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Great to finally hear from some Everett players after we haven't, due to the fact that it has been a relative streak for them to not be on the desk.
But with so many teams struggling, sure, BBQ moved up. ROX Tigers previously had moved up. Now Everett actually get off the table they were anchored at the bottom of, and we'll jump ahead of, surprisingly, MVP, who now will be your 10th place team. What a strange summer season it's been. We've had SKT in free fall. We've had MVP, you know, a top 4 team drop down all the way to 10th. Here will be the rankings.
You've got Jin Air now at 6th place instead of occupying one of those bottom 2 spots that the Jin Air organization have been in for quite some time.
You know what the weird thing is? They probably feel bad that they're not higher. That's how good a season
I feel bad that they're not
it's
higher.
been for them, but suddenly a FLICKR is looking like a hard team to get past. SK Telecom will surely be able to at least stay in the top 5, right? Maybe they won't be able to get to 1, but they're very likely to improve from where they are to 5th or 4th place spot. SKT running the gauntlet will be a cool storyline anyway, so it feels like we're set up for an amazing final series. Still a couple of weeks away. Still do have more match days, so getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. But Everett winners, again, a team that has struggled so much, 10 match losses in a row. Get away from that. We've got some hot games tomorrow, though, Atlas.
Yep, tomorrow is going to be pretty good, Papa Smithy. Longju Gaming versus SK Telecom T1 will be huge. We'll see whether SKT can bounce back against some very stiff opposition. And then Samsung Galaxy up against BBQ Olivers would have been thought as a game that could have been just pretty meh. You know, Samsung 2-0, but BBQ Olivers taking a game off of FLICKR Freaks, looking like they're making improvements. This could be a hot one.
It's not a surprise if BBQ win at least one game in that series. They do look solid in a protect the hyper carry meta. Again, not going to be surprised if Samsung go 2-0, but a lot to like about BBQ, and also Everett winners will be in action. Tough opposition, like they mentioned, against Longju in Game 2 on Saturday.
Yeah. Game 1, Samsung versus MVP. We'll have to check their pulse as they come in tomorrow, but should be one where Samsung can take it pretty easily, just because MVP didn't look fantastic against KT earlier on today, but then, oh man, Sunday's games are going super hot, Pop Smithy. KT versus a FLICKR Freaks. I have no idea what will happen in that game at all. This is like the least consistency in a game of LCK that we can possibly get.
Name a champion that hasn't been picked this season.
I want to name a good one, Malphite.
Maybe it's Malphite time.
Not great, because we don't have Deathfire Grasp.
I bet
so
Marin could play Malphite.
I reckon
if you're a teleport god,
Malphite
can initiate.
If there was a champion that hadn't been picked that you'd want played very, very quickly, what would it be?
Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger? I'll go with, I'm going to change mine to Fiddlesticks. That's way more fun. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us tonight. 2-0-2-0. We'll see you tomorrow.
우리 함께 달리고 있어. 포카리 스웨트로 나는 지금 라이브. 포카리 스웨트. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다.
나는 꿈이 있습니다. 사장님과 알바가 서로 존중하는 나라다운 나라, 그런 알바 선진국이 되는 꿈말입니다.
알바 선진국, 알바 천국.
언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다.
7월 18일 강철의 거인이 눈을 뜬다. 최강의 동료들과 한계를 돌파하라. 변신의 한계는 없다. 역대 최강의 부상을 지금 확인하라. 별이 되어라. 강철의 거인.
언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게.
이런 게 트래비 스타일.
Stylish sparkling water. 트래비.
언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 시원하다. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다.
언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게.
이런 게 트래비 스타일.
Stylish sparkling water. 트래비. 언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게.
이런 게 트래비 스타일.
Stylish sparkling water. 트래비.
꿀매! 야, 세터니까 꿀매만 먹어.
신장이 무슨 의미가 있나? 심장으로 해야지.
모바일 로토로 프리스타일 2 플라잉 덩크.
3점만 써.
Feels good as we stand on the shore, but our hearts are still jumping. Taste the feeling.
선배님.
Oh, Sprite. 상쾌함을 나누는 거야. Sprite. 너의 도움이 필요해. 마법탄이야. 위험해.
협공 지금이야. 판타지를 지휘하라. 파이널 판타지 15 새로운 제공. 지금 앱스토어에서 무료로 다운받으세요.
언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 카카오 게임. 카카오 게임.
자, 승부해볼까? 당신의 여름을 함께하러 왔어요. 디스트리 차일드 썸머 스캔들.
언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다. 언제나 변함없는 이 맛이 좋다. 깔끔해. 칠성 사이다가 좋다. 맑고 깨끗한 칠성 사이다.
상담하려 고객 모두 회전형 에어 서큘레이터가 무료. 강력한 바람으로 빠르게 공기를 순환시키는 세련된 디자인의 에어 서큘레이터를 무료로 드립니다.
동부화재 프로미라이프 다이렉트 참 좋은 운전자 보험. 운전자 보험으로 생활자금도 보장받을 수 있다.
교통상해 80% 이상 후유장애 시 7년간 매달 500만 원씩 지급해드리거나 또는 일시금으로 약 3억 7천여만 원을 선택하실 수 있습니다.
운전자 보험은 운전할 때만 보장받을 수 있다.
동부화재 운전자 보험은 운전할 때는 물론 운전하지 않을 때의 교통사고 상해도 보장해드립니다.
80세에도 운전자 보험 가입이 가능할까요?
80세 어르신들도 가입 가능합니다.
상담하려 고객 모두 강력한 바람으로 빠르게 공기를 순환시키는 에어 서큘레이터가 무료.
피해자 사망, 상해급수 1, 2, 3급 부상 시 9대 중과실 6주 이상 진단 시 교통사고 처리 지원금 1인당 3천만 원 한도.